Simpson Ton dispatches Middlesex fears of defeat. A new career best of 206 from Michael Jones put Durham on top of the Sayat Unique Riverside. Simpson-Tunn dispatches Middlesex fears of defeat. A new career best of 206 from Michael Jones put Durham on top of the Sayat Unique Riverside. Their total of 421 for 7 declared would no doubt have been much more had rain not denied them more time. Middlesex were up and running at the end of day 2, 43 for none after a steady start by Robson and Stoneman. But they struggled to get going at the resumption. Tight lines bowled by Potts, Rushworth and Rain, and Stoneman succumbed. Out caught behind for 19 off Ben Rain, they'd added just 3 to the total in 45 minutes. Eskenazi would push them past 50 with a lovely drive back past Rushworth, but it wasn't too long before Robson departed, out caught low down by McIntosh off Mcalindon. It was some really excellent bowling from Durham, and soon they had a third. Eskenazi out caught by Maddinson for Mcalindon's second. They ended the session on 89 for 3, trailing now by 332. A fine start with the ball by the hosts. Malan and Holden took them to 3 figures after the break, the mark reached when the South African whipped Potts away for 4 through point. And their partnership was soon worth 50 from 68 balls with 2 off Rushworth. But the Durham veteran responded with the next ball. Malan out caught by a diving Maddinson at square leg for 33. Holden and Simpson picked up the baton, and once again Middlesex showed their mettle, Holden the more attacking of the pair. With another boundary from the number 5, the partnership was worth 50 off 67 balls. Simpson then pushed them to 200 runs with 3 off Borthwick. That put Holden back on strike, and he departed 2 balls later, caught by Beddingham 3 runs shy of a 50. Holman had a front row seat to watch Simpson go to his 50, scored off 66 balls, and reached with a bludgeoned 4 off Borthwick. After facing 63 together, the pair put on 50 for the 6th wicket, and in the process brought up the 250. Holman had added 25 when he was bowled, shouldering arms to Matty Potts. Tea taken with Middlesex 6 down and 19 away from avoiding the follow-on. Roland-Jones joined Simpson in the middle, the number 8 in decent nick with the bat over recent weeks, and the pair guided Middlesex through the early stages, the deficit below 150 soon enough, and any fears of the follow-on were dealt with. Roland-Jones brought up the 300 with 2 off Rain, but he would fall LBW to Rushworth, having contributed 35. Soon enough, the deficit was down into double figures, and Simpson was now hunting 100. With a beautifully timed drive through the covers to Ben Rain, Simpson's 11th 4, he brought up his 100, scored from 138 balls. Middlesex were heading for parity now. The 50-run partnership reached off just 55 balls. When they walked off for the close of play, Middlesex were 4 runs from putting level with their hosts, and the match was almost certainly heading for a draw. That was largely down to the excellent innings of John Simpson, unbeaten on 132 at the close. Time has almost run out for Durham, and barring something special on the final day, they'll have to settle for a share of the spoils.
Well, Stanley, I imagine you must have enjoyed large parts of that today, particularly the 2 wickets you got, wicket maidens as well.
Yeah, I enjoyed every part of it. You know, taking wickets as Durham is what I want to continue to do. I think the boys stuck at it. It was a hard 110 overs in the dirt, but it felt nice to get 2 wickets in the end.
getting a former England batsman in Sam Robson as well. Talk us through that one.
I only found out today that you play for England, but it was a huge moment, a special achievement for me. Hopefully can continue the list of taking international players out.
And Stevie Eskenazi as well. Did that one just hold up in the pitch a little bit?
We can say it held up in the pitch, but it wasn't one of my best balls, but I'll take it.
So you've been waiting all this time to make your debut. You made your debut against Derbyshire, having travelled around the country with the team in the T20s. I think you were on 12th man duties at Northampton last year as well, weren't you? And then to finally get your opportunity at the age of 18, did you even sleep before the first match when you knew it was coming?
It was a special achievement, you know. First ball, no ball, but eventually tried to settle in, you know. Legs were moving a bit quicker than they normally would, but you know, I just tried to take it in my stride, and special opportunity, and loved every minute of it so far.
For young lads dreaming of an opportunity like this, what are the obvious differences between running out in a stadium like this and running out at Carlisle, for instance, or Chestney Street or somewhere?
I think you notice, you know, you get the fans that will clap you, but I try not to focus on it. Completely different environment, but you know, I think you just got to take to it and love every minute of it, which I'm trying to do at the moment.
It was lovely to hear the applause you got today, because we had our window open. There was a lot of applause for the 2 wicket maidens. That must give you a boost. Yeah,
first over started off a bit shaky, but eventually got into my rhythm, and then, you know, first wicket felt like my rhythm came back, and then eventually got a second wicket, and then it just fell in peace, felt nice.
Now I know, like a lot of young cricketers, you know, your mum and dad have put the miles in driving you around the country and whatnot, and they were here today with the dogs. I know your dad's very proud. I was talking to him a little bit earlier on. It must mean such a lot to the whole family, this.
Yeah, family's drove me all around the country for years. Now that I can drive, it's took a little bit of stress off their shoulders, but you know, they've been there for me for ages, driving me around the country and taking me here since I was about 14, so can't thank them enough, really.
And you share with Tom McIntosh, is that right? Yeah. The debut in the same game, sharing a house together.
It was special, you know. I've lived with Tom for a couple of years now, and when we found out that we were making our debut together, it was a nice moment.
And hopefully, from your point of view, the one-day cup's coming along. That was where some younger players made a name for themselves for Durham last year. I would imagine you'd be hoping there's a good role for you to have there as well. Yeah,
hopefully. I know a few lads are going away to the 100, so hopefully that brings an opportunity out for me. And obviously we got to the final last year, and hopefully we can do well this year, if I do take my opportunity, that is.
And finally, are you going to tuck your shirt in?
Yeah, I know, I need to. I keep on checking back the videos, and it's massive, the shirt on me.
Your dad tweeted that today, tuck your shirt in, and then he said, I think he's got his style from me, him appearing on TV. That was his wisecrack this afternoon. But anyway, a great week for the family, a great 2 weeks for the family.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, it was nice having the family here today to see me get a few wickets, and hopefully they can come again tomorrow.
Well, good morning and welcome to Chesley Street for the final day of Durham against Middlesex in this county championship encounter, which seems to be heading towards a draw. Middlesex are still in their first innings, and it's not been the sort of wicket where wickets have been tumbling left, right and centre. It's been nothing like that, in fact. It's been another sedate, slow track where the ball's not really carrying through to the slip corner, the keeper particularly fluently, and having made 421 for 7 and declared in their first innings, Durham then put Middlesex in, and Middlesex are only 4 behind now. John Simpson's on 132, should have been out yesterday, caught and bowled. He returned a sharp chance back to Scott Borthwick when he was on 43, but it didn't stick. So he's gone on to make 132. Tom Helm at the other end is on 43. Their partnership is 109 and they're 4 runs behind, so not really sure what their plan is today, whether they think they can bat on into the afternoon and then declare and try and have a go at Durham, because I just can't see how anybody can win this game. There have been situations where it has happened in the past. I can think of Derby in 2013 on the final day, where it was misty and it had been damp and there'd been quite a bit of rain in that match, and Durham was still in their first innings on the final morning. The innings finished and then they went through Derbyshire twice, but that was an unusual occasion really, and the wicket did a lot for the bowlers there. It's not that sort of wicket here. Anyway, yesterday Stanley Mcalindon, who's 18, took 2 wickets for Durham and enjoyed his day. He was on wicket maidens twice as well, and after the day's play I had a chat with him.
Well, Stanley, I imagine you must have enjoyed large parts of that today, particularly the 2 wickets you got, wicket maidens as well.
Yeah, I enjoyed every part of it. You know, taking wickets at Durham is what I want to continue to do. I think the boys stuck at it. It was a hard 110 overs in the dirt, but it felt nice to get 2 wickets in the end.
Getting a former England batsman in Sam Robson as well. Talk us through that one.
I only found out today that you play for England, but it was a huge moment, special achievement for me. Hopefully can continue the list of taking international players out.
And Stevie Eskenazi as well. Did that one just hold up in the pitch a little bit?
We can say it held up in the pitch, but it wasn't one of my best balls, but I'll take it.
So you've been waiting all this time to make your debut. You made your debut against Derbyshire, having travelled around the country with the team in the T20s. I think you were on 12th man duties at Northampton last year as well, weren't you? And then to finally get your opportunity at the age of 18, did you even sleep before the first match when you knew it was coming?
It was a special achievement, you know. First ball, no ball, but eventually tried to settle in, you know. Legs were moving a bit quicker than they normally would, but you know, I just tried to take it in my stride, and yeah, special opportunity, and loved every minute of it so far.
For young lads dreaming of an opportunity like this, what are the obvious differences between running out in a stadium like this and running out at Carlisle, for instance, or Chesley Street or somewhere?
I think you notice, you know, you get the fans that will clap you, but I try not to focus on it. Yeah, completely different environment, but you know, I think you just got to take to it and love every minute of it, which I'm trying to do at the moment.
It was lovely to hear the applause you got today, because we had our window open. There was a lot of applause for the 2 wicket maidens. That must give you a boost. Yeah,
first over started off a bit shaky, but eventually got into my rhythm, and then, you know, first wicket felt like my rhythm came back, and then eventually got a second wicket, and then it just fell in peace, felt nice.
Now, I know, like a lot of young cricketers, you know, your mum and dad have put the miles in driving you around the country and whatnot, and they were here today with the dog. I know your dad's very proud. I was talking to him a little bit earlier on. It must mean such a lot to the whole family, this.
Yeah, family's drove me all around the country for years. Now that I can drive, it's took a little bit of stress off their shoulders, but you know, they've been there for me for ages, driving me around the country and taking me here since I was about 14, so can't thank them enough, really.
And you share with Tom McIntosh, is that right?
Yeah,
2 lads who've made the debut in the same game sharing a house together.
It was special, you know. I've lived with Tom for a couple of years now, and when we found out that we were making our debut together, it was a nice moment.
And hopefully, from your point of view, the one-day cup's coming along. That was where some younger players made a name for themselves for Durham last year. I would imagine you'd be hoping there's a good role for you to have there as well.
Yeah, hopefully. I know a few lads are going away to the 100, so hopefully that brings an opportunity out for me. And obviously we got to the final last year, and hopefully we can do well this year, if I do take my opportunity, that is.
And finally, are you going to tuck your shirt in?
Yeah, I know, I need to. I keep on checking back the videos, and it's massive, the shirt on me.
Your dad tweeted that today, took your shirt in, and then he said, I think he's got his style from me, him appearing on TV. That was his wisecrack this afternoon. But anyway, a great week for the family, a great 2 weeks for the family.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was nice having the family here today to see me get a few wickets, and hopefully they can come again tomorrow.
Stanley Mcalindon there, whose father is the BBC North Cumbria correspondent, and he did tweet yesterday after one of the wickets was put on air, took your shirt in, which I thought was quite funny. And then he messaged me last night to say, what a great interview, you've managed to get more than one word out of him, which is more than I've managed to do for the last few years. So there you go. Well, nice few weeks for the Mcalindon family. And he's looking right at us now through the window there, Stanley, down on the pitch below us at third man. So we have a third man in place today. So what's the crack here then? It's a 109 partnership. What did they say last night, Kevin? What was the plan? To just bat on forever and into infinity and beyond? Was that the plan? Buzz Lightyear style? Kev's busy writing War and Peace at the moment on his phone, so he'll be with us in about 20 minutes. Right, I think we're ready to rock and roll. 39 overs lost in this match now then, because they've lost 4 today. They can't add any extra time on today. Fixed timings, they're meant to start the final hour at 5 o'clock, which is a minimum of 16 overs, as Rushworth's coming in here in the gloom to bowl to Helm. And this is edged down to Mcalindon at third man, so a run first ball of the morning, in contrast to yesterday where the first run of the day came in the 7th over and there were only 3 runs in 45 minutes yesterday morning. I think they had 15 in the first hour. So the only person to fall after tea was Toby Roland-Jones, LBW to Chris Rushworth for 35. I think it was a grubber, wasn't it? Was that the one that never got up? It was absolutely plumb as a plumb line on a ship, I think I said at the time. 1 or 2 people saying they're not coming back today because there's no point. So it does look rather sparse in the stands, but can't really be surprised. 4th day, plus it's been raining. Rushworth comes in and bowls to Simpson. That's gone to backward point to Beddingham, no run there. I would imagine a few people will be at home waiting to see if play starts and when it starts, so there'll be a few more coming through the doors in the next hour or so, I would have thought. The members' balcony's probably about an 1/8 full. Rushworth in. Edged. Oh, got him. Yeah, he's got him. Edged it and taken by the keeper. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Chris Rushworth's 600th wicket in first-class cricket. I presume he knows. Everybody's coming up and giving him a pat on the back, and a little huddle forms. Simpson then, not adding to his overnight score, is out for 132.
Yeah, it makes last night just a little odd.
There it is on the board.
Hey, there we go. 600 first-class wickets for Rushworth up on the board. Shame that it is a rainy old day today on a flat surface, so probably a draw. There aren't so many in to see it. It would have been nice if it was last thing yesterday evening, wouldn't it, for Chris Rushworth, that, but great achievement for him, and congratulations. I'm sure Joe will be around the ground somewhere, won't he? His dad's happy with that one, with the picture as well. He's up in the press box already, got the kettle on. But yeah, it all just makes last night a little odd, doesn't it? Padding back those balls yesterday evening when you think, well, you're in, you're set. We looked at those last 9 overs and thought, Middlesex will really tee off here, and they never go. And it just all petered out in the end, didn't it? Maddinson was brought on, it was patted back to him. And a bit of a strange finish yesterday evening once they tried to get to the 400 in the 110, they fell 5 runs short. You thought, well, John Simpson said on the interview, come out for another hour this morning. Couldn't quite work that one out, especially you look at the cloud cover now this morning. It's a real bowler's morning, isn't it? A new ball in hand right now for Roland-Jones and Yadav and Helm and Bamba. Could have been a little bit of fun, but they still trail by 3 runs in their first innings, having just patted the ball back yesterday evening. Just seems a little bit odd. I can't. So I was thinking about it on the way to the ground this morning. I still can't quite get my head around it because it was just taking time out of the game and slowing things down in a game that was desperate for time. And look, this is going to be a draw today, isn't it? But you still just try that little bit, don't you, to see if there's something there.
Umesh Yadav, the new batsman, plays this ball back towards Rushworth. What was John Simpson's explanation then of why they were batting?
He said bat on an hour this morning, just see if they get a little bit of a lead and then see if this pitch breaks up. Which we said as well, didn't we? Said, well, maybe they're thinking. I mean, there's no other way to think about it. It's quite obvious, isn't it? If they're batting on, then they just fancy, well, let's get a little bit in the lead and then see if we can put some pressure on them, and then do they succumb to the pressure and we have to knock off a few late tonight. I guess that's what they were thinking.
Rushworth in, right arm over. Yadav plays this towards point, no run.
I mentioned that ball. There was one in particular down the leg side to the left-handed Simpson, wasn't there? I said if that was a ball to a right-hander, we'd have been talking about absolute ripper ball of the century stuff. Turn and bounce for Borthwick from the Lumley end. It would have been a beaut of a ball to a right-hander, but yeah, down the leg side, turned, bounced, up past the leg stump, and yeah, could be some fun in that sense today. But like I said, I just don't understand those balls that were pushed back last night. The game slowed right down.
Where's this one? This has gone off down towards deep backward square leg. There's two men out there. Oh, now, did they stop that or not? Maddinson got down low, got his hand on it, and then fell off the pitch. And there was a player next to him, might have been Bushnell, who picked it up. I couldn't tell if it's Lee's. Couldn't tell if the ball had actually ended up resting next to the ropes or not, but it must have just been an inch from them. Simpson added 110 with Helm. So Chris Rushworth, I think, from the top of my head, he's got 595 first-class wickets for Durham. And 600 in all. He did take 5 while playing for MCC in Champion County match in a Champion County match in Abu Dhabi. He's also taken 1 wicket against them in a Champion County match, plus I think 3 against Sri Lanka A and 16 I think it was in university games. So the majority of them have come in the county championship. So played off the back foot and out towards the point boundary to Lees for 1. The umpires at about 9:30, 20 to 10 had said that they were going to put the floodlights on at 10 and just go out and have a look, see how things were, but that was providing the rain had stopped. But I went down to do a video at about 5 to 10 and it was still raining. As things are, they're now satisfied with the light because that gloomy stuff in the low cloud bringing the rain has now pushed north, but it doesn't look the best of light out there, and I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we do see the floodlights on. Potts in, shortish delivery, fended away towards point.
I mean, look, it's not being critical because they're the professionals. They're sitting in the dressing room. They've played on the track. They know what's going on out there. It just looks even odder now, doesn't it, to have just pushed those balls back last night. Simpson's set, Helm's going along nicely. They just padded it out, didn't they? Well, I mean, they tried their best up to the 110th, but then from the 110th to the 120th, 119th, it was just tap, 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 push it back. Here's Potts. Balls and Helm. Oh, inside edge onto the pad, rolls away into the offside, no run. And again, I don't know, 10 overs last night of just pushing it back, really, not much more. Those 10 overs, even if they were only worth 40 runs, at the rate Simpson was going, and Helm can hit it as well, and Yadav to come, it probably would have been worth a lot more. But let's say it was just worth 40 runs. Middlesex are leading by 35-40 this morning. All of a sudden, you pitch up at the ground today. They've declared overnight and tried to pick up one last night. They may or may not have. Potts bowls to Helm, an inside edge, goes past the off stump, down past the keeper, down to the backstop where there isn't one, so it's 4 runs.
They lead now. They lead by 3.
Yeah, but again, the bit's happening. Look at that ball Simpson faced. Look at that inside edge. Second ball in a row. Inside edge in Helm. All right, he's a number 9, but yeah, just can't quite get my head around it. I'll ask them tonight. Obviously, they'll have their theory, but it does just seem odd, doesn't it? Because you say floodlights come on now, new ball in hand, you're running in. There's absolutely no way that Durham can win. And that creates that third innings pressure that we always talk about, and teams all quite often succumb to. It happened Sussex at Lords last week, then they batted out and saved the game. Well done. Anyway, let's see. 4:24 for 8. Here's Potts to Helm. Nice slip in place. 5 in on the single, 4 back, and Helm's forward, driving back to the bowler, no run. Inside of the bat again there. He's looking more towards the offside. Here's Helm driving out to deep cover, and a single taken. 4:24 for 8. So Helm's on to 49. Another good innings from him with the bat. 122 overs bowled. Yadav's on to strike. Yadav usually will swing and move things along quickly. Helm will have strike, looking for another 50. Here's Rushworth with his 600. He's right arm over bowls and clipped by Helm nicely. Towards mid-wicket, that's not the 50 though, tumbling stop.
Rushworth in, played by Helm to short mid-wicket. Picked up by Borthwick, who's got a flannel in the back of his whites. Going to give the ball a clean. That would be an issue for the fielders today, keeping the ball dry. How old is this ball? 42 overs. We actually got through a whole 80 overs without a ball change yesterday. One.
37 overs
there was a change, was there?
There was just one, 37 overs.
In the Middlesex in the.
No, Durham's. Yeah, this is.
Right. In comes the bowler. That's turned away out through mid-wicket. 450 for Helm, and it's come in 90 balls and 3 fours.
Excellent from Tom Helm, absolutely excellent. He
Did we miss the ball change then?
I can't remember.
I thought that we'd actually got through an entire 80 overs in this game at some point without the ball being changed. Was that Middlesex then? Bowling to Durham? Day 2 possibly? Rushworth in, pulled by Yadav, and that's gone for 4 to long leg. There's a fielder diving out there to try and stop it, but he couldn't get near it. What's Helm done so far this season then?
Oh, so this is his third first-class 50, Marty's.
He's had a 50 not out against Worcestershire.
And then a 43 not out last week against Sussex when they were casting them around. I said he got 3 6s and 3 4s in that innings, and they absolutely lamped it all around Lords. He, Roland-Jones, Simpson last week, and then stuck in Sussex, got him in real bother, and it was just setting up for a similar one this week. That's why it just seems odd that we saw those overs played out last night quietly and come back and do it again tomorrow.
Rushworth bowls. This is played up towards mid-off for a single.
Nicely run.
Oh, it's going to be a shy at the stumps from Potts, but as he lined up to have a go, he just slid backwards and ended up on his tummy. Greasy out there. bouncer, which Helm ducks out of.
Yeah. There's the confirmation of the 50. So yeah, third first class 50 for Helm. He's a fine batter, and so is Roland-Jones. They've got a brilliant 8 and 9 Middlesex. You could virtually toss a coin open for the pair of them who wants to go in. Helm's just starting to show how good a batter he is at the moment. He's always been a fine bat.
So Rushworth then 600 first class wickets, 595 for Durham. He actually achieved the club record of the most wickets against Worcestershire last year.
Oh, short one from Potts. Thumps into Yadav. Just tried to guide it back at a point. Not quite sure where he wore it.
Came off his arm guard, I think. Yeah. He's got Rushworth 575 wickets in the Championship now, and 806 in all formats. Graham Onions finished with 527 first-class wickets for Durham, and then went off to join Lancashire. Simon Brown finished with 518. Mervyn's watching the action. When I was talking about, I thought the ball had ended up next to the rope. It's difficult to see where the rope is. It disappears out of view for a period just around the front of the pavilion there. Mervyn says he never touched the rope and made a perfectly legal stop, unlike a few others we've seen over the years, and indeed in recent weeks, as Mervyn's been emailing us. Enjoy your commentary and your Middlesex colleagues, Mervyn Hardy.
Oh, thank you.
There's only one Middlesex colleague in Kevin, because technically Rob, although he's from Hampshire, lives in Sunderland.
Yeah. 2v1 this week.
Yeah, so we've been ganging up on the southerner. Where's that gone?
That's gone. That's deep, long leg for a single, short from Potts and hooked away by Yadav, who again will play his shots. And this is good to see, but I just don't understand why we didn't see this last night, Martin. I know I'm banging on about it now, but it just feels like a little bit of an elephant in the room, doesn't it? Why didn't they do this yesterday evening? Ross Simpson without the addition to his score. What brilliant innings that was, 132. He'd have had every right to have been swinging it all around Chesterley Street with a tired attack last night, and mind you, he was pretty tired himself. His Potts bowls and Helm's up on his toes. He's his way into the offsides. Could have a long old day in the field today, doing all the squats.
Sad news today about the passing of Bernard Cribbins. At the age of 93, he was in all kinds. The Railway Children, Doctor Who. Had the song Right Said Fred. And was involved with the Lord's Taverners Cricketer charity as well.
Potts again down the leg side, there it goes, no run. Used to come and watch him, he said. Did he say 50s he used to go to Lord's to watch the cricket?
Well, I went with a Durham team when they won the title in 2013, and we went to the Lord's Taverners, which is in Victoria, just around the corner from Buckingham Palace, and had a lunch there. And one of the guys there was a former Jeff Wright was the former chairman of Durham when they first started in first class cricket. Previously he'd been a presenter on Radio Tees, and he was explaining the history, and a number of people were explaining the history of the Lord's Taverners.
This is dabbed away into the offside by Helm, no run.
And basically what happened was, in the 50s, in the heyday of the West End theatre, post-war years and whatever, I used to get all these superstar actors coming across from America, and singers, and it was quite a regular event where they would all meet up for afternoon drinks at Lord's to watch some cricket, and it became a bit of a sort of gentleman's club, and Prince Philip was one of the many attendees over the years.
Full Helm drives, only as far as mid-off, top ball again, 432 for 8.
So I think it was about 1956 they decided to form the Lord's Taverners charity, and they've done a lot of work. They've raised millions and millions over the years since then. And Prince Philip saw to it that I think from every year from 1971 until obviously recently, he made sure he presented medals to the winners of the county championship. So it was an annual event where whoever had won the title would go to Buckingham Palace and receive their medals. So I was lucky enough to be invited along with the Durham team. A very young Mark Wood, Mark Stoneman and Chris Rushworth. I've got a photograph of us in the yard at... it wouldn't be a yard, would it? In the main parade area inside Buckingham Palace, in the courtyard, perhaps, maybe.
Rushworth him. And Yadav slaps him over mid-wicket for 4. 4:36 for 8. Yadav moves along to 12. 12 from 9. Helm 50 from 95. I suppose if these two keep going for a little while at this rate. What do we say? Middlesex scored 200 after tea last week. Scored 80 on the board in the first hour or so this morning. And just come out and have a bowl, see if it puts some pressure on. Rushworth, 26th over of his effort. He's in, and Yadav slaps him back down the ground for 4 more. 4:40 for 8. Yadav's on to 16 from 10. Great to watch.
There you are, who's on the picture? All in Durham ties and poppies there, Kev. So it was a very young looking Mark Wood.
Where are you there?
Buckingham Palace, 2013.
Oh, you're in the Palace there?
Yeah, a younger looking
nice.
me, Chris Rushworth and Michael Richardson. So Durham players received their medals that day, and then I think the Sussex ladies team were there as well. They'd won their tournament.
Where are they now, Marty?
Where are they now?
One of them's just taken his 600th first-class wicket in front of us.
One of them's having another elbow operation, and Michael Richardson runs the cricket school at South Northumberland, where Durham are playing next week against Surrey in the One Day Cup.
What about the other fella there, the fourth fella?
Don't know where he is. He's old and grey now and weathered. This is defended by Yadav off Rushworth. Remember, I had an old Durham tie, and Richard Dowson, who's the operations manager here, he brought me a new one, and I put it on, and Brian, the old scorer, came up and said, "You shouldn't be wearing that tie, that's an official player's tie." Anyway, I was told to keep it on because it matched everybody else. So. It's a nice colour though, it's dark blue, purple and yellow. Yadav plays this one from Rushworth out through mid-wicket for a single. I really can't understand why we haven't got the floodlights on here. So when you go into Buckingham Palace, you see the front, you know, the scene everybody knows with the gates and the front of the palace and the balcony where the royal family come out. But you actually go through underneath that balcony, through an arch, and it brings you into this courtyard at the back. And then the main reception rooms are in an area at the back of the palace. So it's a big square, really, a big rectangle. And from there you can get into the gardens at the back. Rushworth balls, this is played short on the leg side. Borthwick has a shy at the stumps as Yadav's coming in towards the keeper's end. It was a good throw, but it just bounced awkwardly and went over the top of the target. 442 for 8.
10 off the over. One's come of it. So who told you shouldn't have had the official player's tie on at Buckingham Palace?
Brian, the former scorer, came up and said, "That's a player's tie, what are you doing wearing that?" And I just said, "Well, it's just been given to me by the club." So Rushworth in. Oh, Yadav's trying to put that into next week, and he's got an inside edge and it's gone off past square leg for 1. The slog's on, Kev. It was quite a nice day because Durham invited a number of members of staff as well, so Dorothy and one or two other, and Leslie, who worked on the reception here at the time, they came down. The club ran a bus down but it went about 6 o'clock in the morning, so I went down on the train and then got the train back.
What did you have at the Palace? Were you fed? Were you wined? Were you dined?
I think it was canapes. Probably it was Bucks Fizz, I think.
Canapes and Bucks Fizz.
Prince Philip came round and talked to everybody. He was.
Oh, did he talk to you?
We spoke to. I think he spoke to Mark Wood and Mark Storman, who I was standing with.
Potts in, bowls. Yadav backs away, carves him through the covers for 4.
It's out the middle.
That was a Yorker he's just smashed through the covers.
Do you think this is a T20?
You remember what he said, Prince Philip?
I remember he was very softly spoken,
Yeah.
and you really had to concentrate hard to hear what he was saying. Very softly spoken. But he knew a lot about, he clearly knew a lot about cricket, and he would have had an idea who a few of the lads were in the room, particularly because Paul Collingwood was there. So, in fact, if you have the members' book, the members' handbook here for Durham this year, I've done a chapter looking back on the 30 years of them as a first-class side, and I picked that as my favourite year.
Potts to Yadav, short and an attempted uppercut. He checked the shot in the end, so it doesn't carry to backward point as he didn't quite get in position to play it.
In that 2013 season, it was...
You did a piece on it.
Yeah, it's in the
yearbook.
The Durham handbook, yeah. I did a series of features for the Durham website during the lockdown summer of 2020. And initially it started with a request, could you pick the five favourite games you've seen? And when I started writing it, I thought, well, I've seen so much over the years, so I turned it into a series of favourite years and events, and also a couple of chapters on outgrounds and things.
Potts is in, and Yadav drops a quick single here. Potts picks up, throws at the non-striker's end. If they want, it could be an overthrow. No, just a single. 5 off the over, 3 gone, 448 for 8.
So it ended up becoming Marty's memories, and there's probably enough material there, more or less, for a book.
Marty's memoirs. Have you written a book yet?
I wrote one a few years ago, and then got about 2/3 of the way through it and lost interest, and then...
What, fiction or...?
Well, it was a bit like, it was my version of a sort of fever pitch, you know?
Was it?
Yeah. But then I just lost interest. The computer it was an old computer and got chucked out eventually.
That lost interest as well.
Yes.
His Potts bowls about, so Helm's underneath it, through it goes.
I printed off all the chapters, but I wouldn't have a clue where they are now. Not a clue.
Well, when you move house next time, you'll find them.
Unless they're in my mum's attic or something. And given how politically times have changed, probably quite a bit of it might need rewriting as well. Yeah. Or just, how...
You weren't politically correct, Marty.
Well, I just think things that were standard in the 90s aren't anymore.
Oh, it was the 90s you wrote it?
Yeah.
Oh, blimey.
Yeah.
448 for 8. 2 to come the over. Helm awaits, and Helm dabs into the onside defensively. No run. Yeah, your mate DB, he's a prolific book writer, isn't he?
Who?
Brace Girdle.
Oh, yeah. Mervin's been back on. He says, regarding the marvellous service Chris has given the club, we should also remember the great example of a thoroughly decent standard he has set. Would that others follow his lead, asks Mervin. Indeed.
Westman's not doing a bad job, Potts. Bowls now, and slow ball. Yeah, really slowed. I mean, it was a slow ball for sure, but as you say, even then it still felt like it got stuck in the pitch, and Helm just pushes to point. No run there. Was it 5 off the over? 448 for 8.
They at the end of last season, at the end of season dinner at Gateshead, I was asked to present an award or do a speech on behalf of Chris. He received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the club, and so his father came on to present him with this big picture with all these different photos from all the amazing things he's done over the years. And I mean, the game last year against Worcestershire, when he broke the club record for first class wickets, and there was nobody allowed in the stadiums in those times. So Joe just happened to be coming out of the health club at the far end because it was open, and he'd just been in there doing a fitness class with the dog. And anyway, Chris got the record and broke down in tears, and then at the end of the day's play, the photographer's got a cracking photograph of Chris leaning over the railing at the far end of the ground giving his dad a hug, and what a brilliant picture that was. Summed everything up for a lad who was originally released by Durham and then came back 4 years later as well. Here's Rain into the attack now, and that's an edge, and it's just gone beyond the keeper's grasp and away for 4. And the lead now moves up to 31. And they've reached 450 Middlesex. 450 for 8. 126.1 overs. The lead is 31.
Ball's in its 47th over. So a nice time to be hitting out for Middlesex. Won't be much assistance there at all for Durham from the hardness of the ball. Just seen a couple seam a little this morning though, haven't we?
Cut hard by Yadav out towards the point boundary, stopped by Michael Jones.
He times it well, doesn't he? He's a powerful batter, Yadav. Another 5 to start the over, the first 2 deliveries for him. 28, he's on to.
Well, did I mention it? I've tweeted a video from the Lord's Taverners with Bernard Cribbins in it, and it was from, I think, 1980 when they went on a series of charity golf tours. So there's bits of them playing golf in Scotland and then over to the Caribbean as well, and it's directed by Nicholas Parsons. Inside edge onto the pad, I think. They're appealing but not given by James Middlebrook. I think there was an inside edge on the pad. I was saying when we were in Antigua on watching England play in 2004, and sitting next to me was Judith Chalmers, Nicholas Parsons, Ainsley Harriott, all there as members of the Lord's Taverners. And I mentioned that a couple of days ago, didn't I? And yesterday when I turned my computer on, the first thing I saw was an email offering me an interview with Judith Chalmers. How spooky was that?
It'd have been listening to you, Marty. All these devices, they listen to everything we say now.
453 for 8. The lead is 32. That's a dot ball, though, as Helm plays that back to Rain.
No movement in the times today for the intervals. Still 1 o'clock and 3:40 on the final day, isn't it? Despite that late start at 11:15.
Yeah. Lost 4 overs. Rain in. Helm forward to that one. Stays a little bit low.
So, how many Bucks Fizz did you have at the Palace before you got the train back?
Probably.
Was that it? Just canapes and Bucks Fizz?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Or you could have had orange or...
Well, yeah, I know, but...
What did they put in the orange to make Bucks Fizz?
Is it champagne?
Champagne, isn't it? Yeah. So it was basically champagne, Bucks Fizz, orange, or maybe a cup of tea.
Ooh. You'd have had to have the cup of tea just to drink out of the nice cups.
I don't think any Jaeger bombs were on offer, Kev, if that's what you're wondering. Rain in. Helm. Oh, that's off the pad. He's appealing loudly and Helm's gone.
Oh.
That all looked wrong from this angle, but let's watch it on the TV.
It rolls up the pad.
It rolls up the thigh pad, and I would say that's similar really to the one in which Michael Jones was given the other day. Could have been heading down the leg side. They're 9 down. Helm's gone for 51. It was a louder shout from Rain.
Oh. You've got to scroll back, Marty. Go on, you can do it.
No, I'm not doing it. I didn't think it looked right, but we are down at...
Yeah, like I say, the height it kind of looks height and leg side. He might have stepped across though, and then it rolled up the pad, which was my suspicion on the Jones on the other day. Although whispers say he was hit on the quad, so he felt a bit rough about his decision. Here's Bamber out to join Yadav. Middlesex go on still, and at this point, I don't really blame them for going on still. I just don't understand why they didn't do this last night. But Bamber joins Yadav. He's on 28, and it's got to be worth how many? That was the end of the over, so Yadav will have the strike, and he'll just tee off again, won't he? Just keep going.
Leeds 32. They were 4 behind, weren't they? When 3 behind when Simpson went. They were 113 behind when Roland-Jones went. And Simpson put on 110 with Tom Helm.
Let's have a look. Yeah, rock it back. Just see the angle of it. Boom. Go on, back again. Boom. Go on, boom, boom, boom. Right, so get the trajectory of it. Dum, dum, dum. That might have been hitting top of leg.
It's on the knee roll.
Yeah, it's on the knee roll, but like I say, it might have been hitting top of leg, that one. Here's Potts to Yadav on 28.
What's that about?
Low full toss, he goes for the Yorker and Yadav slaps him down to long on. Just a single. Field will come up. Everybody was back, all 11 or 9 back for Yadav. Back up they go. There goes Potts again. Bowls and out and lifts past the edge and through to the keeper it goes. Kemar Roach, big booming in swinger in the match against Warwickshire at the Oval. Surrey and Hampshire going for victories in Division 1. Nottinghamshire going for a victory in Division 2. These two here, well, both needed a win, didn't they? Durham, with that game in hand, it just sort of kept alive the chance. So do you play 4 in September, or have you got another one now? Oh, you do? So Middlesex miss around in September. Bamber awaits. Another bouncer from Potts. Through it goes.
3 away games in September, isn't there?
Middlesex have got 2 away and 1 at home in September.
Yeah.
Did I tell you, Marcy? From
Hang
July
on, let me tell you who's coming in. So they've got to go to Derbyshire on the 5th of September. That's a Monday.
That's the game Middlesex miss.
Following week in Leicester, a Monday. The next week after that, they're starting a Tuesday at home to Sussex, which is the 20th. And then the final week of the season, it starts on a Monday in Nottingham, 26th. And Brace is taking me out for a night out.
It's ball short down the leg side to Bamber. 4:54 for 9.
We're going to some soul night. Apparently. Are you like me when it gets to those final couple of weeks of the season and you're in hotels and the nights are coming in dark and you want it all to end?
Potts ends, Potts bowls, and this ball's but it was a Freudian slip.
The travelling and the being in hotels, you get a bit fed up by then, don't you?
Yeah, it's Glamorgan at Lords, Leicestershire at Grace Road, and Worcestershire at New Road to finish. It's a nice place to finish, Worcestershire at New Road.
Yeah, Durham have finished a few seasons at New Road and the weather's always been lovely.
Well, there you go. Can you imagine? Lovely end of September finish in Worcestershire.
Except for the days when it chucked it down.
But then you get to the first week of October and you're pining for April, Marty.
Yeah.
It's a long old winter.
It is.
Bamber awaits, Potts bowls, and singles pushed down to long on. Yadav ruefully runs through for the single end of the over. 4:55 for 9. Bamber will have strike. I think Yadav fancied it. Started the next over again. I don't think he was particularly enthused about taking the single first ball of the over, less so the single last ball of the over. Yeah, it's a long old winter, isn't it? Well, can you imagine, Marty, if they drop it to 10 games a year, what would it be like first week of October? We'll be climbing up the walls, won't we? So long old wait, just have 10 games again next year.
Do you know what they do if they drop it to 10 matches? I bet they bring in 100 for clubs, or they extend the T20. They'll take the T20 up to
this is
2 large groups of play everybody twice. There'll be 16 matches instead of 14.
Well, they first dropped the championship to 14 games, then they bring in an extra format. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, a lot of this supposedly is based on research from the Professional Cricketers Association, who asked their players, do you think you play too much cricket? And they all said yes. They're not going to say no, are they?
Well, exactly.
In comes Rain. Oh, and he's got him behind, has he? Yes, he has. Yadav's played at 1. Bamber, has played at 1, and he's clipped it behind. And he has gone for 1. So Middlesex are all out for 455. And that means they lead Durham by something or other, 34.
And they'll have an hour at them before lunch now on the final day. With, fair old bit of time lost in this game. picked up the pace, Durham, towards the end of their first innings, didn't they? Middlesex picked up the pace to the end of the 110th, and then it's just all slowed up a bit. Then what have they gone on to? 128 overs when the innings comes to an end. 129, is it? So it was another 19 overs there, for which they added 60 runs, and of those 60, Yadav smashed 29 off 19. So it's just a little strange the way they went about it at the end. The reasons to slow up I can't quite work out, but maybe they fancy that this isn't going to be particularly fun to bat on. Today, a bit of up and down bounce, a bit of spin. That new ball in hand, still the cloud covers around. It's not quite as heavy as it was at 11 o'clock, is it? It's brightened up a bit here. No need at all for the floodlights now. We were mentioning maybe the floodlights were needed a little while ago. No such requirement now, Marcy.
Still a bit gloomy. I'm not really sure we'll see much in the way of... We might see much in the way of spin, but not particularly much in the way of spin taking wickets. Chris Rushworth just going up the steps there and receiving a handshake from his dad at the bottom of the dressing room stairs. Another proud moment for the family as he takes 600 wickets. He finishes with 3 for 80 on this occasion. 26 overs, 7 maidens. Potts 1 for 95. 33 overs, 11 maidens. Ben Rain has taken 3 for 73. 24.1 overs, 5 maidens. Stanley Mcalindon 2 for 78. He was asked to bang in a lot of short stuff yesterday. He was on a wicket maiden. Well, he got wicket maidens twice. 3 maidens from his 14 overs. Scott Borthwick bowled 16 overs in the end and took 1 for 73. That sharp chance back to him though off John Simpson, about a foot off the ground, which he couldn't hold on to when Simpson was on 43. That might have changed things a little bit. It's all those ifs and buts and maybes though. From Borthwick's bowling, the 1 maiden from the 16 overs. Nick Maddinson in the end bowled 10 overs and took none for 22. 2 maidens from him. And then we even saw a bit of Jonathan Bushnell as well. None for 16 from his medium paces in 5 overs. So the lead's 34. And bonus points wise, I wrote it down yesterday, didn't I? I think Durham have got 6 and Middlesex 5, is that right? I remember writing that somewhere yesterday. Can't see where I wrote it though. Anyway, I've got to do an update into the news in a few minutes and we'll bring Rob in. And commentary of the Durham second innings will be with you in about 5 or 6 minutes time. Here we go then, Durham 34 runs behind, coming out to bat. There are 81 overs left in the day. Ethan Bamber to open the bowling from the Lumley end. He took none for 72 in 26 overs in the first innings. Right arm over to Lees. Lees defends. Kevin Hand seems to think there's going to be a flurry of wickets today, but I'm not seeing that. I would be rather stunned if there were. Having said that, Kevin, do you remember when Middlesex were chasing 117 here and were bowled out for, what was it, 102? Is that what you reckon?
If that comes up, I'm asking Kev for the lottery numbers.
I can give you last week's. Bamber in, left alone by Lees. Commonwealth Games opening today in Brummagem. They should have kayaking on the canal. Cross-country kayaking where you've got to climb out at the locks and run round the other side and jump back in again.
Got some women's cricket in there as well. I think women's T20 cricket at the Commonwealth Games.
Is it 11 aside?
I believe so, yes. Have to do a quick check.
Bamber in, that's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper.
Been reliably informed by Kev that it is 11 aside. England leaving out Tammy Beaumont from their Commonwealth Games squad. Move that's surprised a few.
Update for Radio Newcastle. Well, Middlesex have just been bowled out in their first innings for 455 in a lead of 34. They were tootling along last night at it was quite pedestrian really, and people wondering what was the plan. Today they've swung the bat a bit, but they did lose in the first over of the day. John Simpson, who remained on his overnight score of 132. He adds Chris Rushworth to the keeper to give Rushworth his 600th wicket in first-class cricket. Tom Helm then went for 51, and Ethan Bamber was the last man to go for 1. So the lead for Middlesex, 34. There are 81 overs left in the match. Commentary on the BBC Cricket website and Sports app as Durham start their second innings. They're yet to get off the mark. Bamber in, right arm over. And it was a Yorker length ball outside the line of off stump, and it was met on the bounce by Lees. Dot ball just played out in the covers. Listeners might be interested to know there are minor delays on the metro between South Hilton and Newcastle Airport. Now they're saying delays on the railways because of signal problems, but isn't it the signallers' strike today?
I believe it is.
Yeah, or was that yesterday? Is it today?
Nah, because yesterday was a general strike.
Right. In comes the bowler. This is played by Lees to point end of the over.
And there's been a further train strike announced yesterday for the 13th of August. I think ASLEF and the RMT have decided to strike again.
Toby Roland-Jones to start from the finger end. Martin Emerson with you from Radio Newcastle, Kevin Hand from Radio London, and Rob Rush, our third voice. And Kevin's back in his favourite position now, feet up on the windowsill, fast asleep, drool on his chin.
Just the prospects of the wickets that are coming.
Roland-Jones in, and Jones leaves it outside off stump.
Bernard says, has any match this season on its fourth day ended with more than 10 wickets taken on it? I doubt there is even one. I don't think there has been here. Going back way down to the beginning of the season. Certainly the opening game was affected in Glamorgan by snow and ice, so what was how many wickets?
Roland-Jones in, and Jones plays a beautiful off drive straight back past him for 4 runs, and Durham are up and running in their second innings.
In Cardiff, Durham tried to set up a run chase, so they closed day 3 on 348 for 3, and they led by 114. They came out the next morning and tried to swing the bat at everything, and Andrew Salter, the spinner, ended up taking 7 for 45 as batsman after batsman just edged him straight out into the mid-on, mid-off region. So Durham lost 7 wickets on that morning, and then Glamorgan through the rest of the day lost another 5. Is that right?
Roland-Jones in again, and Jones dabs this down to Gully for a single.
So 12 fell on the final day there, but the game ended in a draw because they'd lost a day to the weather. They lost quite a bit of the first afternoon and all of the second afternoon.
Quick update around the rest of the grounds. At Scarbados, Hampshire are currently 57 for none, requiring a further 157 to win. Essex and Somerset look destined for a draw as we do up here. Somerset still in their first innings on 410 for 3.
Final day here against Leicestershire, only 2 wickets fell.
Roland-Jones to Lees, who just prods forward into the offside. Worcestershire are 164 for 6, requiring another 125 to win against Derbyshire.
The game here against Notts, Durham lost by an innings and 141 runs and were absolutely skittled out. Day 3 it was, Notts went right through them.
Well, that was that. Liam Patterson-White took 5 for on the first day? I believe it might be.
3 for 53, and then he got 5 in the game, 2 for 22.
That's the one.
Oh no, sorry, yes, he did 5 for 45.
Roland-Jones in, and Lees just prods back up the track. I remember that one. Liam Patterson-White,
Yeah.
he was brought on just before lunch and bowled completely unchanged from the Finkel
He did,
end.
that's right.
Bowled completely unchanged and picked up 5.
Instead of looking at Patterson-White, I've looked at Patterson. So Patterson took 3 for 53. Patterson-White 5 for 54 in 26.4 overs. And then he took 2 in the second innings. Patterson took 2 as well. So that game, I don't even think got to a 4th day.
Don't think so. Gloucestershire 178 for 5 against Northamptonshire, leading by just 16. Roland-Jones in, and Lees plays this out into backward point for no run. End of the over, Durham 5 without loss. Surrey are currently 4 for none, chasing 248 to win against Warwickshire. And Kent are 6 for none after 2 overs, requiring 312 to win on the final day at Old Trafford.
At Worcester in May, Worcestershire were chasing 442 to win. They were 2 wickets down in their second innings at the end of day 3. And then only 1 wicket fell on the final day. That was Ali just before tea. And that just turned into an absolute snore fest. The game here against Glamorgan. Glamorgan were 3 down in their second innings, chasing 191 at the end of day 3, and were bowled out just after lunch on day 4. So they lost 7 wickets there. Here's Bamber from the Lumley end. The match at Middlesex. Durham got themselves out. Middlesex chased it down on the final day, didn't they? Wasn't it over just after lunch, wasn't it, on the final day? So, only 1 game where there's been more than 10 wickets on the final day, and that was the first match at Glamorgan, which ended in a draw. Bamber in, flicked away, out through mid-wicket for 4 by Michael Jones towards the pavilion boundary.
Starting as he left off in the first innings.
Yeah. Adrian says the next milestone for Chris Rushworth is to follow soon, 600 wickets for Durham in first-class cricket. Yep. Lydia Jane wondering if it's going to be worth coming over. I'm not picking Dad up until 12:30. What do we reckon for Lydia? Picking that up at 12:30, just getting about 1. She can have a bit of scran at 1, can't she? Bamber in, defended by Jones, runs up to mid-on. Bamber to Jones, who absolutely goes after that one, plays at it, forward drive, one-handed, but misses the ball. Andrew Zaffer, who's out in Australia, was wondering if that Helm dismissal was too high.
I think when we looked at it on the replay, I had it as going down leg. Hits him on the knee roll, and he has slightly moved over, but I thought he'd done enough to have it going down leg.
Bamber in, Jones forward. Ball goes back to the bowler via the ground. 9 for non-Durham here on the BBC. R.I.P. Sir Bernard Cribbins, says Mads. Indeed. Yeah, he was the in the Railway Children, wasn't he? The station master. He was the voice of the Wombles as well, wasn't he, for many years? Bamber in once again. That's defended and it rolls off towards the leg side. The song that he had a hit with, Right Said Fred, was... Fans of The Clash may remember that when they split up, some of the band then formed Big Audio Dynamite. And I went to see them at the Riverside in Newcastle, late 80s, early 90s, and they had a cracking album, and there was bits of Bernard Cribbins mixed throughout that album. If anyone remember the name of the album and the songs he featured on, let me know. Might be worth digging it out again.
Absolute classic, the Railway Children, as Roland-Jones will continue from the Finkel end. Over the wicket to Lees, who squirts this out into the covers. Slightly fuller delivery from Roland-Jones.
Lunch will be at 1, so about 45 minutes to go for that.
Roland-Jones in and Lees defends to cover. Roland-Jones in and Lees drives straight back to him.
There's probably a few more in now than there was when we started. I said there would be people waiting to see if the game got going and at what time, and the weather clearing. I think you might have been put off by 2 issues earlier. A, the state of the game, and B, if you lived up into the north, then it would have still been raining when they were starting here. Well, it wasn't actually raining at the coast.
Just pushed back up the track by Lees.
Your pal Vanessa Feltz has announced her retirement from the early breakfast show on Radio 2 today. Still does Radio London though, I think, doesn't she?
Lees just defends this into the onside.
Amazing scenes in the old No, that's it. Somebody says they like the old Market Square in Nottingham in May, yeah, when Nottingham Forest got promoted. But Jonas Vingegaard last night in Denmark, in Copenhagen, with his yellow jersey from the Tour de France, it looks to me there are probably 100,000 people in the square cheering him on there. Ooh.
Did that drop short?
It just didn't quite carry, did it? Inside edge from Lees onto the thigh pad from Roland-Jones, and fielder at third slip was at full stretch, and I think it just bounced in front of his fingers.
Maiden over for Roland-Jones.
That's a big square. There's got to be... must be the best part of 100,000 people in that square there.
Easily.
Huge numbers.
Durham 9 without loss after 4.
Keep you up last night, did we, Rob? Bamber in, right arm over. Jones plays this short on the leg side, no run. Did you? You just went back to the hotel last night, didn't you?
Straight back to the hotel, had a shower and just chilled for the evening. One thing I've realised is that it is a little bit more tiring than I thought it would be, trying to commentate on a day's worth of cricket, but it's been good fun. Actually meant I slept through my alarm this morning.
Did you?
I did. I had my alarm set for about 8 o'clock. I was there like, right, well, that'll give me enough time to get down, have some breakfast, and then get ready. Checked my phone, 9 o'clock. Mad panic.
Good job I was a little bit later then, as this one's played out to the cover area.
Indeed.
Being a tardy student that you are, I thought you might be a bit late. So have you been trained by Kev? In fact, he's turned over a new leaf. He's turning up on time these days.
I can't repeat the first words that I said when I checked my phone, but I'm pretty sure the listeners can work out.
Did you grab
along the lines.
a bacon sonny as you ran through the restaurant on the way out?
I didn't have time for anything, so I was just there like, quick, get changed, get everything ready, and straight out.
Bamber balls driven nicely. That's a lovely shot by Jones up the field for 4, back past the bowler and away to the north end of the ground. It's come to rest on the tarpaulin just in front of the sight screen.
Second off drive that Jones has played straight back past the bowler this morning. Slightly full of a length from Bamber, just not quite getting it right, and Jones coming off the back of that wonderful 206 in the first innings very clearly has still got his eye in. It was a little bit of a shock to the system getting up at 7:45 this week. You know, I'm used to 9:30 at the earliest.
Bamber in again. Oh, playing a miss outside the line of off stump there. That just left Jones. To me, where you go to university in Sunderland, down on the riverside, you're just a little bit out of town where you are, aren't you?
Yeah,
you probably needed to be at Pan's Bank or on the Roca Riviera somewhere.
It's not too bad. It's about a 10-minute walk down to the metro, and then 5-6 minute metro journey tops, and then a nice 10-minute walk down to St Peter's campus.
From the St Peter's station, yeah, along the river. Nice. Bamber in. That's through to the keeper. That was my walking, well, it still is, I go along there regularly, but that was my walking route on a morning during lockdown when I imagined most people would be venturing along to the beach. I chose to go up the river. There were a few of our neighbours who had the same idea. It was generally quite quiet along that path. So from my house to the Weir Bridge is a mile. I did see some bits of social distancing rage going on with a couple of dog walkers one morning. I was taken aback by. Bamber in, bowls. Oh, and another plain a miss there from Jones. Was he trying to tuck the bat in late here? I'm wondering. Well, he's played and missed at that one. Plays, misses, and then tucks the bat in. Yeah, I was walking along one day and there's this big row going on the path, and 2 people were accusing 2 other people who had dogs on leads of taking up too much of the path and not being responsible enough and socially distancing. They needed to be 2 metres apart. And I thought, can't believe I'm witnessing this.
My dad's just messaged me going, before I could contact Martin and mention you oversleep, I brought it up myself on comms.
Yeah.
But no, it's a nice little view as you come out of Sunderland Station on the metro, as you cross over the bridge just before you get to St Peter's Station. It's very nice. As Roland-Jones continues into Lees and plays and misses outside off stump.
I remember when all that was shipyards. And where the Stadium of Light is, that was a huge colliery, Wearmouth Colliery. Massive site, that.
I think we were it's actually quicker for you to get off at St Peter's Station and walk to Stadium Light than it actually is to get off at Stadium Light Metro Station.
There's not much in it though, is there really? You just come up the back lane from one and across the main road from the other. But yeah, it's possibly slightly quicker.
Roland-Jones in, and Lees plays this under his eyes, defends into the offside.
I tend to find if I need the metro, we generally get on from where we are at the Stadium of Light stop. nearly every time I walk onto the platform, or as I'm coming down over the bridge down towards the platform, the train's just leaving. So no matter what the timetable says, I always miss the metro by about a minute.
Not got the knack then of perfecting the walk down. Roland-Jones in again, and Lees prods this into the onside for a single, and he's now up and running in this second innings.
It could be that the train I've just missed was actually late. So I still remained early for the train I wanted.
Three slips in play for Jones. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Very standard field for start of the innings. Roland-Jones in, and Jones leaves this outside the off stump. Very close to taking out his off stump, Roland-Jones. Trying to get a little bit of inward movement off the pitch. Good judgment though by the opening batter. Who's going after the close of play today is going off to join up with the Scotland squad ahead of the second T20 and one-off ODI.
That's tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, I saw Finn Allen rocked up a beautiful century, I think yesterday in the first T20. As Roland-Jones in and keeps low, and Jones just plays and misses outside off stump. Yeah, first one was yesterday. I think New Zealand took that one. Phil Allen with his first T20 international ton. Second one is tomorrow. Not sure if Jones, I presume he'll be available for selection if he's going up straight after play today, and then will definitely be in contention for the one-off ODI on Sunday. Roland-Jones finishes third over, and Jones just leaves it outside the off stump. Durham 14 for none after 6 overs.
Do you want to come back in soon, Kevin? Yeah. End of this next over? Yeah.
You're just waking him up from his nice nap.
Yeah. I just don't want him to. You know, it's like when you wake up after a deep sleep and you're a bit confused as to where you are, and you don't get up too quickly, do you? You know what I mean? So that looks extremely uncomfortable, to be honest. Mej Yadav coming in. So what we've had 6 overs. There's an early change. Is this going to be a switch of ends for Roland-Jones? Do you think?
Potentially, it might just be a double change.
Well, it's very early. Only 6. They've only bowled 3 overs each, then, haven't they?
Indeed, it might be Bamber to. Remember, Bamber's second spell in the first innings was from the Finkel end, but I wonder if it is going to be a double change, and maybe we might see the spinner a bit early on, see if there's anything there. I think Simpson mentioned it to Kev post day 3, looking for a little bit of spin out the wicket.
Yeah, that right arm over from the Lumley end. It's turned away by Lees to square leg. Has Lees played against India or not? I don't think he has he?
He played the one-off test.
Oh, this summer?
He played the one-off test, but I don't think he's faced Yadav.
No.
Because Lees was brought in after the Ashes for the Windies tour.
I'm trying, well... Yeah, so that was the away series, wasn't it? Yeah. Yadav in. Draw, what a shot that is. That's gorgeous. That's absolutely beautiful cover drive right out the middle. And the gate at the far corner of the ground is open, where the steps lead up to the scoreboard, and it's bounced off the grass, through the gate, hit the step and come back in. So that ball will probably have to be changed.
As you say, just a textbook cover drive, that one. Slightly full and wide. Outside Lees is off stump, and he doesn't need a second invitation to dismiss that to the rope.
Yadav in again. Lees just places that one gently in the offside area, no run. There's one or two people in jackets today, but still a few in t-shirts and short sleeves.
Where's Kev's coat at?
Where's Kev's coat?
Is at the back of the commentary room.
Geraint Thomas, the cyclist, who will be carrying the Welsh flag at the opening ceremony of the Commonwealth Games tonight, as Yadav bowls to Lees, as has played to square leg. In the opening time trial of the Tour de France, it had been quite a wet day in Copenhagen, and he left his gilet on, hadn't realised, because I mean it's all meant to be about streamlining and speed for the time trial. So everybody was taking the mick out of him, and it was only halfway through the ride he realised he still had it on, but he still recorded a good time. Anyway, he then decided that because the gilet had become so famous, it was time for the gilet to go on its own journey on the Tour de France. So he handed it to some supporters, and the idea was they would get it all the way to the final stage in Paris. This has gone off towards backward point. No run. So it's like one of those, you know, where somebody steals a teddy bear and then it's gone off around the world on its holidays and it's photographed in different places around the world. So there were all these different cycling fans in different stages and up mountains and whatnot, pictured with the gilet, and then it made its way back to Paris, and so I think it's going to go off to the Vuelta a España later in the year and do a tour of Spain as well. Then no doubt be auctioned off for charity or something. Yadav coming in, last ball of the 7th over, defended by Lees, and that is the end of the over, so I'll be back in half an hour, and young Kevin Hand from Londonshire will take over.
Londonshire. Looks like it will be the captain to continue, so just a change in bowling.
You could have Middleshire, couldn't you? It sounds like something Tolkiensian, doesn't it? Or Middleshire, or no, better not do the other Shire you could have with Middlesex. 18 without loss. 7 overs gone.
You slightly surprised by Yadav coming on early, or?
No, I think just give it a quick chance to get going. For any of the bowlers, just see if any particular one bowler finds something. Bamber had a nice one past the edge early on, didn't he? But see if anybody can get a little purple patch. Here's Roland-Jones to Jones. He bowls, and we're right in behind this one, defended into the offside, no run. 3 slips, a point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. What did we lose? 50 overs on the first day? 4 today? Couple on the second?
Did we lose any on second day?
Yeah, because we were going to be playing 104 overs.
Oh, we started late. We started late again on
damp outfield, wasn't it?
Yes, I remember now.
So yeah, lost the best part of 2 sessions, haven't we, in this match? As Roland-Jones comes in, he bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. Through it goes. Had they have had those 2 sessions, Durham perhaps wouldn't have declared on 421 for 7 and would have just plodded their way through to 500, maybe even 550. Wouldn't have put the foot on the gas. So the point being, this has been a very flat track, and it would only be through hook or by crook in unnatural ways that they try and force a result somehow either side today. Even with the time lost in the match, it still would have been a draw, you fancy.
I think definitely the time out of the game has taken out any chance of result.
Roland-Jones bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump through to the keeper. No, actually, I'd say that the time taken out of the game actually opened up the result, because if they had have had that full first day, hadn't lost time the second morning, Durham wouldn't have pulled out on 421 for 7. They'd have gone on and on and on up to 500, and then Middlesex, we'll go on then to, and they won't hit out like they did. That would have batted properly more. Would they have forced the game as much as they did? Durham forced the game by declaring early. Middlesex forced the game this morning. They forced it up to the 110th. It was a bit odd, the 19 overs that followed. As here's Roland-Jones bowls, and forward goes Jones, but the pitch itself, even with 2 sessions, because of the pitch, even if you put those 2 sessions back in, if the game just played out naturally, the result wasn't there, which I think is what Marcy's been getting at these few days. And obviously there's been a few messages about the square's been changed here, and it hasn't quite been the same since.
Just about to mention, Marty tweeted, I think it was last night, about how there's been a relaying of the square, and it's been very samey.
Roland-Jones bowls outside off, through it goes.
I think he also made an error, so I saw him quote tweeting himself going, he had fat fingers again.
He quote tweeted himself making an error about what?
About the pitch, I think he got the year wrong.
It was relayed at the end of 2020.
Relayed at the end of 2020. The COVID year, they relayed it at the end of that year. Ground staff had a bit of time in their hands that year, didn't we all? Roland-Jones bowls and beats Jones. Lovely line and length. Leaves him looking for one just outside off. Just nips back in. And he's left dangling with that bat, looking to drive on a 4th, 5th stump line. Maiden over. None for 6 from 4 from the Middlesex captain. 2 maidens. Oh no, I spilt my coffee down my top. Look at that. I'll get back to London looking like this. It's a weak coffee, fortunately. That'll come out.
So this is why you just don't drink tea or coffee?
Marty's got it right all along. What does Marty drink, actually? I don't think I've seen him drink anything the whole tea.
Here's Yadav, and Lees flicks this to a short mid-wicket.
Oh, he does. He's moaned at me over my tea making skills over the years. The word skill should not be used. He looks like he's getting his Walkman out, doesn't he? Look at those headphones. You're too young to remember Walkmans, aren't you?
No, my sisters have given me plenty of stories of them over the years. Yadav in, and Lees just prods back up the track.
These are those really uncomfortable headphones.
My older sister keeps mentioning, because we all did paper rounds when we were sort of early teenagers, and she would always go out with a Walkman on a bike. And
how old is she?
33.
Okay.
So she'd always go out with a Walkman and sort of listening to music as she delivered the papers on a Saturday morning. Now it's just all AirPods Pro and all that. Yadav in, and Lees drives this to cover for no run.
We had mini discs in between. They were a short-lived item. Mini discs. Had those at university.
I remember how I said to myself when the original AirPods came out, and we still all had the wired headphones. So I remember going to myself, I don't see the point in these AirPods Pro. I'm not gonna slip and not gonna fall into temptation and buy them. Of course, you don't see everyone else walking around having them, and the rest is history. Yadav in again, and Lees looks to tickle this off his hips, but Simpson takes a tumbling stop down the leg side.
And with Star-Lord, Guardians of the Galaxy, he's still got his Walkman, hasn't he? His uncomfortable headphones. Although they gave him an iPod at the end of one of the movies, didn't they? He lost
That just reminded me, iPod Shuffle.
There you go. I think that's what they gave him.
I had a gold iPod Shuffle for a while. Stored all my music on there before my first phone. Brilliant little device. Yadav in, and Lees just defends into the offside.
I think he had one cassette, Star-Lord, and he had a great, absolutely great 70s and 80s track list on there that his mum had given him. And then for something like his 21st birthday or something, he had a present to open from his mum who'd passed away years ago, and it was a second cassette.
Ah.
And then they destroyed his Walkman. The baddies destroyed his Walkman, but his mates managed to get him an iPod Shuffle or something like that. It's got 300 songs on there, they told him.
Yadav to complete his second over, and Lees just plays this off the back foot to cover no run.
Marty would have liked that. He hates all that kind of thing, Marvel and Star Wars and all the other bits.
It's a maiden over for Yadav.
But he'd have loved that. He wouldn't have had to have watched the movie. He could have just had it on the background for the soundtrack. 70s and 80s rock. It was fantastic.
Which film?
Guardians of the Galaxy. Third one coming out soon, Marty. Middlesex play Durham that week. We'll get together and go and watch it. Red carpet.
About 20 minutes till the lunch break. What do you reckon? Maybe the token over a spin?
Yeah, and it's not so much token today, is it? Because he'll have to bowl a bit, and they will hope that it's turn and bounce. As here's Roland-Jones in, bowled down the leg side. It's through to the keeper, and Simpson spills it, but gathers it enough. There's no run. I could see Marcy. We're going to have to play him the Guardians of the Galaxy
Theme tune.
Theme tune. Or what do you call it? Track lists.
Yeah,
at
that's the
lunch. I could see Marcy loving it.
Well, not at lunch though. We've got to continue we've got day 4 of...
Yeah, but he's not playing though, is he?
We'll have it on as a distraction tactic.
We'll leave him listening to the music. I could see him dancing around the room, sir. Ooka chaka, ooka chaka. Roland-Jones is in. Bowls, edged, inside edge, down to deep backward square leg. They're going to take a single. 19 without loss. I can't stop this feeling that this is going to be a draw. Marcy's been telling us that since day one, hasn't he?
Because I love to join you on the pun list there, but I haven't got anything for you.
You're not a Marvel fan either?
Nah.
You don't know Guardians? Oh dear.
Nah. Not a huge film guy, to be honest. I've watched the Fast and Furious films and a few other ones that my friends have sent me.
Oh no. I think Marcy does all that. Does he do cars? Is he a car enthusiast, Marcy? Roland-Jones bowls, and this is driven away through the covers. Lovely shot. 4 runs. Roland-Jones not impressed. Lees is on to 9, and Durham at 23 without loss, trailing by just 11 runs now.
Second cover drive of the morning for Lees. Not even overly full of a length from Roland-Jones. It's just in Lees' arc. He decides to free the arms and gets it through. He moves on to 9 from 31. Jones 14 off 26 at the other end. Deficit now 11, but I think it will be irrelevant. I think by the time we get to around 10 to 5, be looking at shake of hands.
Roland-Jones bowls. He drops the hands. That one goes through. Yeah, every chance, shake hands. 4:50. Middlesex clamour to Durham for the train home.
Because you're in that groove, aren't you?
6:40 is the train that everybody's got their eye on tonight. 6:40 back to London. 4:50 handshake here. Quick shower in the taxis. Half an hour down to Durham. Plenty of time for the 6:40. Here's Roland-Jones. Bowls. Oh, leading edge from Lees. Doesn't carry anywhere into the offside. Just falls in front of cover.
Marty's had enough of our chat.
No, he's been on YouTube. He's got some what do they call it? DIY stuff going on. Some of his technical problems that Marcy's having. He's getting help from YouTube. It is. I have to say, it is great. YouTube. You can find the answer to everything now, can't you? Absolutely everything. Roland-Jones bowls, and this ball's pushed up to mid-on. There's no run, apart from why Middlesex didn't attack last night.
Well, you said you can find everything on YouTube. Of course, the answer to life, the universe, and everything is 42.
Go on.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
I never did that one, funnily enough. I bet you Marcy did.
Yeah, you haven't lived.
I bet Marcy did. I bet he did that.
I want you to put that on your list of things to listen to.
But now, hold on. We've done all this, if not this season or last. There was a book, a movie, a TV show.
Well, the radio series.
Radio series
is the original.
But what was the best? That was it. Was it the radio series or the book? There was a
radio series. Radio series
really?
for sure.
Okay.
Radio series is the best version of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
And where is it? It's on iPlayer. BBC iPlayer, is it?
Should be. You can also get it on. You can also get it on CDs now. They put 2 episodes.
CDs. Do you know what one those are?
Just about. Yeah. Just about. You know, they were just. I had a brief 10-year window where they were just in. Oh, guess who's back?
Oh, hey!
As Yadav continues in, and Jones frees the arms and plays him through point for 4. Glorious shot from Jones. He moves himself on to 18.
Ashthorpe's back, and he's brought food with him. What's he got? It looks like... It's a what? Carbonara, nice.
Wait, I don't think it's a coincidence. Ash walks back in, runs start flowing. Happened day 1 when we were on comms together? But yeah, quickly finishing off into the Galaxy, you can get 2 CDs and they come with 2 episodes per CD on them, and you can download them, listen to them in the car. Fantastic.
2 CDs, 2 episodes each on. So there's only 4 episodes of Guardians of the Galaxy, the radio show.
No, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. There's about 18 episodes, I want to say.
Right. but you get two CDs and they've got 2 episodes each. Here's Yadav Bowls. This is pushed back by Jones to mid-on.
So you get about... Hang on, my maths is a little bit off there. I think it's about nine CDs you get to get through the whole...
Right.
To get through the whole series. I've read the book as well, and I'm not that big of a reader, unfortunately. So when the book is about 400, 500 pages long, you end up kind of losing interest, and especially our generation being the tech generation.
The youth of today, ladies and gentlemen, the youth of today. Well, what if your Kindle has 500 pages? Is that out the window as well? As here goes Yadav Bowls, and this ball's clipped to mid-wicket.
Don't have a Kindle.
What do you have? Do you use your tablet? If your tablet device and it requires 500 pages.
Tablet device.
What did you say, Ash? It's a lot of swiping. Yeah, not that kind of swiping.
Now, I'm not that huge of a reader. I do read. I'm a bit of a sports geek, so any sporting autobiographies. I remember I've got Freddie Flintoff's autobiography, Tyson Fury.
Oh, so you have read a book then?
Yes. I'm not that of a degenerate. As Yadav and Jones just plays us under his eyes into the offside, no run. Because I remember at junior school you had to read quite a bit. It was one of the things they encouraged you to do. But then unfortunately, this generation, the iPhones, Samsungs, and everything now is moving online. So I'm a big podcast guy as well. Love when you've got a long train journey up or back down from the northeast. Put my playlist on, and if I start getting a bit bored of the playlist, go down to one of the podcasts I've downloaded and stick one of them on. Yadav in again, and Jones just defends this to mid-off. You a podcast guy, Kev?
Do you know, I'm not. I should get into it. I should get into podcasts. I should get into them more. Busy man. It's a lot of time on air, isn't it? Talking and listening. It's nice just to have some silence at times. Especially after 4 days in Durham.
Yadav in to finish, and Jones just prods this to cover for no run.
Where's he gone? He's gone out to fix his equipment, hasn't he?
27 for none at the end of the 11th over.
He's looked it up on YouTube how to do it.
No, I think he just got bored of us talking. My dad's just corrected me. The book is a compilation of the original published books, which is a trilogy in 5 parts.
Oh, there we go.
So, honestly, can't speak highly enough of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's part of the novelty of it, Ash.
I reckon Martin Emerson did Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Marcy?
The big moment.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
The first episode.
You did the first episode. Half the first CD we've
got beamed up because the world was being...
When it's on the telly. Oh, you did the telly, didn't you? Apparently that's no good. Apparently you've got to do radio show.
Radio series is the way. It's the first episode where he gets the Earth gets demolished unexpectedly for a new hyperspace bypass to be built.
Well, we now know that's a reality because we've just seen all those new satellite images around the Milky Way's N5 corridor.
I'm impressed, all of this space knowledge of Marty there, and the Milky Way, and you all sorts going on.
Change of bowling.
I didn't think he knew anything outside of the Roca Riviera. Here's Helm, he's around the wicket. Bowls, and this is lobbed back up to mid-off. Goodness me, that stopped on Lees, but it drops short of Yadav at mid-off. Helm nearly a wicket with his first ball, 27 without loss.
Got through the shot too early there. Well, I don't think Lees was expecting Helm to start with a slower ball straight up. Maybe died in the pitch a little bit as well. And if Yadav had been at a shortish mid-off, would have taken the catch.
He's back now. Oh look, he's got his equipment out.
DIY with Martin Emerson.
What's it? Is it all right, Marcy? Have you fixed it? Helms in, bowls, and Lees drives into the covers. There's no one. Is this the one that follows you round?
Does he need Fix-It Felix from Wreck-It Ralph to come and sort it out?
I've upgraded my phone, and now the phone won't talk to the gimbal.
Ah, no.
Equally, the phone won't talk to the car.
Oh no, he's upgraded his phone and it won't talk to his gizmo and it won't talk to his car, and oh no. Don't take it personally.
If it's meant to be, it'll be.
I thought so. He's got this gizmo out now. It's like a little tripod thing. It does look like something out of Star Wars generally. So his helm. Bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside in the zone. What is it supposed to do, Marty? I thought you said it followed you around or something.
It films.
It can't.
It films, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you place the phone on here.
Yeah.
Balances the phone, and then when you record it, it has a motor, and it follows you around.
Oh right, okay. So it moves with you. It pivots with you. I thought you meant it was like a little radio controlled car or something. Thought we were going to watch and see Marty walking out to the pitch with this thing, following him along, doing his morning previews. That sounded good. That did. That's the content we all want to see. Here's Helm around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. 27 without loss.
Should have channeled it in the bumble with the pitch reports.
There you go. Marty Emerson with a drone. We'd all like to see that as well. Follow him out to the middle. He likes his gadgets, doesn't he? Gadget Gadge. Is that what does he call it? Is it Gadge? He calls us Gadgie. Gadget Gadgie. There goes Helm. Balls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. As far as cover, they pick up a quick single. 28 without loss. I didn't know if he was insulting me or not the first time he said that to me. Is it Gadgie the word? You're looking at it's Gadgie. Ash is nodding.
I'm going to say, you're asking
the wrong person.
Yeah.
Well, you studied up here, didn't you? So
I'm still studying up here.
You've not heard it, Gadgie?
No, I have, but I fear if I use it in the wrong way, I'll get slated.
Well, that was the thing
at
at first. When he first said it to me, I genuinely didn't know if he was insulting me.
I remember the video England did with Mark Wood and who was it on the other end? Billings, that was the one. And it was Woody teaching Sam Billings all about North East slang.
Helms over the wicket, last ball of the over to Jones, who defends into the onside. There's no run. Just makes the little signal with a hand that bounced on him slightly. 28 without loss.
Don't think you could have picked two further people apart, Mark Wood and Sam Billings, to do a video. It was quite funny in the end. It was funny when Billings is trying to detect the words and trying to take a guess. I think he got the cricket terms right, because Woody went foul mower and he went 4 more. He got that one straight away, but anything else non-cricket related, Billings had no hope whatsoever.
Who would Bamassi's equivalent be on the mic? Who would you put together on the... Stephen Lamb, Marty Emerson. Would that be the Wood and Billings of the mic? Emerson and Lamb. Yeah, Stephen Lamb. Somerset he does, Lammy. He's a St John's Wood boy though. Originally.
Yadav to continue. In and bowls to Lees, who just plays this back to mid-off.
A few of them went down to the West Country actually. Stephen Lamb, he was a St John's Wood boy, and Bob Hunt, a big Middlesex fan, hid it underneath his Gloucestershire allegiance though. Barnet Bob. Yeah, he used to be giving it the Shire, didn't he? Down in the West Country.
Yadav in past the umpire, and Lees plays this to cover. About 8 minutes to lunch. See what's going on around the grounds. I've been reliably informed by some people that Hampshire might be doing quite well in their chase.
Nick Webb and Martin Emerson, there'd be one as well, wouldn't there?
That's a very good
extremes of pronunciations.
Sussex are 56 for 2, requiring a further 343 to win. I think that's very much trying to play out for the draw there at Trent Bridge, as Yadav is in and Lees tucks this into the onside. Hampshire 113 for none. Essex and Somerset are playing out a high-scoring draw for the days there down at Chelmsford. Somerset 475 for 3, trailing just by 30 with 7 wickets in hand. Gloucestershire 240 for 6 down at Cheltenham. Surrey 42 for none at the Oval, and Kent 26 for 3 as Yadav in and Lees plays that towards cover. Kent trying to chase down just a tad above 300, I think 312, and not got off to the best of starts. How many overs do you reckon before lunch? Another 2 at least? Maybe 3?
No, not 3. You'll probably get 2 more after this.
Nah,
you can't make up time on the last day. Lunch is
got
fixed.
to be fixed timings. You had to have In and Lee's just again prods this back into the onside. Should be 2 as a bare minimum. Deep square leg and long leg.
Marcy's still struggling with his equipment. Is it is gimbal the name of the device or the name of the name of the company? It's the type of device. The type of device is a gimbal. I was just worrying that I was advertising. That was all.
You had to have In and Lee's prods this into the offside, no run. 28 for none after 13.
Go on, Marty. Tell us again.
Gimbal is a counterweighted device to keep.
It's a counterweighted device, a gimbal. There we go.
Other gadgets are available.
Oh no, but this isn't a. That's not a company though. Gimbal is the device. It's not the company that made it apparently. So we're all right. Marty's gimbal problems. 28 without loss, 5-1. How long are you here for today, Ash? You coming on after lunch?
Yeah, I can have
Oh, good man. We could need him. We're going to need him after lunch, I think, aren't we?
Yeah.
Unless Holman comes on and starts ripping them around corners. Here's Helm, his second over. Nearly got a wicket with his first ball, to be fair. As this ball's worked away down to long leg for a single. Jones on to 19-29 without loss.
What do we really expect from the rest of the day's play here? Just bowling and batting.
Right now, not much. Not much. Any enthusiasm or optimism I've had for the cricket's gone now.
Middlesex bowl to a Durham batter who defends or plays a attacking shot for runs.
Yeah, so yeah. Helm bowls. That's driven away through the covers, and that'll be at least a couple. It won't make it all the way. Slide keeps it in, and they've run 3. 32 without loss. Lees is on to 13. Yeah, a bit of a shame this, isn't it? Kind of one of those fixtures you just forget and move on. Brilliant century from John Simpson. Absolutely outstanding. Great double ton by Jones. But overall, the rest of it you just kind of banish from your memory. And bit of a shame, really. But that's the English summer, isn't it? And that's cricket around the world. You know, every now and again you get a dud one. Although Marty will tell us they're all dud ones at the moment on this square at Durham, since it's been relayed.
Slight change in the field for Lees. 3 men back on the leg side. Jones, sorry.
Imagine someone managed to get it down to 10 games a season. You had to scratch one off like this. As here's Helm bowls and back and across goes Jones. Eased away into the offside. Banished from the memory. There's one of your 10 straight away banished from your memory.
Trying to think what they got. A long leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Think I've got that right.
Yep. He's around towards deep square, isn't he? The deep mid wicket.
Yeah. You've got a shortish mid wicket in place. Mid on, mid off, cover, and point.
Helm bowls short, edged, and nobody there. Just backward square. It would have had to have been an advanced backward square. Like even a leg gully. I'm not sure he'd have got forward to that. It, looped up as he just tried to ride it into the onside. I think a bit of shoulder at the bat and glove maybe the way it looped.
Here we go. Marty sorted out his
gimbal. Oh, Marty's gimbal's on the move.
There's progress.
Marty's gimbal's wobbling. Oh look, there it goes. Stop it, Ash. Stop it. What are we going to get from this gimbal now, Marty? Oh, look at this. Is this live now? Are you live streaming on TikTok or something? Here's Helm, he's in, bowls, and this is pushed away back to mid-wicket. There's no run, 33 without loss.
I can't imagine Marty live streaming on TikTok.
Oh, I can. He's got 3 daughters. Yeah, he can. Yeah. Have they got a TikTok account each, your daughters, Marty?
Let's start a family one.
Well, obviously, internet security is a priority now.
What are you going to do with this now? He is recording this.
My lunchtime.
He's going to record his lunchtime. So, yeah, but you're going to be on the... Look at it. It's following him.
Notice how he moved it to turn it away from us.
Helms around the wicket. Bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside. 33 with that loss. This is the commentator cam we've all needed. Actually, it's not. The things that you wouldn't be able to sit easy for a minute, would you, with this thing in the commentary box, following you around.
And we will have the token over of spin. Before the lunch break.
And it's Stoneman rather than Holman.
Oh, here we go.
Rocky.
I was expecting Holman to
picked up his first class wicket this season. Oh, what's happened, Marcy? He's jumped like he got an electric shot from the gimbal.
Now I've got me in shot, but I've also got Rob and Ash.
Have you done that? Oh yeah. He's got a little screen.
The wonders of modern technology these days.
Oh, he's off now, isn't he? That's him entertained for the rest of the day's play. Ash, you can have to stay until stumps, mate.
Mark Stoneman then to bowl the final over before the lunch break. In and slightly back of a length, and Jones just pushes this into deep cover for a single.
Now he's posing for it, look.
Photo shoot.
It is. It's following around.
Oh, we have fun. Stoneman now coming around the wicket to Lees. He's in full of a length, and Lees just prods that to cover.
Have we described it enough for the radio listeners? So it's like a little tripod thing, which the phone sits on top of, and it actually moves around, following you wherever you go. As this ball's
turned away into the onside for a single.
Not on wheels or on legs or something, it stays in its spot, but it just goes up and down with you, and left and right, and around the room you go. 1 o'clock. Marcy will be.
Who's he going to kick off, me or you?
You're in your over, I'll get out of the way.
Jones just pushes this back to Stoneman. 2 balls left until the lunch break. Stoneman in and keeps low, and Jones pushes this past slip for a single. Just 3 singles off Stoneman, and Lee's on strike for the final delivery before the lunch interval. Stoneman in, and Lees just pushes this back to mid-off and walks off straight away. Wasn't hanging around for that. And that is the end of the morning session here at Chester Street. Middlesex ended up being bowled out for 455. Durham have reached 36 for none at the end of the session, and the lead is 2, but I think the rain that we missed out, that we got hit with on day 1, has taken out any hopes of a result. Lee's not out on 14 and Jones on 22 unbeaten as we get to the lunch break. Play will resume at just after 20 to 2.
Thanks, Rob. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Newcastle in a moment.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with Dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, but that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
I think normally it's good last year, man. He said he had to stand, but I think he's come on the own. Like, on the start. It's a lot of money for them. Like, products this like, you know, I'm saying, cricket. The industry don't learn games that are real games is for real games. They said he looked to go down the grass. That's all of them, you don't have to listen to it. Somebody doesn't take that. You've got to take your own seat just to build now.
One of them will show all of you. You've got that bad, it's clear at the moment.
All games there today. That last one. When we come in, we got there early. I don't know, people playing the I think we ended up with the barbecue caravan, you know. I like the top end, you can look down, you can better view than when you're down the bottom. And then the queue for the toilets. At lunchtime. I think it's the little portal queue. I know there's something there. Shopping centre there. I went in there, of course. When people think the same, that's why they opened it up. Raining. That's the thing up there, isn't it? There's no job there. It's up in the boat. But then you see the same ones and you go on all these foreign tours and you've got some media.
Some recyclers.
Well, that's what I thought about Portugal. Come on and go fall over the puppy, but they've been outside training and they must have played. I think the club did all they could. The part of the way they got all the water up in there.
Before the game started, obviously that pink thing wasn't there. I think it was about 190 seats there. Where people hadn't get there. Dropping down where I was free. Right, Durham was free next to me. I didn't know idea because my lady was sitting over there and I texted her. I said, oh,
the same heading? No, but it tells you when you're in the world, it's falling for the hot field, right? Because they always kind of do. It's like the old cricket ground, really all of it. They're all so open, the games have got a little shed, and you get weather like that, is it? was amazing. It was the first time I could race the No. The day when you went to the international game, everybody sat and they all went to the toilet and put it in lunchtime and tea time. Now it's
Welcome back to this afternoon session here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Be myself, Ash Thorpe, and Kev Hand to take you through the first period of play here on an overcast and dull. Muggy. It is, yeah. I'm not surprised it's a bit muggy. You've been bowling for 40 minutes. Yeah, you've had a good session.
Where's the showers at? Where's the showers at this building?
Yeah, a bit of lunchtime cricket for the boys.
It's not January, you're not Jewish.
Watching Kev strut his stuff with both bat and ball as Helm will open the attack from Finkerland, and he bowls into Jones, who tucks this away off a thick inside edge out to deep square leg for a single.
That was proper cheating upstairs. They had me labouring on a line and length, and then when I came onto bat, they turned the aircon on.
I witnessed that.
And it starts swinging around corners.
Yeah.
He had it swinging both ways.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a kink in the arm there as well, I think, but we'll just...
Mine or his?
I think yours was okay. Trying to duck under the ceiling.
That was the problem, wasn't it? Trying to get your arm over without taking out, a few layers of your knuckle on the way.
Strategically placed between the beams and the roof.
It was. Good fun. Gonna miss it up here. Need to be in the same division next year, don't we?
That's it. As Helm round the wicket to the left-handed Lees. And Lees just tucks this one away into the leg side for no run. It's a bit more entertaining than potentially what's about to hit us for the next few hours.
Well, I wonder could they switch the stream camera around? I thought we were going to get you playing up the Rash.
No.
You've been in the nets this morning. Have you been doing training this morning?
I've been doing a little bit of coaching with the youngsters, yep.
Throwdowns?
All good. Throwdowns, bit of fielding. Lots of fielding. I love a greasy outfield, so lots of boundary slides and catching. Trying to keep them amused for a couple of hours. There's Helm again, round the wicket to the left-handed Lees, who flashes a big cover drive and gets a thick inside edge just past the stumps. Down the fine leg for another single.
There's a few grumbles upstairs about why Middlesex didn't move the game on last night. However, I think there was only one side that could have lost it if Middlesex moved the game on. The only side that really, if Middlesex moved it on last night, the only side that could have lost it was Durham, wasn't it? So I wouldn't be grumbling too much.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think Middlesex had everything to play for as well. For me, they're the ones that are still in a sniff of potentially doing something on the ladder this year. Durham.
There was clearly a theory, wasn't there? To bat on this morning, some sort of theory.
It looked that way. Didn't quite pan out very well, and this is a short ball from Helm that dies on its way through to the keeper. Jones just dropping his hands on that one as it went through. Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, myself and Marty were saying earlier, we've seen this day 4 now probably for the 3rd or 4th time this season where you just know that the game's going to peter into nothing and that there'll be a handshake just after 5 o'clock. But we'll just see what the Middlesex boys can come up with. They'll probably have a crack here for the first half an hour, and then might see a bit of a change. As Jones flicks this one off his hip out to square leg for another single.
Martin's been offered Judith Chalmers.
There's an offer.
Stop it, it's an interview.
There's an offer. Take your gimbal with you. Nearly injured his gimbal upstairs, didn't he?
He did. There was 2 gimbals injured upstairs, actually. No boxes.
No, dangerous.
There was trouble upstairs at lunch. Deep breath, lads.
Last ball of the first over after lunch. And this one's pushed firmly to Yadav at mid-off for no run. And that ends the over. Durham 39 without loss. And just on the positive side, I think they lead by about 5. My eyes getting tested with that blurry scoreboard. In fact, it's not a blurry scoreboard, it's my eyes. Here's a lead of 5. Lee's 15. Jones on 24 after his first innings double ton. Must be feeling pretty good about having another hit today.
Fair play to the lads, they got me out in the 4th day.
Did they? They finally got you.
Thumbed one through to the water cooler.
The water cooler managed to cling on?
Yep. If you edge it to the water cooler, you're out.
Brilliant stuff.
Thumbed it, couldn't believe it.
Bit of extra bounce with the windy and the air conditioning. What are we going to have here? Bamba. I think it's going to open up the afternoon session from the Lumley end. But yeah, all action up there, wasn't it?
It's been like for the last 4 days. It's been good fun up there. Bit more rain this afternoon before they call it off.
You get another couple of hours in.
Here goes Bamba then. He's got a slip in place. Point cover mid-off, mid-on, 2 mid-wickets, deep square and long leg. And he bowls now to Jones, who works nicely. Finally, first of the 2 mid-wickets. Jones is on to 28 and 43 without loss the score.
Glorious shot that from Jones. Normally I am, Matt. He's just asking about the
Royal London One Day
Royal
Cup.
London
Yeah, they're all
starting
11s.
next week, 11 o'clock kickoffs.
I was thinking that myself the other day, trying to work a few things out. And then it's 10:30 in September, isn't it, for the final 3 games of the Championship. Middlesex will need 3 wins from 3 after a draw here. Bamba bowls. Ooh, bit of bounce on that one. Played into the offsides. Durham will need 4 from 4.
Need 5 from 4, I think.
Yeah, that all elusive second spot to be promoted to Division 2 next year, perhaps. Unlikely they will get their 3 divisions through by next year. Unlikely. It's too late in the season now.
Yeah.
But
Be nice to see
second to go back to Division 1.
Be nice to see it split properly again, wouldn't it?
Yep. Bamba to Jones. Lovely looking drive down to mid-on. This hasn't been much more than a net out there. There's more movement upstairs than there is out there, isn't there?
Especially when the aircon got switched on.
Honestly, as soon as that aircon goes on, it just hoops.
Maybe in the indoor stadiums in Qatar, they can switch the aircon on when free kicks are being taken or something to that effect. For the World Cup. Just having a cheeky look here at your Middlesex second 11 and 50 over action today.
Who are they playing?
They're playing against the County Cricket League. Middlesex
Bamba
County
goes past
Cricket
the
League. Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry.
Line and length beats Jones.
And I'm always curious. I'll keep a lookout for Joe Cracknell, who's at the crease at the moment on 31 not out. They are 259 for 4 off 42 overs.
How many crackers got?
He's on 31 off 27. So probably just about to put that foot down.
He's just got his eye in there.
Dangerous batsman.
He is. Really exciting young batters come through at Middlesex. The most exciting T20 batters come through at Middlesex, I think. Bamba bowls again. That goes past the edge of the bat. Other than that, if you think Milan came from Bowland, Morgan came from Ireland, and Sterling came from Ireland as well. They're the other 3 that spring to mind of T20 batsers to come in and make an impact at a young age.
Yeah, he did. Got rewarded with a 100 contract as well, didn't he, at the end?
Yes.
Of last season.
Yeah. He and Blake Cullen. I'm not sure Blake will be watching. He probably has switched across to the seconds now because this one's a draw. Bamba. In he bowls and lifts one. That hurts Jones. Where's that hit?
Just under the armpit, I reckon. Yeah, I was wondering which side it was, whether it was the shoulder or whether it was the armpit. Armpit. They do not tickle in there. That left arm just hangs in absolute pain for a moment, doesn't it? We all know that feeling when you just let go your shoulder, let go your arm, just let it hang. Bamber will be definitely smiling after. Well, I said it to John Simpson last night. Look, there's been a few that have been up, a few that have been down, and there have been a few that have turned. So maybe there's a little something to be had, but time's just run out, though, hasn't it? Middlesex didn't have enough of a lead quickly enough. Lost quite a bit of time on that first day, which probably killed most. We've lost 2 prospects. sessions in the match, I reckon. But it's funny, even with those two sessions, this match never would have reached a natural conclusion. It would have required
sporting decks.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Helm comes in round the wicket and Lees defends out in the offside.
Which is what Durham's was.
Yeah,
it was 21 for 7. They they could have got on to 500 and said, no, we'll try and bowl you out twice and you're out of the game.
Yeah.
But they said, no, that's fine. You come out and try and go 4 and over tomorrow if you want. If you do, you'll lose a load of wickets. Well, they very nearly did. A sticky situation, Simpson described it as, that he managed to get them out of. A 3rd century of the summer.
He's pleasant to watch, isn't he, Simpson, when he gets going?
Oh, he's great.
Very good player. Helm round the wicket to Alex Lees, who stands tall and then crouches down and ducks under a bouncer from Helm.
Gary Sober's birthday today, isn't it?
I saw that.
Rob Moody he does all the YouTube of all the old
quality,
ones.
He
did the 250 against Australia of Sober's and put it up this morning. I did cheekily quote tweet it and say it's got John Simpson vibes, that innings.
I did see that. I did see that.
A little naughty, but it was a good knock by Simo, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, under a little bit of pressure. Presented Borthwick, didn't he, with a tough caught and bowled chance where he belted back at him. But apart from that, it was a very fluent innings on a difficult pitch to bat on. As Helm comes in, this one's punched off the back foot by Lees out into the covers for no run. Yeah, I like his clips, Moody, Rob Moody. If you follow him on social media, he gives all the old school. He must have a video collection. I don't know whether he's converted them all digitally now, but he must have some video collection there. He got in trouble from Cricket Australia and various other organisations for copyright infringement, and then they seem to have relaxed all that now, so you get to see some good stuff from him, back from my childhood days. Well, Sober's a little bit before, thankfully. As Helm comes in, this one tucks Lees up a little bit as he takes his bottom hand off the bat and pushes this one back to the bowler for no run.
.43 without loss. Lead of just 9. Middlesex's big hope was effectively 10 for 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, and just put that change room under a bit of pressure. But so far so good from the Durham pair. Maybe not for Jones, who's just struggling a little bit with that knock from the last ball. And Lees has a massive drive at that ball as it goes through to the keeper. Tom Helm might just be giving him a few little tips there on how to play that cover drive next time if he floats one up outside off stump. Nice to see a bit of interaction between the players. And that's just sparked the interest a little bit of the Middlesex fielders there. There's a little bit of chirp, nothing giddy, but probably just to keep themselves occupied on on a pretty quiet day here. Helm again around the wicket. This one's a full toss that Lees misses out as he clips it straight to mid-on for no run. That ends the over. As Kev says, 43 without loss. Lees on 15. And Jones on 28. I love it when the scoreboard does that. Just flicks over as you're reading it.
Aye. Thanks very much, lads.
But Helm tidy over there. His first maiden, none for 9. So where to next for Middlesex? Where do they start their Royal London campaign?
That's a really good question. Let's have a look.
I apologise.
No, it's a very good question.
They're back up here on Sunday, aren't they? Sunday week. Yeah.
Why is it not
Should have
played?
just tagged it on, shouldn't they? Made this the first Royal London game.
Just to spare. I mean, they complain about too much cricket and all the rest of it. Well, how on earth could Middlesex not have just tagged that game on the back of this? Bamber's in, bowls, and it's edged and taken by Simpson. Well bowled, well kept by Simpson for a guy who's been out there pretty much the whole match, John Simpson. That's a tremendous effort from him. Jones gone for 28, nicks off to Bamba. Fine wicket that for Middlesex. And Jones, double centurion of the first innings, got struck by Bamba in the last over. 43 for 1.
It's a good bit of cricket that from Bamba. He started off really well, hitting the pitch hard after lunch. And you're right in what you're saying there. Maybe he was just thinking about that one he copped in the armpit in the over before, and he fended away at this one outside off stump. And a nice tidy catch by Simpson sees him on his way for 28. And that opening partnership of 43 comes to an end. And we'll see the captain, Scott Borthwick, skip down the stairs twirling his bat as he makes his way out into the middle. But important breakthrough there. The lead's only 9. Just gives Middlesex a little bit of a sniff, but a good start from these two after lunch.
So Jones heads back. Surely too late for this match. Even put a couple more on the board now.
You never know, do you?
Sussex got themselves into a real pickle last week against Middlesex at Lords in a similar match situation, but managed to bat out the day very well with Archie Lennon, the 17-year-old, salvaging things. Middlesex start the One-Day Cup on Tuesday. No, they don't. I just scared a few in the Middlesex office thinking no, they don't. They start the One-Day Cup on Thursday at Radlett against Leicestershire.
There's a few rounds of matches on Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday's the first round of matches. That was what I was thinking. Durham Thursday as well.
Yeah, we're at home to Surrey.
Oh,
we've got the London,
Surrey
the Londoners. Yeah.
Surrey go from Guildford on Tuesday to Durham on... Oh no, Gosforth. You're in Gosforth.
Yeah, so up at South Northumberland.
That's up even further. So
Yeah.
they're going from deepest Surrey to...
Next train station up.
Ah. Thought that was Sunderland, next train station up.
No. To cross. That's... Yeah, no. Yeah, nah.
Bamba to Borthwick. 2 slips, 2 mid-wickets. He bowls and Borthwick gets right forward behind that one.
Right on the money, Bamba. This is it. Durham in a little bit of a funny situation here, is that they're the only ones that can lose this game now. And those kind of things just start to rattle through a change room to thinking, well, we were cruising out here, we've lost one. So it's an important little partnership here that they just see out the next 10 overs.
Bamba bowls. That's nicely worked into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket. 43 for 1.
I'm sure Stoneman will be just reminding Borthwick they had a lovely little confrontation in the Royal London semi-final here last year. It was excellent. They were at each other hard. Then obviously very, very good mates off the field, shared a beer after, but it was an excellent semi-final.
Bamba back foot. Borthwick plays that nicely. Picks up a couple here and Milan gives chase from cover. No, just a single. Oh, is it me? I need to get out of the way, don't I, for Marcy's 2 o'clock.
That's fine.
We've got to end with the over.
Happy birthday to you, ringing through. Must have been
Have you?
For Gary Sobers.
Oh, it's my daughter's birthday today as well. Happy birthday, Sophia.
Happy birthday.
I'll play that back to her later because she won't be listening. 8 today. How does the time go, Ash?
It's crazy, mate. Mine's 24. He literally just... You probably wouldn't realise, but my son, when there was a group of people walking through the corridor when we went out at lunch, the first one was my son, yeah.
Bamba's in, bowls. Oh, and he hits him.
I think it hit the bat.
Let's have a look. Well, it's gone away for 4 leg buys. I think it hit his shoulder. I think he just ducked his head and it climbed off his shoulder.
I wonder if it's got his helmet there, just the way the umpires are, I think, calling it a physio out.
Yeah, they'll have to be... Yep, physio's coming down. It must have been helmet. Beatrix Potter was born on this day as well. Which one was Beatrix Potter again? That was one of the rabbits, was it? Yeah, but what was it? What were the books? It was famous for... It wasn't Peter Rabbit, was it?
Yeah.
Was it Peter Rabbit?
Yeah.
It was. They've remade that recently, haven't they? It was quite good, actually. Having a big old scrap.
Yeah,
the dad and Peter Rabbit, and then the mum walks in. He's holding a book. He's about to throw it. And he just closes the book gently and say, "And that is what separates us from the French." Jackie Kennedy's their birthday today as well. Marcy's off now. Look. Speaking of rabbits, he's off down another hole, isn't he? 48 for 1 here with Lee's just being checked. So Bamber's got a bit going. Like I said, what I was trying to work out last night when Middlesex went slow was perhaps that they fancied, if this is going to be up and down and it's going to be turning a bit, then let's just give ourselves a chance to be in front and not batting last on this. Not even chasing 100. Don't even want to chase 100. Of course, Middlesex failed to chase 117 a few years back, didn't they? And they were bowled out for 102.
Yeah, and I guess if they were looking at maybe trying to get 150 in front and then just transferring that pressure back onto Durham. However, obviously John Simpson.
Well, that's they must have fancied that 150, which should have taken them all morning and then 2 sessions to bowl at them.
It's a plan. It is a plan. There's Bamba getting into Lees, and Lees pulls this one round the corner, and he's split the 2 men in the deep beautifully away for 4. Just didn't get high enough, did it, that one, and on his hip, and that brings up the 50 for Durham as they move on to 52, and Lee's on to 19. But yeah, short one, that tucked away beautifully on the leg side. Yeah.
Do I need to move out of the way? You can do the next over.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to hand over to you, and I'm going to hand the headset to Marty.
And then you're going to take mine, right? And I'm going to go and try and find a shower. 50 up for Durham, 52 for 1. Welcome
Claimed
back,
he bowled me as well, but what happened was the ball swung on the. Oh, hang on, you've turned me off. I can't hear. The ball swung on the. What's gone on there?
That's been dodgy all.
I know
all
it's
that one.
Yeah.
You got it now.
Yeah, the ball was swinging on the air conditioning, but as it passed the stumps, the lad behind the stumps flicked the bail off with his fingers. Unbelievable. This is bowled by Helm to Borthwick. It's gone off towards the covers now.
I didn't bring it up, Ash, but all I will say is there is video evidence, and everybody can make up their own mind on social media.
What you'll see this one delivery, and none of the ones that I absolutely middled. So, typical BBC.
Budget cuts.
52 for 1. Helmin round the wicket. Finkel Lane defended by Borthwick, who got 55, didn't he, in the first innings?
He definitely got 50.
Yeah.
Then chip one back to Yadav, didn't he?
Yeah.
Maybe one again that did stop a little bit in the pitch.
55 he made. Lees made 46. Beddingham 62 and Jones the slight matter of 206.
Yeah, he struggled a little bit.
Yeah.
Got a beauty in the armpit, didn't he?
That's horrible, that. Yeah. Nasty. That's going to have a bruise on it.
They do hurt.
You'll have forgotten about it in the morning, go in the shower and it'll be stinging. Helm comes in. Third ball on a length, defended by Borthwick. Played out towards the covers towards Stoneman. Is Mark's dad down there today? He is. He's right out the window there. He's starting a Joe.
The real rock?
Just down there.
Yep.
He's got one of those, he's got one of those fishing gilets on that I was talking about yesterday. Does he go fishing?
Oh, they love a bit of the outdoors, the Stonemans, yeah.
Do they?
Yeah.
Other camping shops are available. 52 for 1. Helm in. Borthwick leaves that one. It bounces twice before it hits the keeper.
Lovely take.
Took it on the second bounce there, didn't he?
He did, two, yeah. One of those horrible ones that probably just a couple of feet in front of you and don't know whether it's going to hit you on the toe or in the teeth. That one's melted beautifully into the middle of Simpson's gloves. Not an easy pitch to keep on this one, with a bit of variable bounce and most of them not carrying greatly through to the keeper.
Yeah, Bernard Cribbins, a big cricket fan. He was a member of the Lord's Taverners Cricket Charity, and a big miss, I would imagine, among many in the country. And here in Chesley Street, we're not really going anywhere fast, because Durham in their second innings are 52 for 1. They did trail by 34 after eventually bowling Middlesex out this morning for 455. So John Simpson, who had 132 last night, was caught behind off Chris Rush within the first over. Rushworth's 600th wicket in first-class cricket. 1 wicket has fallen in this innings. Michael Jones got a really nasty delivery from Ethan Bamber, which whacked him in the armpit and clearly hurt. And then the next over from Bamber, he had him caught behind on 28. So Durham were 43 for 1 at that point. They're now 52 for 1.
Borthwick squirts this one away from Helm down through third man. And they get a comfortable 2, which moves Borthwick on to 3 and the score on to 54 for 1. Just bowled quite nicely, haven't they, after lunch? A little bit of pressure, and we're going to do the old just dial down Marty's got BBC Newcastle in his ear there.
It's a crackier than Ash, what do you reckon? 10 to 5?
Yeah, I bet they'd shake hands now if they could.
How are you going to... Can you get home today, Kev, or not?
Yes,
there is a train?
Yeah,
there are trains running, are there?
Is it tomorrow there's a strike as well?
I don't know.
Just been asked, can I do a game at Old Trafford?
It's too far north for you.
Old Trafford?
Yeah.
What's the train time from here to Old Trafford?
About 5 hours.
Depending on, yeah.
Goes around the back streets of Halifax, doesn't it? Bamber in the balls. You know what?
Down to York and across. Probably.
Yeah, I have never done a train journey to Manchester before. It's meant to be a very nice train journey.
Yeah, it'd be a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Get down to York and then across.
It goes down through Leeds, doesn't it? And then up towards Huddersfield, and then possibly Glossop or somewhere like that. I don't know. You go right over the top of the Pennines. It'd be quite nice views. Bamber bowls and played by Lees up to mid-off. So you think they're going there from here, are you?
What's there tomorrow? Oh, the Reliance Group. Yeah. We had them here Thursday and Friday. Some very talented lads, DeWalt Brevis and the young lad Stubbs, who made his debut last night and absolutely smacked it everywhere. He was playing last week as well.
So what is that and how does it work?
What I understand is that the Reliance Group are basically the company that own the Mumbai Indians, and they will employ these guys on a 12-month contract. And basically, I think Mumbai are looking into buying different franchises around the world, so potentially moving these players into different competitions around the world. So,
right.
So there was 5 or 6 lads that have played in the IPL, plus a group of youngsters.
Bamber coming round the wicket now to Lees. They've brought in Stoneman's gone into silly mid-on position, but the ball's gone through mid-wicket and they'll get a couple of runs here. So are these lads have they come over because they're going to be in 100 sides or not? Or?
No, I think the Reliance Group have just basically like a big training camp and a big tour for them to get some experience in different conditions. So the guy that was captain in one of the games was Jayed Nadkat, who's played nearly 100 IPL games, and then you have lads who are at the other end of the scale, haven't played many or any.
One slip in place as Bamber bowls to Lees, who hammers it along the floor. Is that Stoneman in there?
I think that's Robson at
Sam Robson.
Yeah, Rocky's at
He's taking his hat off now, isn't he?
Yeah.
So he's more or less standing on the track. He's just in front of the non-striking Borthwick on the adjacent wicket on the onside. So he's an advanced mid-on. Silly mid-on, possibly, would you say? Or would you need to be a bit closer in for silly mid-on?
Yeah, I think it's just a
short mid-on?
Short, straight mid-on, yeah, random.
Bamber right arm round to the left-hander, hooked into the ground and pulled away down towards long leg for one by Lees. After saying all the years it's been on, I've not really watched much IPL.
Yeah, I've been to India a few times, so I quite follow the Mumbai Indians.
I've never been to India.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place. Lots of haves and have-nots, people-wise, obviously, yeah. I'm a huge fan of the food, that is for sure.
What sort of food can you get there?
Fish and chips.
Yeah. Pinaculty.
Ham pie.
Kedgeree. Bamber comes round the wicket and bowls to Borthwick. This is pushed off towards the covers, no run there. There's a suggestion that curries, as we know them, are actually a British dish.
Yeah.
And it named after the curry which they were cooked in, and it was so. There's a story that
regions, aren't they? Rather in the UK, they are anyway. But it was.
But there's a story that one businessman in Birmingham started developing these sauces, which were a sort of mild spice for an English market in the 60s. But there's also a businessman in Glasgow claims to have been the person who came up with it.
Oh, okay.
After a drunk man came into his restaurant one night and demanded something.
Get Harry Hill to sort it out. As Helm comes in round the wicket, and this is defended out into the offside by Lees. But yeah, you definitely don't ask for a madras or something like that when you're in India.
No, well, a lot of the dishes we know
are made for the UK market.
And then you wouldn't find them in India, apparently.
Absolutely right. It's different, so different spices, so the north tends to be like creamier and buttery, and the further south you go, the kind of the revs start to hit up, and some regions eat with rice, others eat it with like naan breads and stuff like that, so it's really interesting. It's Helm again round the wicket. This one stays a little bit low, and Lees gets a toe of his bat to this one and defends it out into the leg side. But yeah, it's beautiful food. Great people as well, really good people. Love their cricket, obviously. 57 for 1 here.
I've been reading a book by Otto English called Fake History, where he looks at some of the biggest, most accepted facts from our history and then debunks
and challenges them.
And challenges them. So,
any examples?
Oh, there's lots. I mean, things that Churchill didn't actually say.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
There's Helm round the wicket. This one's fallen down the leg side and through to Simpson. A long way down the leg side, that one. Bit of extra effort maybe trying to fire in a Yorker. 57 for 1, Durham. And lead by just 23. Alex Lee's been out there for 70 balls on 22. Borthwick new to the crease on 3. Replacing Mike Jones, who nicked behind off the bowling of Bamber. There's Helm around the wicket, and this one's great line and length and defended out into the offside by Alex Lees.
In the book, this is what the writer says. He looks at how so much of what we take to be historical fact is in fact fiction, from the myths of World War II to the adventures of Columbus, and from the self-serving legends of, quotes, great men to the origins of curry. Fake history is everywhere and used ever more to impact our modern world.
I quite like the sound of that. But then who says what he's saying is true?
He's gone and researched a lot of it. There's lots of quotes attributed to Churchill that certainly were never said.
This one's banged in, and it's top edged down to fine leg, and the catch is taken. Didn't quite come through that short ball, and Helm picks up the wicket. I'm just trying to see who's caught that. I don't know if it's Robson down there at long leg, but it's spooned away off a big top edge, and a comfortable catch is taken, and Durham lose their second wicket and a 57 for 2.
They're only leading by 23.
Yeah, this is what I was just talking about with Kevin earlier.
Well, Kevin seems to believe that there will be wickets and Middlesex will be in a position to win this today, but I've never seen anything like that in nature this year. There's not been 10 wickets in a final day here. There's not been 12.
It's the kind of pitch I think if you wanted to score on, you could chance to give your wicket away. However, if you're prepared to just defend, then I think it's quite hard to bowl a side out. So Nick Maddinson is the new Durham batsman, their overseas player from Victoria. Has aspirations of putting the baggy green on again, which is why he's here. Wants to represent Australia in the red ball format. Could have quite easily gone and played white ball.
They've not said who took the catch, have they?
I don't know if it was Robson.
Peter Malan.
Peter Malan, sorry. It's just come up on the board there. I think everybody was waiting to find out who it was. It's one of those random things where everybody wears a name and number, but they haven't got them on their jumpers, so there's a few of the Middlesex top order that look very, very similar. Peter Milan, the man down at fine leg. Took a comfortable catch in the end. And Tom Helm picks up a well-deserved wicket. He has one for 11 now. Bamba has one for 20. And these two have put a bit of pressure back onto Durham after lunch. Two left-handers now at the crease for Durham as Helm stays around the wicket. As Maddinson on strike for his first ball. As Helm comes in, and this one hits the outside edge, and he is gone. Little nibble at that one, and a first baller for Nick Maddinson, and Helm crashing through the Durham top order here. Has 2 in 2 balls. Durham now with a little wobble on at 57 for 3. And that lead is not very large at all. It's only 23.
I'll tell you what, if they mess this up, they'll be hell on. There's already been quite a lot of angry messages from supporters in recent weeks.
I was just about to ask you, and I know you did not host the members forum at the club on Tuesday night, but have you heard any?
I've seen plenty of comments about it on varying forums.
Okay, and what's the general vibe?
Well, I think people were quite impressed with what they heard from the director of cricket.
Okay.
But not so from the coach.
Okay.
So, but I wasn't there, so.
David Bedingham, the new batsman. Middlesex on a roll here.
Gonna have to wait until the next over for the hat-trick ball.
Yeah, that does end the over. Durham 57 for 3. And David Bedingham joins Captain Borthwick out in the middle. Durham just having a little wobble.
I don't know why I wasn't asked to host it. I was never told. I've hosted them for years, and the first I really knew about it was when people were coming up to me in the stands asking why I wasn't doing it. So for whatever reason they chose to just have an informal head-to-head with the coach and the director of cricket, and people were allowed to ask questions direct to them. So
there you go.
New over. Bamba comes in and bowls. Oh, playing a miss from Borthwick as it goes through to the keeper. If Durham are bowled out here, then they might fancy that they could bowl Middlesex out. But as I say, we've just not seen anything like that this year on this ground.
It's interesting, they might be starting to get a little bit gloomy out there. Good bowling conditions, which it has been for a lot of the match, hasn't it, to be fair? But a really good spell after lunch here from Middlesex.
Bamba in again, left alone by Borthwick.
It's a good leave. Pitching on off stump and going across the left-hander. A little bit of chat now from the Middlesex fielders, who definitely have a bit of belief that maybe their master plan's working out all along.
In comes Bamba. Oh, that's nasty. That spits up and that's whacked. Scott Borthwick on the glove, and he walks away. He's left his bat in the crease and he's gone away. It's his left hand. He's dropped his glove, and that's pain etched all over his face.
That did spit up, similar to the ball that Mike Jones copped in the armpit.
Looks like he's got one right on the forefinger there.
Right on the finger. We might see the physio pop out and have a look, as the groundsman's been called for, I think, just to do a bit of footmark repair or foot hole repairs.
They're coming on with a blammer. Here's Mark carrying the blammer. There have been 3 hat-tricks against Durham. Hasn't been one since 1998. Danny Law for Essex here.
They gave him a job after that.
Yeah. And the other 2 came in the same game in 1994 at the racecourse. Vince Wells and Alamgir Sheriar.
Give Vince Wells a job as well.
Alamgir Sheriar, he was from Afghanistan, wasn't he?
I've got no idea.
Wells got Phil Bainbridge, Anderson Cummings and Chris Scott in the first innings. In the second, debutant Sheriar saw off the last 4 batsmen in 10 balls. Anderson Cummings, Chris Scott, David Graveney and Stephen Lugston.
Chris Scott's had a golden pair by the look of it. It's in both of them.
Yeah. Ben Raines on a hat-trick, is he? Right.
Yeah, 2 and 2 at the end, yeah.
Now the last hat-trick for Middlesex.
Good stats, Marty. Good research.
They've had 31. The most recent, Toby Roland-Jones against Yorkshire at Lords in 2016, when Middlesex won the title in the final game of the season. He claimed the wickets of Azim Rafiq, Andrew Hodd and Ryan Sidebottom, and that ended the match, didn't it, I think? Gave them the title.
Chaos at the end of that game, yeah.
Yeah, you also got one against Derbyshire in 2013, seeing off Tony Palladino, Tim Gronewald, and former Durham man Mark Turner, who you're still in touch with, aren't you?
Ah, very much so. I had the pleasure of spending a couple of hours with him on the international afternoon. It's a top man, Mark. Just he was on the cycling trip with your mate Neil the other week.
He was
in Rome. He managed to avoid cars, whereas Neil didn't.
Did he see Neil's incident?
No, he saw him afterwards.
He saw him afterwards. Yeah. Thankfully, Neil's back umpiring this week.
I couldn't believe it when you said that the other day. Yeah,
I thought he'd be in a full when he came home. I took him to the hospital. He had to lie across the back of my car because he had his leg in a total cast. He had his arm in a sling. I don't know how he got in or out, to be honest with you. And then he went crab-like across the road sideways because that was the only motion he could go in. But they were on the Foundation of Light charity bike ride when he lost the back end of his back wheel coming down a hill in Italy in Tuscany and hit a car.
You're not missing anything here, by the way. Scott's out there.
I think the car's been written off.
Has it? I bet his bike has.
Oh, his bike's snapped in two, yeah. Very lucky, really.
10 grand bike as well, I hear.
That wasn't. It was. I don't think it was that much, but Your Honour. No, it wasn't that much. Well, they've had a look at Borthwick's fingers. He had some magic sprays. He had some strapping put on there. He's got a bit of tape put on, hasn't he?
Don't know whether it's bought some blood. Maybe it's
his pointy finger on his left hand.
Maybe drawing a bit of blood, hitting the nail low down on the glove.
Who's the physio again?
I think that's Paul Curry, isn't it?
Paul Curry, it is.
Doc. Yeah, PK.
It is. It's Paul. Borthwick's bat's leaning against the leg stump.
Just brings a little bit more uncertainty, doesn't it?
Yeah.
3 quick wickets. Jones in the armpit, then dismissed. Now Borthwick's been wrapped on the gloves from a ball just back of a length.
Jamie's dad's tweeted, he says, they're making hard work of what should be a comfortable draw. They need to dig in now.
Come on, Alan. We can do it.
Right then, Bamber, having butted up Borthwick, is coming in for another go. Right arm over from the Lumley end. Borthwick plays this to short mid-wicket. It's collected by Stoneman.
It is, yeah.
They've all got their jumpers on, the Middlesex players, and they haven't got numbers on their jumpers because they're cable knit sweaters.
They're lovely traditional jumpers, aren't they?
Yeah. But how much money have they saved by not sticking numbers on them?
I don't know. They've still got the sponsor logo all over the front. That's what I find ironic. But they pay the bills, I guess.
Well, isn't the sponsor's logo knitted in?
It looks like it, doesn't it? Very smart.
Borthwick waits as Bamber bowls. It's pitched it up. It's defended. It rolls away towards mid-off.
Just enjoying listening to the Middlesex lads having a bit of a chat out there, which is nice.
Well, how old's the ball? It's 22.5, so it's still going to offer a bit for the bowlers, isn't it? Another 10-15 overs and it'll start to soften, and I think the game will just drift towards a draw then. This is defended by Borthwick.
He's played those well, hasn't he? The last few balls of that over after a nasty wrap on the gloves, right in behind them. The Durham skipper.
Do you want to come back in, Rob, for a bit, and then you replace me for a few minutes, and then I'll come back on at
Rob Rush just doing the technical things. Getting back in amongst it here. Durham just in the midst of a wobble here as Beddingham's about to take strike. Helm picked up 2 wickets with his last 2 balls and is now on a hat-trick. Which seems forever ago, doesn't it? After the innings break there, and here's Kev Hans come back with a big smile on his face, saying it was all part of the plan after all.
I said 10 wickets yesterday. Well, it justifies the batting on.
It does, yeah. Just like we talked about earlier, that if they got that 100 or 150 lead, then Durham would still be behind, wouldn't they? As Helm on a hat-trick comes in and Beddingham defends this very comfortably out into the offside for no run. Just 23 the lead. Durham 57 for 3. 2 new men at the crease, and these two have bowled brilliantly, Helm and Bamber, after lunch. Welcome back, Rob.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. It's Marty read out in the previous over, making Durham seeming now to make hard work of what should be a relatively comfortable conclusion to this game. Spices up a little bit though for the neutral.
Back to that Curry talk. This one's defended by Beddingham, back down the pitch for no run.
Middlesex won't want a chicken out of this one.
Here we go. This is good. This has miles, doesn't it? But we'll stop it. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. The world's gone mad. The world has gone mad.
Me and you like birds of a feather. Middlesex win this, I'll be ecstatic.
No, not having that.
Ecstatic. I'm sure you can hear this in the background. And
not having this.
I apologise. It was my own fault as well. It was my own fault. There's Helm. Bowls a lovely batter through to the wicket keeper. And it was beautifully taken by John Simpson, who just took it slightly on the inside of his body with beautiful soft hands and had nothing to do with yeah. Where do we go from here? Straight to Larage around the corner would be a good start, I think. Other restaurants are available in the Chester Street area. As Helm comes in over the wicket, and Beddingham has a little waft at this one down the leg side, but it goes safely through to Simpson. Rob, how you want to describe your cricket at lunch?
I mean, I think the less said about my batting, it's the better really. I got caught plumb OW on the crease. At least once, if not twice. Oh.
Wow.
He googled that.
Oh.
Hit a nice few shots and got a few wickets, but yeah, less said the better.
Yeah, that's Helm. Bangs this one in short, and Beddingham just defends it out onto the leg side.
I'm supposedly a spinner, but they just don't spin.
Okay.
Tried to get a few googlies going. I did get a little bit of turn every 20 deliveries.
Nude balls, they're known as in the trade.
Yeah, exactly.
Non-spinning spinners.
Yeah, just turn my arm over, try and keep the run rate down, but giving up too many floaty drives outside of off stump for Kev in particular to rip into.
We started off comms, and Kev looked like he needed Dennis Lilly's headband on. He was sweating as he raced back down, realising that play was just about to start.
Gonna say, has a discussion been had about how he got Marty out yet?
It has, yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, as that one is defended by Beddingham out into the offside for no run. Yeah, Marty thinks he was done dirty, and claiming that the keeper flicked the bail off.
We do have video evidence that should be going up on Durham's TikTok.
It's been mentioned
by the end of the day, so you can draw your own conclusions.
That's been mentioned. Maiden over from Helm there. He has 2 for 11. As this game just in a little holding pattern at the moment, as Middlesex just trying to take advantage of effectively having Durham 23 for 3. As Yadav just down in front of us starts to loosen up a little bit.
Bamber starts his run up in, and Borthwick just defends into the offside. Guess the positive thing for Durham here is you've got 2 experienced players at the crease.
Yeah, they have. I mean,
spoke about it yesterday, just the overall team, make sure there's a little bit of balance between experience and youth. Obviously, they've got young guys like Mcalindon, McIntosh.
Bushnell there, yeah, all part of they're all on rookie contracts, I think they call them, don't they? Where they're all in the kind of infancy of their career. But Middlesex will look at that also and think that them 3 guys are still to come if they can break through. There's that one decently through to the keeper there, and Simpson had a little snatch at it.
Because I think in the first innings, McIntosh didn't get Ben Rain came in ahead of him, and so did Matty Potts, looking obviously for quick runs to get before the declaration. But as you say, Middlesex will be looking, well, look, yes, we do have 2 experienced guys here, but Borthwick's only off 3 off 18, got wrapped on the glove quite nastily last over. Beddingham's still yet to get off the mark. If we can get one of these guys as well, really break the game open.
Absolutely.
As Borthwick flicks this down to fine leg for a single.
I mean, McIntosh is a more than capable batsman, scoring 50, I think 51 on debut.
He's also been very good with gloves this game.
He's tidy, do you know, he's improved a lot. There's not a lot of keeping options up here at Durham. They've had Ollie Robinson from Kent on loan for the Blast.
Interviewed him last year during COVID times. Very nice lad.
He's a good player. He's a good player, and he'll probably be looking for some first-team cricket, I would have thought, somewhere.
Well, he's got back in for Kent today due to Sam Billings testing positive for COVID, so we're able to use that as a light-flight replacement. But struggling a little bit for form this year. Obviously, I remember last year they mixed him around between middle order and opening. He got a fair few runs and suffering a bit of a lean year this year. It's Bamber full, and Beddingham just drives him to mid-off. And Kent, of course, having 3 wicket-keeper batters really in their
good ones
in their T20s, like Billings, the captain, Cox, who's a brilliant outfielder as well, and too many cooks spoiled the broth, and Ollie Robb was left looking for cricket, and obviously came up here for the Blast. I think the less said about Durham's T20 form, the better.
Yeah, it wasn't fantastic.
Bamber in again, and Beddingham now gets off the mark with a tap down to deep square leg.
Might be just time for a change of bowling here.
I have mentioned it a fair few times on comms. I do feel like Middlesex maybe just haven't got enough out of Yadav. I do feel like maybe, obviously they're paid the big bucks. Toby Roland-Jones is captain for a reason. He knows his squad. He knows strengths. He knows weaknesses. He's got the experience of when to bring guys on. But I do feel like Yadav, with basically 160 Test wickets for India, could have been used a little bit more. Bamber to finish over to Borthwick, who leaves this outside off stump. End of the over. Durham 59 for 3, leading by 25. Yadav was just going through some extended paces and strides. I think he's just got a little bit of a message from Roland-Jones
there, I think, in the next
I mean, it's also credit to how well everyone else has bowled. Bamber, this innings 1 for 22 off 8, going at under 3 and over. Helm, obviously 2 in 2, just missing Maddinson and Lees, was it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, top edge hook pull. Down the fine leg,
stuck in the pitch. Lee's got under it, threw the shot maybe a little bit too quick.
Definitely. But Helm is going to continue from the Finkel end, bowling to right-handed Beddingham. This one's falling, clipped off his pads nicely. Out to deep square leg for a single. There's a few men out there. There's a fine leg, a deep backward square, and a man just in front of square, all on the leg side. So Beddingham potentially expecting some short stuff there, but that was tucked away nicely.
They have used that quite a lot as a bluff tactic. There's not been much chin music, obviously the pitch being slow, and neither side have really having an express pace option to really bang it in on a short length. I know Durham used Mcalindon in the what some people would call the enforcer role, with not much effect, allowed Middlesex to gain quite a fair few runs yesterday evening. So slow, flattish pitch, not looking to exert the bowlers too much, stick to a good line and length and wait for the batters to make a mistake. And Durham have sort of played into that trap post-lunch. Good bowling from Middlesex, good captaincy from Roland-Jones.
They have been excellent after lunch. As Helm round the wicket to the left-handed Borthwick. This one's on a length and just played nicely back down the pitch for no run. Sometimes the really slow pitches are the hardest ones to play the short ball on, because instinctively
it's quite a fast shot to get through it. You pick up length straight away. You realise it's mainly in shot, and you have to get through the shot quickly in order to get contact on it. And when it does stick in the pitch, it just alters your timing by that half second, and that makes all the difference between you absolutely sending the bowler back over the ropes for 6 or picking up the man at long leg.
Indeed, as Lees did there. And Helm in, and this one is a bouncer and comfortably ducked under by Borthwick. I think Lee's top edged a pull in the first innings, didn't he? That went for 6 for miles down this towards.
Yeah,
us.
I think he got enough of it. It wasn't quite an edge, but it was definitely end of the bat. Didn't get it out in the middle, but it was a shortish boundary down here for the left-hander and cleared the rope. I think deep backward square was interested for a brief amount of time, but realised he was going to clear the rope with some ease.
Durham lead by 26 as Helm right arm round the wicket to Borthwick, and this beats him outside the off stump. An excellent delivery from Helm.
That do much of the pitch there?
I think it's straightened a little bit. I think it's angled in towards the stumps and then just possibly just nipped away a little bit.
We have seen it
to play.
Yeah, we've seen it varying times. Middlesex and both, I think Potts and when Durham have bowled, staying over the wicket to start with to left-hander and then coming round, Helm immediately going round the wicket, and obviously that allows that natural angle that a left-handed batter creates.
Absolutely right. As Helm right arm round the wicket, this is tucked away nicely off his hit by Borthwick. He'll look for 2 as this one goes out towards the members' side, and it comes back for a comfortable 2. Moves the score on to 62 for 3. Borthwick moves on to 6, Bedingham on 2. And the lead up to 28.
As you say, the overwhelming likelihood of the result here will be a draw, but as I've mentioned a couple of overgoes, if Middlesex can just prize one of these guys out, if they can force a mistake, only got 1 slip in a, I think it's a 5-4 field on the offside, but just get one of these guys out, just get another new batter in at the crease.
Yeah, crucial period here as Helm comes to finish off his over, and this one's edged towards first slip as it dies really off the outside edge. It doesn't carry through to Eskenazi in the armchair, and Borthwick collects another single, which moves the score on to 63 for 3 and moves him on to 7. Good delivery that from Helm, just taking the outside edge.
Will be Bamber to continue from the Lumley end. Yadav still going through his... Wonder if he's feeling the chilly weather a little bit, trying to keep himself warm.
Might be just sending a signal to the skipper to say, I'm ready, give me the ball.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be long before we see a double change here. It's been a decent spell after lunch for these two. Coming up towards an hour of cricket after lunch.
Well, I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. These two have managed to these two have forced all 3 wickets, so maybe give them a little bit of an extended run as Bamber's in and Borthwick flips this through mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket can't get the stop and they'll just sneak through for a single. Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. These two have got all 3 wickets in the innings, and especially Helm being on a hat-trick, you definitely give him a longer rope than you might have been anticipating, a longer spell. See if he can try and force something. Obviously saw the token over from spin from Mark Stoneman instead of Holman before lunch, and you did mention it, they have put there's a man out at fine leg, and there's one who's just gone to deep mid wicket, moved just slightly forward in front of square. Maybe just going to tempt him as Bamber's in, and this does rise off the pitch slightly back of a length, but Bedingham just able to defend into the offside.
It's one of those batters that plays and seems to have extra time when he bats, Bedingham.
I mean, there's been several people saying that when they've been calling for him for England, and then unfortunately I think it's the residency rules that are holding him back. He's got to do another...
He is still classed as an overseas player for Durham at the moment, yeah.
I think if I've got my research done correctly, I think he's got to do another 3 years before he's considered
I think he's
England
done 2
eligible
already now. It might be next year he becomes... Yeah.
Again, this pitch, it rises off the pitch and he's able to play it towards backward point.
Yeah, so I think he's got one more year, hasn't he, where he needs to complete his residency. Spending his lovely winters in the northeast.
Like I said, there's been a lot of talk around how, I watched him, I think, the first day against Leicestershire, where I think he got his 100 on the second day, but watching him bat on that first day was, as you say, it just seems like he's got a little bit more time than everyone else, which the top quality players do seem to have. So Bamba's into him again, and just as we've been teeing him off, he then plays and misses a one outside off stump.
Yeah, it's a good ball from Bamba again. I think just holding its line a little bit. But yeah, he's an exceptional player, Beddingham. Probably hasn't put the numbers up this year that he has in previous seasons. He injured his back in the gym prior to the Middlesex game down at Lords, and myself and Marty watched him really struggle through the T20 season to the point where he didn't play a few games.
Bamba into him again and gets forward and makes contact with the bat, this time into the offside.
Durham had the option of calling on AJ Ty, who was on holiday in the northeast. Spent the whole time playing in the Blast. Ended up playing a game for Chesley Street as well while he was here. His club. He's played a lot of club cricket up in the northeast. And obviously Ashton Turner was injured in one of the first games, did his shoulder.
Bamba to finish the over, and again gets a little bit of extra zip off the surface and fizzes outside the edge, almost up at the gloves really of Beddingham, that delivery.
It's taken at shoulder height, that by Simpson. That one did get through. We are going to see Yadav in a change at the Finkel end. That was another good over, that from Bamba.
Just a single, I think it was. 64 for 3, the lead is 30. And as you mentioned, Ash, Yadav replacing Helm.
Sending all the signals, hasn't he, all day? Ready, Skip, I'm ready to come and have a ball. And you feel that this is a big period in the game. The pitch is just starting to maybe go a little bit up and down. The extra pace of Yadav. How will that react to this surface?
Helm has just made his way up into the dressing room, so someone's on as 12th man for Middlesex. Can't quite figure out where he's fielding. So like you say, they've all got, Bamba's I think is the only outfield or player fielding who's not got his sweater on, so it's easy to pick him out. But apart from that, everyone else is in there knitted.
Beautiful cable knit Middlesex sweaters.
Just a 4 overs so far for Yadav here to start his 5th.
And he is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Borthwick. And that is straight enough and doesn't bounce a great deal, and Borthwick defends this one back to the bowler for no run.
Something we've seen as the game's gone on, a little bit of variable bounce. Me and Kev, there's been a couple that have bounced twice through to Simpson, bounced once, carried through at a height. We saw it from Bamba the last over, Simpson taking a couple at shoulder height. So definitely some variable bounce, and as we mentioned, Durham these two have just got to knock some of the overs off remaining out the game.
Yeah, time's important here. As Yadav, right arm round the wicket, the experienced Indian international, and this one, there's a little bit of a flirt and then a drag of the bat away from Borthwick, trying to convince us that he's left that one, where I think he's had a little nibble at that as it goes through to Simpson behind the stumps.
Straight on the money.
Yeah, he is, and you would expect that from somebody of his experience. I think you mentioned that
158 test wickets.
Test wickets, 34 years of age I think he is now. Played a lot of cricket.
Knows his game inside out as well.
Yeah, good operator. As Yadav comes around the wicket, this one's clipped down the leg side. A little bit aerially by Borthwick, but safe enough as there is only a fielder down at deep square leg. And he collects another single, moves himself on to 9. And the score on to 65 for 3.
Yeah, Durham just got to now just take as much time out of the game as possible. We can't risk a catastrophic collapse, which would very much leave Middlesex with a wide open door to scoop in and take the win.
This is where you start looking at the overs remaining as much as what's on the scoreboard.
Yeah, we were building this up last night and early this morning to right, how quickly can we get to 10-5 and shake hands and all this over. Middlesex right now are looking at going, well, hang on a second.
Yeah, I agree.
We've got 7 wickets to take.
Yadav this time over the wicket to Beddingham, and it's a bouncer that sails comfortably through to Simpson behind the stumps.
Got 53 overs left after this one's completed. Might just be in a little, not a lull, but a smooth phase in the game where not many opportunities come around. But
Durham will be happy with that at the moment, I think.
Whereas Middlesex look to keep forcing the issue and get something, just a one slip in for Yadav.
And this one's punched off the back foot by Beddingham out into the cover point region where Stoneman does the fielding but can't prevent a single. Beddingham moves on to 3 and the score on to 66 for 3.
Underrated aspect of the left-right hand combo. Just get your singles where you can. It's nothing major. It's not going to dishearten Middlesex a lot. It's not going to, it's not going to make him think, oh, we can't win this game now. But just the annoyance of having to rotate the field round.
Definitely. As Yadav comes in, and this one's short up into the ribcage of Borthwick, who tucks it out to the man at deep square leg for another single. That ends the over from Yadav. His 5th, he has none for 11. The score moves on to 67 for 3 with Borthwick on 10, Beddingham on 3, and a lead of 33. You alright to come back on? I've just tried to turn my mic off and I realised I'd turned Rob's off. Trying to bail myself out.
It's fine, I'm pretty sure the listeners would prefer listening to you than me anyway, Ash.
I doubt that very much.
Bamber to continue. As you say, a very long spell for him post-lunch, but suppose he's earned it with the wicket. And only going at 2.6 and over.
He's worked hard, hasn't he?
Skipper, the actual club captain, Tim Murtagh, giving himself a break for this game. Bamber making up part of the 4-man seam attack and has repaid the faith.
He's bowled well. Bowled very well.
In he comes past the umpire, bowls, and Borthwick just drives him to mid-off for no run. Got a slip. Gully or very, very wide 4th slip. Max Holden, I think, at backward point. Cover. Mid-off, mid-on. Shortish mid-wicket. 2 mid-wickets. One slightly squarer. One short. And a Yadav at long leg as Bamber in again. And Borthwick flicks this to the slightly squarer mid-wicket for no run. Seen that a couple of times now from Middlesex, having the 2 shortish mid-wickets. One.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a theme in the game, hasn't it? I think Durham employed it. Might have even had 3 short in on the leg side at one
I remember
stage.
Down at the Oval, I think Rory Burns got really expensive and had 4 of them. He had 4 short mid wickets in. He had a leg slip as well. I suppose down at the Oval, it's very much a batting friendly deck, 90% of the time. As Bamber is in again, slightly fuller, and Borthwick drives him to mid off for a dot. I wonder, instead of maybe Holman coming back, Skipper might bowl himself again. I think seems done the damage so far. I think John Simpson saying at end of play yesterday that they were looking to see if there's a little bit of spin. Don't think Stoneman found all too much, so Skipper might bring himself back as Bamber charges in again and slightly on the rise, and Borthwick withdraws the gloves. Slightly back of a length?
Yeah, it has bounced again, similar to the one that hit Borthwick on the finger and Jones in the armpit. There is just that odd one that is just lifting through to the keeper. It's good by Bamber, charging in here, trying to get this important breakthrough for Middlesex, whilst the 2 Durham batsmen trying to settle in here.
Bamber in again, and Borthwick flicks him to the finer mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, it's good. This good pressure from Middlesex. Like I said, we all thought this was drifting out to a boring draw, and then an excellent first hour after lunch sees Middlesex pick up 3 wickets, just give themselves a sniff. Say Durham lead by 33. There's 52 overs still remaining in the day. So still a lot of cricket to be played. If you're a betting man, money would probably be still on a draw. But Middlesex trying to throw themselves into a position where they can bowl Durham out.
Bamber to finish over, and Borthwick defends on the back foot up the track. Remains 67 for 3, another maiden over, his 3rd of the innings. 1 for 23 off his 10 overs.
I'll do this over, Marty, and then you can jump back on. Perfect. .33 the lead.
Bamber now does opt for his knitted.
Yeah, he might be done.
Knitted jumper.
Might be a sign. Might see a bit of Roland-Jones from the Lumley end. Just have keep an eye on him throughout this over to see who maybe starts stretching as he actually does begin. As Yadav over the wicket to Bedingham, who on the walk a little bit, pushes this one back to the bowler for no run. As Roland-Jones, does start stretching, as we'll see him follow an excellent spell from Bamber at the Lumley end. So Middlesex fielders continue to get behind their bowlers. So they're trying to push through for a couple of key wickets here. As Yadav bustles in, right arm over the wicket. Bedingham pushes this one forcefully to mid-off for no run. Still have interesting field. We've got a man out in the deep, probably a deep forward square leg. We've got a square leg in place and a long leg, so a man catching at mid-wicket, a mid-on to a ring in the offside. Roland-Jones at mid-off, round to cover and a backward point with just the one slip in place. As Yadav bowls this one full and straight, and it's timed beautifully to square leg, but straight to the man for no run.
Well, the square leg glove's chatting with the umpire.
Yeah, well, there's nothing else to do, really, is there? I think it's Stoneman there at square leg, so he's probably been on the circuit for long enough to know most of the umpires out there, and they'll be having a chat. Probably knowing Rocky, it might be about fishing or something to that effect, or
Roland-Jones just going through some stretches at mid-off.
He is indeed, as Yadav comes in. Bedingham, his weight just slightly back, pushes this one out into the offside for no run.
Is that fishing outside the off stump?
Oh, and another bad pun in there.
Boom.
Should have kept the tally really over the 4 days of how many bad puns we've had.
It's not punny.
Oh.
Thankfully, I'm leaving very shortly. The listeners are probably saying exactly the same thing. As Yadav comes in and he bangs this one into Bedingham, who just gets right in behind that one and pushes it out into the leg side for no run. Just hit that stalling pattern now, hasn't it, where Durham know that time is just as important as runs at the moment.
Hampshire needs 17 to beat Yorkshire.
Hampshire just require 17, Marty's saying, to beat Yorkshire down at Scarborough.
Daniel Bell-Drummond has just passed 50 at Old Trafford.
And Yadav, last ball of the over, and fizzes through to the wicketkeeper. Bedingham allows that pass through. End of the over. Lead of 33. Durham 67 for 3. Bedingham on 3. Borthwick on 10. And I'll pass you back on to Marty, who'll join Rob.
Thanks, Ash. Kent not going well outside of Daniel Bell-Drummond. 75 for 5. Washington Sundar, Lancashire's overseas player, doing a fair bit of the damage. And it is indeed the skipper, Toby Roland-Jones, who brings himself back on to replace Bamber.
Looks like Northants Might have a bit of a run chase later on. Gloucestershire 312 for 7 at Cheltenham. They are only ahead by 150. Still a bit of time left in that game. Is that you done, Ash? Right. See you next Thursday then at South Northumberland. Mr. Church will be in town for Durham, Surrey, in the opening game in the One Day Cup for Durham. Surrey will have already played a match by then. Start of a new over, and Borthwick forward to this delivery from Roland-Jones. And he angles in, and he gets the bottom of the bat on it just there. Who's that? Oh, Marcus
North.
That list I was looking through stopped. Didn't it stopped about 1980. So yeah. Roland-Jones, none for 11, 5.1 overs. Comes in and bowls. Oh, that was in the air. It's just wrong-footed. Mark Stoneman in mid-wicket from Borthwick, and it's gone for 4 towards the Castle stand. It was just a yard or so to Stoneman's left-hand side, but it was in the air. It wasn't high in the air, but it was certainly a catchable height. It was around about waist height. I thought from this angle, way down at fine leg to the left-handed batsman, that he'd put it straight towards the hands of Stoneman there.
Sussex not going too well at Trent Bridge, 118 for 6, requiring another 280, or more likely to bat out the rest of the game.
Roland-Jones in again. That's gone through to the keeper. Just trying to remember the...
Elsewhere at Chelmsford, Somerset have now pushed themselves into the lead. A maiden first-class ton for Tom Banton. 555 for 4. That one very much draw central.
Run chases here between these two. The game in 2012 when Durham won. As the bowler comes in, this is defended by Borthwick. It was the first game that Paul Collingwood had actually been able to take the team as the skipper while playing, because in what turned out to be Phil Mustard's last match as skipper, Chris Wright got Paul Collingwood on the hand and broke the bones in the back of his hand, so he missed the next 2 matches. And after that Warwickshire game, the T20 started, and then Mustard was relieved of the captaincy duties. Roland-Jones in, Borthwick forward to this one. It goes towards backward point, no run. So Durham had got themselves in a pickle. It was that really wet summer of 2012 where they just couldn't get games finished. There were draws. They hadn't won. It was game number 10, I think. But they hadn't lost that many. They just couldn't get wins on the board. And then they were bowled out here for 102, and I was hosting the members forum in the pavilion, and everybody was angry, and this was going to be said and that was going to be said. A bit like this week from what I gather. So Roland-Jones comes in again. That's chopped down into the ground by Borthwick and bounces over the stumps to the keeper. Just seeing where it bounced. Ooh, just wide of off stump, nearly hit off stump. Nervy little moment there. End of the over, 71 for 3, the lead's 37 here on the BBC. Anyway, Paul Collingwood stood up, introduced himself as the new captain, welcomed everybody in the room, and basically said, look, we've had a hard season, but we just need one win. With the points available, you get one win, you get up and running, you get in amongst it. And he said, yeah, we've been bowled out for 102 today, but that wicket out there is awful. It's a minefield. Bat on. And he said we could bowl them out for the same total tomorrow. And Middlesex were only chasing, I think, 119 to win. 117 to win, and Durham bowled them out for 102 the next day and won the game. So can't see that sort of thing happening here though, but not now.
Well, it depends who you ask. You're asking Kevin here. Yeah, so he'll say Middlesex win all the way.
But reality and Kevin Hand are not really common bedfellows, I would say. Yeah, keep saying 10 wickets. We haven't seen 10 wickets on a final day here this year. Nowhere near that.
Yadav in, and Beddingham squirts this down to backward point for a quick single. Liam Travaskis just down in front of us, coming back from a net session.
Just need a partnership to develop here. Just, another 10, 15 overs with this ball, and the ball's deadened, the wicket's slow, and that
should be that.
Yeah,
but
it should. Still 50 overs to go today. If it gets to this situation where it's needed, Middlesex would have 1 over with a new ball later.
pushed into the offside by Borthwick off the back foot. No run.
But I think, losing 3 quick wickets, Durham, they were going along nicely. Jones then got himself caught behind, having been hit by Bamber in the previous over. There was no need for Lees to try and hook Helm when he did, and he top edged down to fine leg, and then Maddinson went first ball, and it got needlessly nervy. It didn't have to be like that at all. So Durham now need to undo all of those few moments of trouble.
Borthwick cuts this in front of square, and it's a no ball by Yadav. Overstepping on the front foot. Sussex have just lost their 7th down at Trent Bridge, and forgot to mention they actually started a day later than us up here, so they're currently on day 3, not looking like they're going to head to a relatively comfortable win.
Tees at 3:40 on the final day. It's at a fixed position on the final day, and then the final hour signalled when there's 16 overs left.
Yadav again round the wicket, and Borthwick goes back and defends into the offside.
Or if there's still loads of overs left, they signal the final hour at 5, but then they're meant to get those overs in.
Lots of chat out from the Middlesex fielders as Yadav turns in around the wicket, and Borthwick again defends off the back foot for a dot.
Bradley says it's the same situation every game. Durham trying to turn an easy draw into a loss. I don't necessarily agree with that. There've been quite a few games where they've been on top and couldn't get the final wickets. There's been 1 or 2 where they've held on. And Knight, he said, Durham have to dig in again now, and then Bradley said otherwise they'll be chasing 150. At the minute, the lead is just 40.
Yadav.
Oh, that's a no ball.
Tried to play.
That's gone for 4.
4 no.
What on earth?
He tried to bang it in short, and
well, he did.
Banged it in too short in the end, and Simpson had no chance.
Where did that pitch? Did that even hit the far end of the wicket, or did it pitch at this near end of the wicket? It's bounced so high, it's left the wicket keeper with absolutely no chance. It's looped way over his head and away down for 4. The lead's now 46. What a delivery.
See what Yadav does for a follow-up act. Round the wicket again.
Shot.
Back of a length, and Borthwick's able to play this on the up past backward point for 4. A very good shot from the Durham skipper. Durham now move to 84 for 3.
Can you hear the news there? Yeah. What was it? 3 minutes past 3, so tease. 37 minutes away. Here's the update. Well, Essex bowled out earlier for 455 and a lead of 34. Durham started off quite decently in their second innings. They had 43 on the board, and then they got themselves into a bit of a nervous fix that started when Michael Jones took a blow from a ball from Ethan Bamber, which whacked him in the armpit. It looked really painful. The following over from Bamber, he got him caught behind for 28, and then just a few overs after that, 3 or 4 overs after that, Alex Lees trying to hook Tom Helm, top-edged down to Peter Milan at fine leg and was out for 22, and Nick Maddinson went first ball caught behind. So Helm was on a hat-trick. He didn't get it. Things have settled down a little bit since then. Durham had 81 overs to bat out when they came out to start their second innings, and there are now 49 remaining in the day. David Beddingham has 4, Scott Borthwick 18, and they're 84 for 3. They lead by 50. Roland-Jones, right arm over, Lumley end, bowling to Beddingham. Beddingham defence. So, do you think you're going to get home tomorrow then?
I hope so.
Yeah.
LNER are striking on Saturday.
Right.
So
just been looking on one of the rail apps, trying to work out Kev's journey home, and it's listing signalling issues in varying places. So I don't know if those signalling issues are signalling issues or they're issues because signallers are not at work. I don't know. There was ball here by Roland-Jones, is defended by Beddingham. Was the signallers strike meant to be today? No?
I think it was, and
certainly they mentioned something about signals in our travel reports earlier today when we were first on air. And there's that, so it seems a bit of a coincidence. So.
I think my train from Newcastle is 5:45, so it's one that will get me in about. Eventually, I'll get back to my hometown about 10 to 11 tomorrow evening if everything runs smoothly.
In comes the bowler. Oh, played back up. It was in the air momentarily there from Beddingham, just to the right of him.
So hopefully I'll get back. If not, then I'll have a little bit more time up in the northeast. Of course, being a uni student at Sunderland Uni, got quite used to this. Got quite used to the area over the last 9 months or so.
Where are your little bolt holes in Sunderland then? Where do you like to venture to?
Very good question.
Roland-Jones in, bowls. Played back up to mid-on, no run.
Student nights are Wednesday evenings, so
that's the centre of town, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's quite busy, doesn't it?
Everyone hits the centre of town for that. It's a very good point. I
ever venture over the coast and down the seafront? You tend to stay south side of the river.
I think. I'm not that good with geography, so I'd venture a guess it's doing south side.
The university where you go is the north side of the river, and the coast is just along from there. Roland-Jones bowls, pulled by Beddingham down towards long leg for 1 run. If you continue along past your university, you would come to the beach basically.
I'd say stay probably south.
Yeah,
south. Then
I could tell by the fact you didn't know where the beach was. That the answer was no.
I haven't ventured out. I probably needed to venture out a little bit more, which I've made a bit of a promise to myself to get out a bit more in second year and properly explore the region. Do some non-league work for Wickham FC, taking care of their social media accounts. That has me busy on a Saturday.
Wickham in Tyneside, yeah. That's up in Gateshead.
Yeah.
Up on the hill. In comes the bowler. That's a top edge out towards there. Oh, this backward square leg. It bounced awkwardly. It was one of those where you weren't sure he was going to get to it, and a bit of a life there for Borthwick.
Don't think he
got 2 men on the hook.
I don't think he caught it in the air.
No, he didn't. It bounced in front. Who is that?
I don't think he caught it though off the bat. I don't think he picked it up. Might be because it's him and Yadav.
The ball landed about a yard or so in front of him, and he's hurt his knee going down to try and stop it.
It's Holman down at deep backward square, and Yadav obviously at long leg because he's bowling from this end. I don't think Holman picked it up straight away. I think if he had, Borthwick would have been a goner. But as you say, Martin, he's given another life and takes, I think, just a single to move him round to 19. And leaves him now on strike to Yadav. Sets off. Bowls around the wicket and Borthwick just prods into the offside. I think they might have actually caught Holman on the knee. He's walking around quite gingerly now at a backward point. He's stretching it out, and I think when he finally worked out where the ball was and tried to come round to get himself in catch position, he then slipped. So he slipped and then fielded it. I'm wondering whether the tumble that led to slippers just left him a little bit of discomfort. He's definitely not looking 100%. As Yadav bowls to Borthwick, who just defends into the pitch.
Looking on our travel system here, it says the strike action it mentions is on Saturday. That's LNER.
Yeah, but been informed by my dad texting in. Signalling fault between Leeds and Wakefield, and that's led to knock-on impact.
Yeah.
So we have a result at Scarbados. Hampshire have chased down Yorkshire's target and have won by 7 wickets.
That's them still believing in them in the title then.
Oh,
that's a good ball.
Very good delivery from Yadav, testing Borthwick on the outside edge, and very unlucky not to grab an edge. I think Surrey have got to chase down 248 to beat Warwickshire down at the Oval. To have a quick look on Play Cricket and see where they are.
Question online here whether a draw ends any promotion hopes from Durham. Well,
did they have any to start with?
Well, they haven't shown any promotion form at all this year. So
Yadav continues around the wicket, short of a length, and Borthwick plays it soft hand into the ground, and again it's Holman with the fielding. Again another slip for him. Surrey are currently 121 for 1, and they require 127 more. So my immediate inkling is that they should chase that down before close of play. So yeah, I mean, Hampshire are now in a position where can't afford to drop anything. Yadav in again, round a wicket, slightly back of a length, and pushes Borthwick back onto his stumps.
This is the live table.
We've closed in.
Yeah, so this is the second division table. I'm looking at the Durham situation here with the bonus points they've picked up in this game. They're now on 117. Worcestershire, who lost to Derbyshire, are on 130. Derbyshire now 4th, and they are on 155. Middlesex currently on 157. If this is a draw, then obviously Durham would end up on 123, so they'd be 7 behind Worcestershire, but still 22 behind Derbyshire.
Again, back of a length from Yadav, and Borthwick just prods this to mid-off. Maiden over for Yadav. 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 20, and Middlesex Durham remain on 86 for 3.
Nottinghamshire are top with 179.
They should force through a win against Sussex.
What was this crack there?
Well, Sussex have got...
Hey?
Got a day to go, haven't they?
Yeah, they started a day later, so they've just got to pick up 3 more Sussex wickets. Or if Sussex do want to chase it down, they've got 269 more to get.
So Notts are going to end up with another 16 points, aren't they? It's 95 they'll have. It's gone down to fine leg for 1 by Beddingham. So what will they have? They'll have 195. Middlesex with a draw here would have 163. So that's is that a 32-point lead? Notts would have, is it? Yeah. Glamorgan have 160, having already finished. Middlesex win 173 against 195. What's it looking like in Division 1?
Great minds think alike. I just looked for that as well.
Well, if you've got the Division 1 table there, on Cricinfo it's live and adds in the points as they go along, so it'll give you an idea of who's where. Roland-Jones to Borthwick. That's a leave. Oh, that's an awkward bounce. They're going to get a bye here. It's bounced nastily in front of the keeper and bounces away from him. I think it hit him possibly on the bottom of the gloves and then the knee, and it rolled away down towards fine leg. So an extra there for Durham.
BBC Sport also has a live table. Hampshire have briefly gone top, leading by 6 points, but Surrey, if they do get over the line, will jump back up.
Roland-Jones to Beddingham and playing a miss. That leaves him late beyond the off stump. Through to the keeper. I mean, in reality, what we've seen so far from Durham this year, 1 win, and this is now game number 10. There's been no evidence so far that there's any promotion push coming.
If
it's just very much similar to the previous.
If there is one,
it's far too many draws.
If there is one, it's coming very, very late.
Roland-Jones again bowls. This is defended. I think realistically, they've got to be making sure they can avoid finishing in the bottom two. And you would feel Leicestershire are adrift. They only have 66 points. I mean, they're way behind. So they're probably likely to finish bottom, but I mean, Sussex could still catch Durham at some point. Durham have played Sussex down there, but they haven't played them up here. They've still got to play Leicestershire in the last few group games as well. That will be down in Leicester. Sussex is Durham's last home game in September in the Championship. Roland-Jones to Beddingham. It's a shortish ball. It's pulled out towards the square leg boundary for one. And things just seem to have settled again here now, don't they? And if there is a wicket, well, it's not my fault because I'm commentating on a cricket match and these things happen, but don't believe in any of that nonsense. But I said once the ball had started to get up towards 40 overs, it would flatten down again. It's just really been that top edge from Borthwick. So the lead's 55. Roland-Jones coming in from the Lumley end, bowls a short one to Borthwick. That's an interesting one because he almost jumps up and into that one while trying to jump down and away from it. And he's bouncing up and down on his toes as he came down again.
Yeah, did a few extra squats, getting a little bit of an extra workout in. 89 for 3, lead at 55. What time did you say T was, Martin? 3:40?
Yeah.
So 24 minutes until.
Should we get Kev back on for a few overs then? Ernie's crushed. Don't know where he's been. I think he's been trying to sort out his social life or something. No, doesn't need sorting out.
Hurt my crust with that last ball at a session at lunch.
Yeah.
You're first.
No ball.
And last.
I actually hurt my hand bowling.
You did, I know.
I think I was gripping the ball too hard.
Is it? Have you got electricity in your fingers?
Well, yeah, I have nerve issues.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is it thoracic nerve through there? Is it?
Yeah, maybe. And I damaged my fingers on holiday a few years ago. Jumping into a swimming pool, I bashed them off the side. I should have gone.
Mate.
I probably should have gone and got them X-rayed.
Oh, it's like going out with Mr. Bean going.
Yeah, I know.
Bashing into everything.
Yeah. Oh, what's that coffee?
Oh no, that's horrible. That's horrible. Did you end up in the hospital on holiday as well then?
No, I didn't know.
Just had a couple of pints.
Borthwick's getting some painkillers brought out here. He got wrapped on the finger earlier. And he's got a piece of.
Well, I was just working out Middlesex's tactics. We discussed them at great length, didn't we? We worked out last night. Could Middlesex get to 400, have a quick dash, and maybe have them 50 for 3 at some point, effectively?
And then none of that happened.
Well, they're currently effectively 55 for 3, aren't they, Durham?
Yeah, but
time's lost.
They didn't have a dash last night, so
no.
This is where you question
time lost, isn't it?
What on earth were their tactics last night when they're just pootling along. Do you want your socks back, Ash, or not?
Don't forget your socks.
You can keep the socks. a gift from Mr. Thorpe.
We should have them framed, memorial socks on the wall there, shouldn't we?
Yeah. Tell you what, it's not even Christmas.
We could frame the ones I wore that day as well.
Well, Scott Borthwick's just taken some painkillers there and a drink, and he's just had a wipe down. He took a really nasty blow on his pointy finger on his left hand. Is that your index finger, the pointy one? There's a middle one, your index. First finger, your pointy finger, isn't it? First finger. Index finger's the next one, isn't it? Short one here from Yadav at the start of the 36th over, bowling to Beddingham and bagging into his crease there, expecting that one to rise up high, and it didn't, and then suddenly was pushing out a low delivery, pitched short and stayed low. Hampshire winning by 7 wickets in Scarborough. Yadav right arm over. Short one again, and that's fended down into the ground by Beddingham, and that's wrapped him on the hand. And the physio's going to have to be waved on, and Beddingham looks to be in a great deal of pain here, and he's going to have to go off, I think. split his finger. He's holding his hand out as if he can't bend his finger. I don't think he can bend his finger. He might have broken his finger here. That is not good news for him, for Durham, or indeed with the One Day Cup just around the corner next week. Paul Curry, the physio, is running on. Durham are going to end up battered and bruised and bloodied it this way. Middlesex turn into naughty tactics because they can't get the wickets.
That was your lot upstairs at lunch turning the aircon on when I started batting. Still not happy about that.
Oh, Paul the physio is currently having a look at that finger.
What's the lower order like, Marty?
They've scored quite a few runs. Oh, has he dislocated it?
Go on, you got the binoculars, you tell us.
He hasn't sort of yelped or jumped yet.
That's Lucy yelping, is it?
Yeah. Still receiving treatment. Well, he's being examined by the physio. But if Beddingham has to go off retired hurt here, this is a massive blow for Durham, and it's as good as a wicket for Middlesex. Durham will effectively be 4 down, and this will end a partnership that has been doing decent work from a Durham point of view. It's only 32 runs, but it's the time they've occupied, 82 balls. Is he going to bat on here? Magic spray, webbing. We'd have to have his fingers strapped together. He is getting his fingers strapped together. Oh! He jumped there. Well, he's getting a bandage put around his first finger on his right hand. So he's a right-hander. So he's got a first finger injury. Borthwick's a left-hander. He's got a first finger injury. And this is quite the delay. So this might see us delayed going into tea here. Could be.
Oh goodness me! It's 20 minutes to tea.
Yeah, that we end up with a rather lengthy final session of this game, which would just sum up the last 3 days, really. 7 o'clock finishes.
Yeah. Oh, mind you, Middlesex got a train to catch, haven't they? They got their eyes on the 6:40. No delay, all right. Yeah, tea will be taken on time, come what may. Durham 3 down, leading by 55. Second week in a row, Middlesex chasing wickets on the final day. Still, it goes on. Having a good look at that finger. All of a sudden, that couple of sessions we did lose in the match now look pretty costly. For the most part, we were saying today, well, even if they'd have had those 2 sessions. Long old pause. Beddingham on 7, Borthwick on 19. That he's 6th over of the innings. Well, if they were 4 down now, if he wanders off, I mean, he's staying out there, so you'd assume that he's. You know, the umpires are out obviously having a look now as well to say, well, what are you doing? Are you staying out? Are you going off? It looks as though he's staying out. The umpires are happy. We're ready to get going again.
So it's a case of snap, possibly literally, but with these 2 batsmen, they've both got the same injury. They've both got their fingers strapped up now. Expect some more ferocious stuff, and Beddingham batting there with a short leg in place as well, under the helmet. Hence his desperation to try and get on top of that and fend it down, but the ball jammed his finger against the bat handle. he's trying to bat with his glove on here, and he's going off.
Ooh.
He's going off.
After all that.
He can't hold the bat anymore, so he's retired hurting 7, and this is not good from a Durham point of view.
Well, you'd imagine if anything happened, he'd be able to come back out and bat later on. But off he goes for now. Slow walk. We're going to clap in a minute when he gets off.
That's as good as a wicket, that.
Well, it is. Retired, not out, Beddingham, 7. And off he goes. It is as good as a wicket. You're right, Marty. But whether he's come back out again, if those painkillers kick in and he can grip the bat in a little while if needed to come back in, who knows? We shall see. But yeah, blow. Blow all right for. It's a blow as much for Birmingham rather than Durham at the moment, 'cause 6 wickets standing, leading by 55. There's only 45 overs left. The other thing Middlesex took out of the equation, of course, this morning by batting on was, or last night indeed, batting on as well, which is fancy with their 3 or 4 or 5 overs up last night, was a second new ball. But realistically, by the time we'd have got to the second new ball tonight, they were probably far enough ahead, Durham, that it wouldn't have mattered. But that's not in the equation at all. 35th over, 45 remain of the game.
There's a new batsman then. Oh, Jonathan Bushnell's the new man. Same again, Yadaf says somebody as he bowls a short one, and Bushnell fends it down a short leg, and he's got hit on the glove. He goes for a little walk now.
Could there still be a little twist in this? A few twisted fingers out there at the moment. Twisted body parts for Durham. They've taken a bit of a battering.
Yeah, I have the Indian international bowler. Right arm quick. That thuds into Bushnell's pad and goes off towards backward square leg. Big question now for Durham is, can they get the tee without losing another batsman? Yeah, Davin bowls, turned by Bushnell, he's off the mark. He's played that nicely between square leg and backward square leg for 2 runs. Got 182 a few weeks ago for the second team. I think he got a 50 on. Was it 51 on his Durham debut? $187 he got in Crosby against Lancashire. That one comes off the shoulder of the bat and goes off towards point. No run there. End of the over. A bruising over from a Durham point of view. He got 66 against Worcestershire in a draw here in Chesley Street. I think that was his county championship debut. Tom McIntosh, he got 50 on his debut against Derbyshire. So Durham, a 91 for 3/4, lead by 57. 45 overs left today, and 10 minutes to go to tea. I would imagine that Beddingham will now be in the pavilion with his hand in a bucket of ice. He might have to go for an X-ray. He thinks he's cracked his finger. Roland-Jones here bowling to Borthwick. That's gone down to fine leg, 1 run. He moves on to 21.
Lots of chatter out there. Be quite the effort, wouldn't it?
Right set of chatterboxes. He says, I didn't expect this when we turned up this morning. I was worried we'd not get any play. Now I've gone to Durham fighting for the draw.
Here comes Roland-Jones. He bowls and left alone, outside off by Bushnell. 92 for 3, leading by 56. Does that say, or 58?
58.
58.
Reminder, if you are of a Sunderland persuasion, Alex Neil, the manager, was in the studios last night on Total Sport. You can listen to that again on BBC Sounds.
Roland-Jones on a length. Oh, that climbs through to the gloves again.
Have you got any footy on Saturday?
No. Day off on Saturday.
Not going down to Gander Green or anywhere?
MCC game on Sunday. Can't remember who they're playing. Lords Stadium announcing.
Are you?
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lords.
Is that how you have to do it?
Yeah. No, you don't actually. They want to loosen up a bit this year, they said. A bit more friendly, a bit warmer.
Why don't you guys say,
Good day, everybody, welcome to Lords, and have a lovely day today.
Roland-Jones bowls just outside off, 92 for 3. The cast of EastEnders take over the MCC.
Oi, you mugs, in your bacon and egg ties. Get out of my long room. Are you allowed in the long room? I wandered in there a few weeks ago.
Did you get chucked out?
No.
Length delivery defended by Bushnell.
I know during a test match or whatever, you've got to have a shirt and tie on and everything to get in there, haven't you? You've got to be a member of the MCC or a member of the visiting team. But, I mean, we have to go into the building for interviews, don't we? Which we normally do on the balcony upstairs. But
oh, lots of one. Have you announced it? I've just seen Dave Bracegirdle's tweet.
No.
Not swim.
I've not won. What have they won by? 256 runs. In comes the bowler.
Bowls. Ooh, played off the back foot by Bushnell. Didn't quite get up on him.
So that's finished in inside 3 days, isn't
it? Poor old Sussex. Hung on in there against Middlesex, though. 92 for 3. We have 7 minutes, just under, until tea on the final day. There are still 44 overs remaining in this match, though. Although, one would suspect, unless two tumble, at least between now and 4:45, 4:50, they'll be shaking hands. Oh, Ben Stokes has tweeted a video. What is it? Has he got a documentary coming out now, has he? Looks like it. Have you seen that?
No.
Ben Stokes documentary, is it? Sam Mendes. Yeah.
Is he playing James Bond?
There you go, Sam Mendes on Stokes, documentary coming out soon. Head of. Another
Been
couple
watching
of sessions.
Pistol, the drama about the Sex Pistols. Was that Sam Mendes? Who?
Oh, I don't know.
It's on one of the buy now, pay later channels.
Ben Stokes, Phoenix from the Ashes, coming soon. From Sam
Stanley
Mendes.
Boyle, Pistol. It's a good watch with some adult content. Bouncer from Yadav, which Borthwick leaves alone, he just ducks underneath.
Here goes Stokesy, 1.1 million followers. We've just given you a little bit more of a promotion there.
Who did you see tweeted?
Ben Stokes, as I'm saying, an hour ago. He tweeted it.
Oh, an hour ago?
Yeah.
I see the Barmy Army have just retweeted it.
August 26th.
It's a few weeks away.
1.1 million followers, but every little helps.
Yadav's going to come round the wicket now from the Finkel end to have a go at the left-handed Borthwick. Borthwick plays the ball out into the covers to... I think is that Milan with the glasses on the back?
Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Oh no, hold on, where are we looking? Back on point. Oh, sorry.
I can't see where I'm pointing, so I got my binoculars. The covers. Pink sunglasses on the back of the hat?
No, I'm not sure it is actually Milan. Let's have a look and see. Give me a second on that.
It's quite a youngish looking player.
It's Bamba.
Round the wicket, Yadav fended away by Borthwick to point.
Which is Robbie White on as a sub. I'm thinking for Luke Holman, who took that blow when he went for that catch earlier.
Yeah. It's looking at them, you can just basically see the very faint outline of numbers through the jumper, and I would say 54 possibly looks like it. Or a 28 with Eskenazi, but...
What, he's still asking about the covers?
Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely Bamba.
Yeah. Yadav in. That's a rather erratic delivery. It's short, down and bounces about 2 or 3 times down the leg side before it reaches the keeper.
Did England win last night in the cricket?
I don't know, I think so, because I think wasn't there the fastest 50 in a T20?
Bairstow?
No. Is it Ali? Both behind this one, plays it away. No run. Off towards point. Was it a T20, wasn't it?
Yeah. Just in a crowd catch, which we're getting excited about. He's got mobbed by the crowd in Bristol. Had one at the Oval a few weeks back in the T20, and a fella launched himself about 3 rows back. He ran along the front and went diving through the sky for it across 3 rows of people, 3 rows back, to try and take the catch. It was that grab a grand.
Oh yeah.
Take a catch and you win a grand. He went flying. He's lucky he didn't do himself a disservice.
England made 234 for 6, and South Africa were 193 for 8 when it ended.
And what was the 50? Is it Moeen Ali, was it? Here's Roland-Jones in bowls. Forward goes. Pushed into the offside, and there's no run. White ball cricket.
Moeen Ali made 52 in 18 balls, so he got to his 50 in 16.
Wow.
Which I think matches the fastest 50 against Durham in T20 as well.
Wow.
Wonky. It had been Tyrone Henderson with a 19-ball 50 in the semi-final in Southampton in what year was that?
2008.
Yeah. For Middlesex.
Roland-Jones full, defended by Bushnell, back into the onside.
Who won it that year?
Oh, I don't know.
Did Middlesex win it?
It did.
They did. Who did they play in the final?
Kent.
And then did you go off to some venture far abroad? Was it to the West Indies? Or?
Yeah, Antigua. And I got Churchill a ticket.
Yeah.
Still hasn't returned the favour.
Has he not?
No.
What, you want a night out in Cardiff?
They've been to Abu Dhabi, South Africa, been all over the place. Still hasn't returned the favour. Roland-Jones is in, bowls, and right behind this one. Bushnell turns into the onside, no run. Had Dan Norcross out in Abu Dhabi with him.
Did he?
Forgot his mate Kev.
Unbelievable. No, your mates are, Kev.
Oh, cream cakes delivered to the commentary box. Dear Jonathan, Kevin, DT and Kevin, thank you for your fantastic commentaries. A small treat for you all. Look at those cream cakes, and they are creamy, aren't they? Here's a bouncer from Roland-Jones. Through it goes to the gloves of the keeper. 4 of them as well. What will DT do? 4 slices of cake, 4 people. He'll be nicking someone else's, won't he?
He'll be covered in crumbs, and when they'll say, "Where's my cake gone?" he'll say, while wiping his chin.
A small treat for you all from Lily.
I thought it was going to. I knew Lily was going to be named there. Lily Alumi, who's a Yorkshire fan, who lives in Pickering or Malton, somewhere around that way.
Full delivery, driven back to Roland-Jones by Bushnell, no run.
Have you met Lily at Scarborough?
Yep.
I met her at Scarborough. And there's Dutch bird Kate, isn't there? She comes over from Amsterdam. Kate Holdsworth. She was telling me, this will not be any relevance to you, but
It usually stops you.
The Holdsworth was a big name in cycling, bike frames and stuff like that in the 60s, 70s and 80s, and she and her brother were the heir to the Holdsworth cycling dynasty, and neither of them wanted it.
Roland-Jones full, clipped into the onside. No run, and that is T. Terrific T on day 4. So, how many we got left from RC? 42 overs remain. I reckon we probably have an hour, and that's it after tea. We'll see.
Well, they'll have to get to, well, what is it? They'll get to 4 o'clock for tea, so the second session will start.
4:50, shake hands. Declare 4:50.
So 50 minutes worth. Yeah. 58
About right.
The lead.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with Dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Oh yeah. Yes, yeah. Right. Sadly, in Scarborough. I just had there must be. You know, Lords. I saw him pull him and he went score, wasn't very yeah. Oh man. Sorry, say again. What? Close it all down and come in again.
And welcome back. First ball of the session is a no ball outside off stump. Through it goes to the keeper and left alone. It's 421 for 7. Durham declared, and now 94 for 3 in their second innings. They lead by 60 runs. And they really probably only need to bat out 50 minutes here, unless Yadav and co can do something spectacular pretty quickly. This one is eased away into the offside where Borthwick fields. And no run where Borthwick fields by Borthwick, where Bamber fields, and there's no run again. So yeah, Bushnell's on 2, Borthwick's on 20, and it looks as though they should be able to bat out for the draw here, as that top edge is in the air and it's just in front of point. Well, there we go. Nearly put the mockers on it there for Durham. They lead by 60. There are 41 overs remaining after this. Middlesex would really have to do something pretty spectacular to be able to force something here, but that was nearly a 4th wicket. Apparently that injury for Beddingham was not nice at all. But you'd imagine if he had to come out, try and help them save it later, then he would. But realistically, Middlesex have it all to do. Slip and a short leg go down. There's a leg gully as well and a bouncer from Yadav. Through to the keeper it passes. 95 for 3. Tom Helms warming up at mid-on. Ready to go in a couple of deliveries. Only three balls through because they have... Oh! What did you think I pressed? I did press that one, didn't I?
1 2 1 2 1 2.
Are you worried that you've got an update? When is it for?
I have got an update.
I'm not hearing anything. Oh, I can hear it on this. Can you hear it? Here's Yadav, he's in. Bowls, and this ball's eased away into the onside. And there is no run. Oh, am I not allowed to sign in on your computer unless it's you?
Don't know.
Other user doesn't like me. The others. Was there any tea upstairs, Marcy?
I didn't go upstairs.
Oh, where'd you go? Here's Yadav. Bowls, and this is pushed away into the onside. Quick single for Bushnell. He moves to 3. 96 for 3 is the score. I think it's coming back to you, Marty. No good for me. The best laid plans and all.
Update for Eddie Newcastle. Durham in their second innings here, a 96 for 3. That's effectively 4 though, because David Beddingham, when he was on 7, took a nasty blow to the hand off the bowling of Umesh Yadav, and looks like he's badly dislocated his finger. They tried to treat him on the pitch, but he couldn't hold the bat after that, and he went off. So Jonathan Bushnell has replaced him. He retired hurt at 7. Bushnell is now on 3. Scott Borthwick at the other end on 21. So Durham at 96 for 3, lead by 62. They lost Michael Jones for 28 and Alex Lees for 22, and then Nick Maddinson got a first bowler off Tom Helm. What they need to do here is effectively bat up until around about 10 to 5, and then I think the teams will shake hands on a draw. But if Middlesex can get a few quick wickets in this next hour, they might think there's still a slight chance of them winning this. But still, I would say, heading towards a draw. That's a leave outside the off stump from Bushnell off Bamber. So it wouldn't let you do anything.
It wouldn't let me sign in on your computer, no.
What about the editing?
No, I don't think you've got the rights to edit that. Because it's in another login, another, what do they call it?
Another login in another town.
So where did you go at tea? You didn't go for upstairs, see if there was any...
I was still here till about 5 too. I just ran down to go to the loo. And then I was back up and surprised to see the players out again already. Bamber right arm over from the Lumley end. Played back to him by Bushnell. He bends down to try and pick it up, and it rolls past him and is collected behind the stumps. What I now have to do is log into everything again.
Oh, you'll be alright.
Because you logged me out of everything.
Well, you need your emails and Twitter. The rest of it's just distracting you, Marty. I've done you a favour.
You've got to load in varying different programs for everything to work again. Bamber comes in. Bushnell forwards this one on the off stump. It's gone up to mid-on. Former pupil of Durham School, Jonathan Bushnell. Played around the North East Premier League as well. I think links to Durham City, perhaps. Bamber. Bushnell defends. He's got a short leg in place there. Short mid-wicket. Mid-wicket. Short cover. Mid-off and mid-on in there. Helms at mid-on to the right-hander. One slip in place. Yadav's at backward point. He's at a deep point, really. Here at Magpie getting rather angry about something. Bamber bowls. It's a bouncer taken by the keeper.
A Newcastle fan.
Drifts down the leg side a little bit there as it's bounced through.
They're the Magpies, aren't they? What are you? They're the Magpies, and is it the Mackhams?
Well, yeah. They were the Roker men, or the Rokerites, when they played at Roker Park, and then or the Weirsiders, and then Mackhams was a sort of a term that was used as a derogatory term initially, which Sunderland people took on and beheld. This is pushed away out into the covers. It's a bit like Middlesbrough fans who used to be referred to as Smoggies, and they adopted it and now refer to themselves as the Smoggies. End of the over. Maiden over there. They became officially the Black Cats when I was commentating on them, and they had it because the Black Cat was the logo of the supporters club, and that Roker Park, they used to have a Black Cat club there. And then when they were in the Premier League under Peter Reid, they had this black cat on their sleeves, but it wasn't an official club emblem, and under Premier League rules you weren't allowed any sort of mascotty badges or anything that wasn't an official club emblem. So they'd sold lots of these strips by then.
It's pulled short down the leg side. Oh, going for a strangle catch.
I don't think he was anywhere near that.
No, not out.
No, get away. Quite right too. he pulled his hand off he pulled his bottom hand off the bat, and the bat was quite high as the ball went round about waist height. If anything, it may have clipped his shirt or a glove that wasn't in connection with the bat, but I agree with the getaway comments from the crowd there. From somebody in the crowd. It's gloomy here now. They need the floodlights on, I think. Yanav again comes into ball to Borthwick. That's spits up at him and he fends it away one-handed just behind square leg for 1. Yeah, so anyway, Sunderland then announced that they needed to think about a new nickname because they'd moved to a new stadium and they were no longer the Roker men because they technically didn't play in Roker anymore. And they came up with a short list for people to choose from with Black Cats on the list, and then a few weeks later Black Cats was announced as the winner. So they were then able to keep the Black Cat on their sleeves. So that was quite coincidental. 97 for 3. You had to have balls, and Bushnell fends it away to short leg, and the ball's thrown back onto the stumps quickly, but he never left his crease. That is the end of the over. No, it's not. Why is everybody running? Everybody's running the other way there, and there's still 3 balls to go. What's going on?
What are they doing? Don't know. Trying to keep themselves happy somehow.
Now running back again.
Trying to be up on their toes, trying to keep lively for the last little while. You'd have balls, and this ball's eased away 2 point, no run. Ah well, it was fun while it lasted, Marcy, wasn't it?
What was?
The game. It's dead now, isn't it? They're all chattering away 2 more.
Told you. Were you just trying to talk it up for the sake of our listener?
Which one?
I don't know. Fred? Is he called Fred? Oh no, he's not Fred, isn't he? He's not Fred.
Not Fred tuned across to DT already.
Did he?
Yeah, that ball short. Oh, my goodness me. Ridden that off his nose, isn't he? Bushnell down to deep third. He'll pick up 2. Bushnell's on to 5. 99 for 3. They lead by 65. They're nearly there, folks. Nearly there. Middlesex have half an eye on that train in 2.5 hours, don't they? They don't. They're full of chipper out there. Roland-Jones still orchestrating that field at mid-off. Just a little wider, please, at slip. Fly slip it is, Eskenazi. A little wider at the fly slip. He's a gully now. Backward points. Short leg as well. Short balls. Got Bushnell up on his toes. He's back into the offside. No run. 99 for 3. Floodlights are coming on.
Said, didn't I? They needed them on.
Sam Robson comes and gives the other pat on the back.
I don't think the floodlights are going to impact in time. I think they should go off now.
Well, all the talk of I play too much cricket and all the rest of it. If it has reached a point whereby the 2 teams have given up hope on the match. So, for example, at this one, if Durham would turn around now and say to Middlesex, "Are you done?" And Middlesex say, "Yeah, we're done." Should both teams be allowed to call it now rather than having to wait for 10 to 5?
Well, I mean, you could say yes, but there are other issues outside of that, aren't there?
Are there?
Well, it's about the integrity of the game, for one thing.
Is it? What integrity? If both teams say we are no longer playing for anything other than the draw now, then what integrity is broken by calling it off now?
Here's Bamber bowling to Borthwick because
if they're only going to play out the draw anyway,
if that was allowed to happen now, there will be, in no time at all, there will be people questioning the integrity of decisions, of declarations and stuff like that, and it will bring all kinds of questions about.
But for example, if it's Mark Stoneman and Sam Robson bowling out the rest of this session now because Middlesex have given up hope, what difference is there in the integrity of that and the integrity of them walking off now?
Yeah, but rules is rules. Bamber to Borthwick, up on his toes, plays this down into the ground.
I mean, Bamber could take a couple of wickets in this over, but I'm just saying, if all the talk about, oh, well, we play too much cricket, if you've got to tea on the final day and the game's dead, why are you still out there after tea?
Yeah.
I mean, Middlesex haven't given up. You can see they're still running in hard and fast with Bamber and Yadav and saying, right, come on, let's see if we can find a little bit more. Yeah, trying to bump them out, aren't they? You never know, chasing 117 in half an hour or so.
Bamber steaming in here. Balls to Borthwick on a length. So Durham 3 wickets down. We're now into the dulled ball 40 over to 60 over, 70 over period, where generally nothing happens this season. Have you decided what you're doing and where you're going or not?
Yeah. I don't know how I'm doing it going yet, but I reckon
how.
6:52.
Yeah.
6:42. Get on that train at Durham, down to somewhere, then from somewhere go across.
And then do we play a game of Where's Wally?
Yeah, pretty much so.
And we don't know where you are.
It's a live tweet my journey to Manchester.
Yeah. If you go in there.
On air tomorrow, folks. Tomorrow morning. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it's a private stream, you know. Not sure if it's a public one.
Bamber bowls. That's short down the leg side. It's missed by everybody, and it's away for 4 byes. They help. Lead 69 now.
It's the hope that kills, Marty. The hope that kills.
Is that the 50 partner? 100 runs. Oh, right, yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at the lead and not looking at the total.
What are you going to do for a week, Marty?
When?
You haven't got another game till next Thursday now.
I'll be doing preparation for it on when. I'll have to go up to the ground to set all the kit up on Wednesday because we have to do it differently at South North. So I'll have to do my match notes on Tuesday.
At where, sorry?
South Northumberland Cricket Club.
Ah, South North, yeah.
It is.
Not North Southumberland.
Yeah, not North Southumberland. Bamber again to Borthwick. It's hit him in the arm. It knocks him down. He picks himself up. He doesn't look happy. Have you done the Great North Run? Probably not. No, I haven't.
Have I done the Great North Run?
Well, I think you would have mentioned it over the years in commentaries, because I think this is about as north as you've been, isn't it?
Yeah.
Other than Newcastle Airport.
Oh, yeah.
And that lovely hotel you stayed in. The Great North Run starts on what is effectively the central motorway, so the land next to it is the town moor, and it's basically the lungs of Newcastle. It's a big stretch of common land, and there's cows and things on there. And at the far end of that, about 1.5 miles across maybe, you have Gosforth, which is a suburb of Newcastle. It's just beyond the city centre, really. Bamber to Borthwick, that's down the leg side, spills out the keeper's gloves, and that is the end of the over. So basically the road out of Newcastle north goes through Gosforth is the old A1, the Great North Road, and just as you come into Gosforth on the right hand side is South Northumberland Cricket Club. So they've got quite a bit of money behind them these days, because they sold part of the land where they play. There were tennis courts down one side, and they sold those off and built to a builder. So the builder bought the tennis courts, built some nice townhouses on there, and then the money was used by South Northumberland to build an indoor cricket school. So it's basically a all year round business, and it gets used quite extensively. And then when Durham play there, the indoor cricket school becomes a huge VIP restaurant. They probably get about 500 in there, I think. Yadav, 103 for 3, bowling from the Finkel end, turned away by Bushnell down towards long leg for 1, fielded at the far end of the ground. This really generally looks fairly straightforward for Durham again now. So before COVID hit, the fixtures that were announced for the 2020 season, Durham were meant to play a one-dayer at Darlington, and I've only covered one Durham game at Darlington. That was a county championship match in 2000 against Derbyshire, and I don't think they've been there since something like 94, but then COVID came along and that plan was ditched. But they had also agreed to play a home game as part of a Scarborough festival of one-day cricket. As Yadav comes in and bowls, played out through mid-wicket by Borthwick, up on his toes, kept on top of that one.
Just about.
So anyway, COVID put all that to bed, but then last year Durham agreed that they would still keep to the agreement with Scarborough Cricket Club, So they went and played a one-day cup game in Scarborough against Gloucestershire. So when I left you on the Tuesday night at Radlett, I basically drove all the way home that night because I couldn't get a room in Scarborough. All the hotels were full. Yadav with a short one to Bushnell. He flicks it away wide of backward point 4-4. Quite nicely done. Nice roll of the wrist through the ball there. He moves on to 10 and Durham's lead moves on to 75 at 109 for 3. Yeah, so the intention was basically to stay in Radlett on the Tuesday night after that game, drive up to Scarborough on the Wednesday, Durham play Gloucestershire on the Thursday, cover the game and drive home. But I couldn't get a hotel because at the time Brits weren't allowed to go abroad, so it was like the 50s Britain again. All the hotels were full, so I just drove home and went back down to Scarborough first thing on the Thursday morning. Defended this time by Bushnell on off stump, but the team stayed in Scarborough. They'd booked their hotel months earlier and possibly wished they hadn't after the night they endured. They do play in Grantham this year against Notts, which was a plan 3 years ago when the one-day cup was in the May, but they never got a ball bowled. It rained.
That was the place I was looking for. I asked you about earlier. It was Grantham.
It doesn't begin with an L, and
no,
it's
it
nowhere
doesn't.
near Leeds. Yadav. Oh, that's gone way down the leg side.
Crawthorne or something like that in Grantham. It was the place that the actual name was looking for. Managed to work it out in the end. Yeah, it was nowhere near where I thought it was. That's going to be no good to me tonight either, is it?
No. There's people commute to London from Grantham on a daily basis.
Yeah.
It's about an hour and a half up the line.
So down to York.
Yeah.
Possibly down to Doncaster? Or are you saying no to that?
No, that's a totally pointless escapade. Oh, Yadav with a bouncer. It hits the splice of the bat and shoots up in the air. And that was a rapid delivery, but Bushnell has managed to fend it away. Now, I hope he hasn't hurt his fingers as well. He looks okay.
I tell you what, would Middlesex even want to come out to bat chasing 75 on this?
Did that hit the bat or the helmet? I thought
the
hit the bat.
The thud was very
batty.
No, I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was a wooden thud. I thought it was more of a dull thud. No sign of the physio, though, so it wasn't the helmet.
Yeah, it must have been off the shoulder of the bat, or the bat handle maybe. Looped up in the air.
Now talk this one through for me.
You can't go to Doncaster because you've gone too far south. And
no, look, there's Manchester there. Doncaster's level with it.
Yeah, but that's by road, and that's over the Pennines.
Oh, okay. Is that what the big green thing is there?
Yeah.
What are they called?
That's through Home Firth. And you haven't got a car.
So there's no train from Doncaster to Manchester.
You'd have to go back to Leeds.
This is short from Bamber, catch it, cry from somewhere, and it's eased past the gully for a single down to deep square.
Didn't they say all the signals are out between Wakefield and Leeds, so that line's kaput?
Right-handed Bushnell comes on to strike. Bamber bowls and this ball's eased away into the offside, no run. Oh, hold on a minute, Marty.
What?
Doncaster to Manchester. 1 hour 20 minutes, no changes. Now you've learned something new there, look.
No, right, well click on where it goes.
Alright.
Which stations does it go through?
I don't know, but an hour and 20 minutes, that's not bad, is it?
But wasn't York to Manchester an hour and 20 minutes as well?
That's a good question. Is that Bamber bowls outside off stump, through it goes to the keeper.
What time is it? 22 minutes past 4.
This is you in your element here. This is like having the aeroplanes sorting out my trains.
My mate Chris Sharp's your man for trains. He knows everything about trains. He writes for one of the online travel
2
sites.
hours from York.
Is it?
Yeah. Expensive as well. Oh no, hold on, look at that one. Bamber bowls, forward goes Bushnell, pushing away to cover, no run. Have you worked at Salford, don't you?
Yeah.
How far's Manchester Piccadilly to Salford?
Well, you'd have to get the tram, so you've got to come right round town.
Oh, it's not walking distance.
And I think you have to change it. It's on the edge of Salford Quays, maybe?
I thought they went there because it was all easy to get to. Sounds like a nightmare, this.
No, man. See, they all talk about Chesley Street and this ground being out the road, but all the test venues are out the road, and unless you live next to them.
Bamber balls, edge through, slip, there's nobody there. Past Simpson it goes, there's a wide slip in place, nearly a gully, no slip, and that's 4 more.
Bamber was jumping up and down like a demented 2-year-old there who's been told they can't have their dummy anymore. In anger.
Bowled well, isn't he, Bamber?
Yeah. If you go into Manchester Piccadilly, then you've got to get basically Salford's yon side of town. So you have to. I think you've got to go down towards sort of the Old Trafford area and then switch trains at one stop, and then it comes in the other way. Because one tram goes out to Altrincham, but you need to get off that one and then get another tram that goes into what's effectively the Docklands area.
Bamber balls, forward goes Bushnell, pushing up to mid-off.
Because Salford is a separate city, you know.
Salford City?
It's a city in its own right. I used to drive there every Saturday. I used to leave home at about 1 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon and get down there for about 3ish.
That's not bad.
Shift started at 4.
What'd you get down there at 3 for then?
Well, get in, get parked, get set up, just see what was going on. Because I was working as a sports presenter on 5 Live, so if you got in early enough, you could see all the. Just had screens of live matches, screens and screens of live games, and.
What's your match first half?
Yeah, pictures coming in from all over the place, so you could at least catch some footy and whatnot.
Is that your handwriting?
Yeah.
Have you shown that to a psychologist?
Oh, where's that gone? That's a bouncer. That's gone way over. Borthwick said it's a no ball on how I was going to say. Just about to question the legality of that delivery from Yanav.
That's quite nice, actually, your handwriting. I've got terrible handwriting.
Well, my handwriting, I use these really thin pens.
Have you seen a psychologist about that?
Yeah, well, my handwriting was really, really neat until I learnt T-line shorthand. And then it changes the way you write.
You know shorthand?
Oh, yeah. Have you not got shorthand?
No, I don't. I'm too young for that.
Did you not do a journalism course?
I did. It's gone by then.
Was it? This is played up by Borthwick to mid-on. They still learn shorthand.
I did a journalism degree. They didn't teach you shorthand.
I was in Bedford. Is that what you did at Bedford? You did a journalism degree at Bedford?
Yeah. Right. This, folks, is called a dictaphone. And you press record here.
You can't take a dictaphone into a court.
Yeah.
So if you go into a council meeting or a Crown Court or a magistrate's court, you need an accurate transcription of what is said. This is defended by Borthwick, no run, and you can be called upon to go back through your shorthand outline, and in the shorthand exam you're allowed 3 mistakes per every 100 words.
Do you miss criminal journalism?
I enjoyed some of the big trials that I covered. Some massive trials like the Robert Black trial. Huge case that was one of the biggest manhunts in British history. This is fended away by Borthwick off the hips down towards long leg for 1.
No, your journalism is just criminal.
But I don't think I've been in a courtroom since I joined the BBC in 1998, and
not reporting anyway.
Yeah, the previous 8 or 9 years before that, I was in court most days, most weeks. Got to know quite a lot of the barristers and the judges and whatnot.
Marty's memoirs.
Yeah.
I bet the barristers love you. Full of chatter.
Oh, he had off with a short one. Bushnell ducks out of it. Actually, some of the barristers were very good in that if they knew there was a really quirky story coming up, they would come and search you out in the press room and say, look,
give you a little nudge.
Got a really funny one coming up for you a bit later on. There was one of the classics. There was this lad who he was a bit of a sort of yuppie type, Jack the Lad type character, and he moved into this
barrister, or
no, he was a businessman, I think he was described as. And he moved into this very quiet cul-de-sac where everybody knew everybody and prided their gardens and whatnot. Oh, that's a beamer down the leg side there.
It actually dipped.
You're going to be reported for that?
It dipped in the end. It was well below waist height.
In this light, Unless he's trying to get them off.
He's going for the Yorker, wasn't he? But trying to get them off. How long have they got left? They've got 20 minutes.
Gone and had a chat with Bushnell just to make sure he's all right. Umpires didn't no ball it or anything. Anyway, they're very quiet cul-de-sac. Everybody's proud of their gardens. They all own the houses. And this lad turned up, and he turned into a bit of a nightmare and upset the neighbours. And they complained about him and complained about him. And the more they complained, the more he objected to them. And this is through to the keeper. It became a sort of a neighbourly dispute. But then the piece de resistance was this guy bought a Vietnamese pot-bellied peg and put it in his back garden.
A what? Vietnamese what?
A Vietnamese pot-bellied pig,
right,
huge thing, and put it in his back garden. So the neighbours eventually took him to court in a private prosecution and won, and he had to get rid of the pot-bellied pig. Strange times, strange times. That was quite a funny tale back in the day.
What happened to the pig?
Probably ended up on a city farm or something.
Oh. I thought he was going to say ended up on a breakfast plate. There goes Bamba. 117 for 3. Side of the 47th. He bowls a bouncer. Through it goes. Bodyline series up here at CLS.
Bernard says, your colleague Kevin should be aware the trains from Sheffield to Manchester Piccadilly are not quick but are slow and stop frequently, better via York and Leeds to Manchester.
Well, that's not what this thing's telling me. 2 hours from York, 120 from Doncaster. 2 hours 10 from York.
Right, I've got to go and do an update for
works backwards around the leg side. Oh,
for tease, you unplug me and Rob can come back in.
End of the over here. 118 for 3 is the score. BBC Newcastle, BBC Radio London. And the final throws of the game here at Chesterley Streets. 118 for 3. Welcome back, Rob. I could hear you all upstairs, but I didn't get a chance to come up and play at tea.
Good job you didn't. It was a very, very awful session for me.
Oh, for you?
Very bad. Josh was all over me like a rash.
Bamba bowls. This ball's pushed away into the offside and there's no run. Is he going to be allowed to play hallway cricket in his new job, Josh? Are we allowed to talk about his new job yet? In his new role? Marcy, are we allowed to talk about Josh? I mean, everybody knows, but
I think insert the Jose Mourinho clip. I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Big trouble.
He'll be coming back for the hallway cricket, won't he?
That's his legacy.
Is it?
Yeah, that's what he said. That's my legacy to this job. We'll miss Josh.
Bamba bowls full straight and driven to cover, no run. What was the big old change there? Was it just a There was a big old conflab in the middle of that. I was almost calling it end of the over. Still 2 to go of it. 118 for 3. Wind's picked up. Have we discovered the absence of the flag from Lumley Castle before we depart from this mortal coil, Marty? Flag at Lumley Castle, do we know any more yet? Do we know what's up with the flag at Lumley Castle? Ah, there we go, it blew away, that was why. Here's Bamba bowls, this ball's pushed up to mid-on. Did he find that out in this match? I thought we started the match not knowing what happened to the flag, and now we do know. You couldn't actually tell whether he's on air or not right now, could you? He's doing funny voices and saying he's a bit emotional. It's a first-time caller. He quite could be on air. Quite possibly could be. Oh, the birds are in for tea. Pied wagtails, is that what Marcy said they were? As his Bamba bowls and forward goes Bushnell pushing away into the offside. No run. 4 days of fun coming to an end in the next 18 minutes. And, Middlesex are going to bump their way through these next 18 minutes and see if something can happen. The lead's 84. There are 34 overs remaining in the match.
Change in bowling.
Tom Helm's going to come on and bump a few, replacing Edav.
has been quite successful in his short barrage, hasn't he? Caught a few edges. Did he force Bellingham to retire? Was that his bowling, or...?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll have to ask Marty if he can remember. I'd given up by then. I wasn't believing that it would work. I'm going to miss Marty's gimbal. I think that's what I'm going to miss most.
When I was just tuning it out for the first time, I just heard you say that.
It's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Mind the care for the BBC.
Let's get a picture of Marty's gimbal to put on Twitter and know that this is a very clean conversation. Thank you, Rob. It's a wonderful, wonderful device.
Helm in, and it is indeed the short one, and Borthwick pushes for a single. Speaking to some of the guys up in the press box, said Bushnell looks quite organised when at the crease.
Yeah.
Young lad. Get an opportunity in the first team due to some injuries from others, and had an LBW appeal turned down yesterday, which was quite harsh. I think, looking back on replay, I think he should have been given it. But just playing through until 10-5, where we expect Toby Roland-Jones to say, fair cop, share the spoils, and go back south. Helm in, Fuller, and Bushnell tucks that away to short cover.
What time the next train is after 6:40 for the team? They can jump on anything. They've got open returns, so it's 2 hours to that train right now.
You got a stopwatch going on your phone or something.
No,
ticking down.
No, I'm thinking of them. I'm not going back south tonight now. They are. They've got to. They've got to get. I mean, they can get the 7:40, can't they? I guess, but it's 3 hours away. Let's take some pretty quick wickets in the next 15 minutes. 10 minutes indeed here.
Helm in, and Bushnell pushes to mid on.
Then quick sharing jobs are good, and you'd have thought. Get to that train. Get back south.
Well,
Prepare for the Royal London One Day Cup, the 100.
Toby Roland-Jones has got to spare a few minutes to chat with yourself at the end of play.
Yep. I wonder if I can get him before he gets to the shower. That'd be the thing. Can I run? Say, come on, Tobes.
Forrest Gump-esque?
Indeed. Flash interview at the end of play.
Helm in again, and Bushnell was expecting the short one, tried to duck, and it ended up wearing it on the body.
Yeah. Did Marty see that? He did, yeah. Oh, he wore that on the head. Well,
he was expecting that to rise up off the pitch and didn't quite. He read it well, but just a variable bounce.
He
Ended
must
up
have
wearing
worn that on the helmet. I don't understand why the physio's not coming out.
Don't think it was the helmet.
Really? I thought it was the helmet. Yeah, physio's coming out. Boom, just there.
That is why you guys are with the BBC full time.
No surprise.
Yeah, just a bit. The variable bounce that we've talked about quite a lot. Just we've seen Bamba get quite a few to go through and get a bit of zip off the surface, and that one kept relatively low. And physio now just doing the required checks. Might be a new helmet, depending on the impact. Of course, concussion now is such a big issue across all sports, not just rugby, which is the main one. Football, they're trialling out ban of heading for anyone under the age of 12 for a year.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the professionals are limited to 10 headers a week in training before the game, or before their games. Rugby obviously have the return to play protocols if you suffered a concussion or showing any signs of delayed concussion. You have a graduated return to play protocol that independent doctors and team doctors consult on. So he's back on his feet now and just taking a quick drink. Physio's checked him over. Obviously still good to go. Didn't look like it was a huge impact, but no chances need to be taken with the players' health and safety is paramount to the game. Middlesex have taken that break though to run out a helmet behind Simpson. Maybe some overs from Holman to bring him through to 10 to 5 a little bit quicker. Might be another catcher under the lid. Helm in and Bushnell flicks this on the leg side, past leg slip, and Simpson didn't have a chance and is running away down to the boundary, and he'll pick up 4. Very good response from Bushnell after the blow on the head of the ball before. There's a huge gap and he's flicked it fine in between keeper and leg slip, and he's run down to the boundary to take him onto 18, 127. Oh, given his leg buys, sorry, 123 for 3 and remains on 14 or 49. Helm to finish the over. This is back of a length, and Bushnell just pushes that to leg gully. Lead 89 for Durham, 123 for 3, coming up to 20 to 5.
Time for a word from Marty, isn't it? I think we could be off in 5 minutes, couldn't we? Oh no, he's not ready yet. But oh yeah, he is. Here we go.
Is indeed a change of bowling.
Sam Robson.
It is Sam Robson to bowl his first over to the match. And I think a very clear indication of Middlesex.
What we got? What's the time?
We got 10 minutes we got 11 minutes. I think a very, very clear signal that they want to get through as quickly as possible and shake hands. Bang on 10 to 5.
They just brought out a new helmet for Bushnell. No, they
brought out Middlesex. Middlesex brought out a helmet during the concussion check.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if it's going to be Holman, but I think Toby Roland-Jones is looking at a double change and just looking to spin his way 10 minutes further on to, as Kev said, get out of here and get back down south.
I wonder if Durham can break some kind of record this season for the amount of draws, because this is going to be number 7 in 10 games, with 4 matches to come in September. The only benefit, I think, is that of those 4 matches, only one of them's at home, so in theory they can play on result pitches elsewhere, but they have to go to Notts, they'll have to go to Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Notts, you would think, may have wrapped up the title by then. That's the final game of the season. Derbyshire may still be in with a chance of finishing in the top 2, so they may well have something to play for.
Trying to see where Notts wrapped up victory, it seems.
Yeah, they did. Oh, yeah, quite a while ago now.
Just looking at my play cricket, and there's only 4 active scorecards going now.
Yeah, 256 runs, I think the victory was. Robson with a bit of spin then from the Lumley end.
Got Essex just batting out for time.
It's bowling in leg spin. So Borthwick is batting left-handed with a short leg in place. One very fine slip. And Robson coming right arm round, out the back of the hand. Borthwick plays it back to him. This partnership, it's eaten up time, importantly. They've put on... about 30. When was the last week? They've put on 33, I think, 34. Oh, a little flick from Borthwick, rather casually, just beyond the grasping hand of short leg, and he gets a single down towards long leg. 34 off, 35 now off 81 balls.
Couple run chases going down on the final day in Div 1. Northamptonshire, I think you mentioned earlier, we're looking at a run chase. They are requiring 115 more off 25, currently 87 for 1. And Surrey chasing down 248, they're currently 208 for 2 and need 40 more to beat the defending champions Warwickshire.
Bushnell on strike now, the short leg switches sides, and Robson will come right arm over the wicket this time. That's like a medium pace delivery, that's too high, that's far too high.
I was thinking a little inside edge as well.
Well, possibly a little inside edge, but I would have thought that hit him around about the box.
Let's have a look on the stream.
Paul Pollard, the umpire, says no.
I think you're right on the height.
In comes again. And they're appealing for 9 different things here. They're appealing for an edge, which wasn't. They're appealing for a stumping, which wasn't. Play the bloody game, somebody's just shouted. The referee in this game, by the way, is Alex Swan, the brother of Graham Swan, the former Northampton England spinner. Used to be a journalist on the Northamptonshire papers. And then he got a proper job, says Kev. Oh, that skids through low, and Bushnell flicks it off the shins of short leg. Another over goes by. 7 minutes then. That's a maiden until they can shake hands. I think, looking back through my Facebook posts from 2 days ago, I predicted at the end of day 2 this would be a 10 to 5 handshake on day 4. And I think I said as much in a video last night as well. It got a little bit nervy for Durham for a few overs, particularly when they lost Jones and Lees and then Maddinson first ball. But that was the point where I said the ball would start to soften and the batsman would get on top again. The 30 to 40 over period, and now here we are over number 50 starting, and then 90 ahead now at 124 for 3.
Helm in, and Borthwick just pushes this to cover. Six minutes now until they can call it a day here. Helm with a bouncer that Borthwick just gently sways out the way. As you say, Martin, partnership has just eaten up time and taken out the last remaining bit of drama of the game that potentially could have been had in this evening session. Game petering towards the end as Helm turns at the top of his mark. In, and Borthwick plays that down into the ground towards Slip, who misfields, and they'll trot through for a single.
There's a few people saying goodbye to each other down below us and heading off home. There's still a sprinkling of spectators around the ground. Mark Stolman's dad's still down below us, but in the stand directly underneath our commentary position there's 5 people now, so that tells a story. Some people have to head off to get the bus at certain times and get out the car park. This is lobbed away. Where's that gone? That's gone to all the way to the bus.
He'll get 4 for it. Bushnell will get 4 for it. Slightly banged in back of a length. He picked it up and flicked it through the array of fielders that are arranged on his leg side. Somehow picked the gap perfectly and picks up 4. He moves to 18. Yeah, back of a leg. Evade short leg, forward square leg and mid wicket, and picks up a boundary. Got the ground staff walking around in front of us. Three minutes to go. Here's Helm, and Bushnell ducks out of a bouncer.
So Middlesex all out this morning for 455 and a lead of 34, which meant Durham had 81 overs in theory to bat out, minus 16 or so for the final hour, and a couple for the change of innings. So they lost Jones for 28 after putting 43 on the board. That was in the 19th over. Lees followed, I think, 4 overs later for 22, and then Maddinson went for a first baller, so it just got a little bit nervy for them then. 57 for 3, only 23 ahead.
Helm to finish likely for the game, and it's a bouncer which Bushnell ducks out of harm's way. 129
3 minutes to go, I think. Yeah,
2 minutes now. Yeah. 129 for 3 should be.
If they take an age to bowl the next over, then they might be able to get away without bowling it. But what's the over rate? The over rate is -2, so they probably need to get an over in quickly here because they could lose a point if they're not careful, Middlesex. In fact, they might want to try and get the over rate back up, hence the fact that Robson's bowling spin. Borthwick is going to face him then. Still 31 overs to go at this point in time. If we were to have them all, Borthwick turns the first ball away to mid-wicket. Wonder if they go and check with the scorers, Kev, and see if it actually is better than that scoreboard suggests. Oh, loopy full toss, turned away in the air for a moment or two by Borthwick out through mid-wicket. 1 run.
Brief shouts at catch, but he was safely safe from mid-wicket.
Thing is with the over rates, they generally change them at the end of each session, so it may be that they are okay, but something we've never actually considered, is it? The fact the over rate's behind, and would Middlesex need to keep bowling to get it back up? Could miss their train. Bushnell's now tying a lace, and he's of the opinion this was going to be the final over. As he just wasted a little bit of time and puts his gloves back on.
Getting a little bit of chat from Simpson and Shortleg. Just having a full-on conversation with Shortleg at the minute. 2 slips in, and it's just ticked over to 10-5.
That one pops on Bushnell, he fends it away. The over rate still says -2, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Do they have to finish this over before they can...
Yeah, I mean, they have to finish the over, but... surely they'd have word from the scorers via the umpires that they can end at this over. This is played by Bushnell to short leg, no run. Bit of dust coming up there as he played that one. Group of racing pigeons circling around the ground. And a lone gull. 2 gulls now. And a pigeon. Floodlights are on. Been on for quite some time. Robson bowls, it's off the pad. Doesn't quite make it a short leg, but I don't think he hit that anyway, did he? Nah, that's come off the pad, he's never got anywhere near that, and it's gone down the leg side as well. Last ball of the over. Is it the last ball of the match? 30 overs left after this delivery, unless they shake hands on a draw. It's played away. What is going to happen here?
It looks like they're going around for another one.
They're going to have to continue because the over rate's behind. Kevin's now going to check because he's suddenly worried about his train.
Looks like... is that Stoneman? It is Stoneman coming back, so further indication that Middlesex are indeed worried about their over rate. Mark Stoneman to replace Tom Helm. Chat's just gone up from one of the guys on stump mic. 40 minutes, lads. 40 minutes, more like 4. 130 for 3 as Stoneman begins his second over. Round the wicket, loopy full toss that Borthwick just pushes to the leg side. Still a few members around. to see Joe Rushworth with his dog just below the dressing room. Lucy's making some friends. Stoneman in, and Bushnell just prods back to him underneath his eyes.
About 10 minutes to get 2 overs down.
They've got 10 minutes to try and get.
No, it takes about 10 minutes to get 2 overs.
All right, it takes about 10 minutes to get 2 overs down. So spinners on at both ends, so they'll finish just after 5 then in that occasion.
Just prodded back up the track.
Got a train to catch. Got a bridge to sell.
Again, just prodded back to Stoneman.
Yes.
Stoneman in and Bushnell prods back and defends to mid-wicket. 131 for 3.
Kevin says he shouldn't have sold all of his cars, which reminds me of a few years ago. He left the press box at Lord's because he was moving out to Spain and he'd agreed to sell a car to a woman, so he sold it to her on the nursery ground at the back of the press box at Lord's. So we were on air talking about Kev's motors. Another careful lady owner.
Some breaking news from Yorkshire. Stephen Patterson has stepped down as club captain.
Right. Robson coming in here to bowl. Which will go down the leg side. This is going to be. Was there a shot off it there or not? It's going to be byes, I think. Byes, 1 bye.
Yeah, Yorkshire have released a statement about why Patterson is stepping down. Apparently it's been made clear that at season's end he has no future at the county.
Yeah. A loopy full toss here, played away by Bushnell out through the covers for 1. He's still a useful player, Steve Patterson. He's a good bowler.
So he's said, I think it's the appropriate time to step back. Allows me to consider my future and enjoy the time he has left, and he will remain available for selection.
Flicked away towards square leg for 1 by Borthwick. Is that the 50 partnership up for these two?
The last wicket was at 57.
100 lead.
Quick declaration.
We're going short on the leg side this time off Bushnell.
Ollie Pope has just got out at the Oval. Sorry, now only need 18 for victory. He's getting some bounce here, Robson. Bounce and turn off the wicket. Bushnell going back to his delivery and I think wearing one just below the rib cage.
Lancashire have just beaten Kent. They're appealing here. Not given.
No, Adam beaten all ends up.
Well, he never got anywhere near the ball. The slip corner seemed to be suggesting they thought it was a catch. The keeper's appealing for a stumping, but square leg says no. Square leg is James Middlebrook, who has not gone for much in this game, to be honest. He takes quite a bit of persuading as an umpire. Didn't look on the screen. I was looking at the replay there as if Bushnell had A, hit that, or B, left the crease.
Been told by a source, Kev, as Stoneman is prodded back to backward point. 2 trains remaining from Chester to Street, I think. He's got the 8 to 6 or 10:30.
No, well, I think
he's going from Durham, isn't he?
Yeah.
Should be more frequent as Stoneman in and Borthwick just defends
well,
back
for
up.
years there weren't any trains stopping at Chesley Street. Then they brought a few services back a day, but not many. And then I think it might have dropped again recently.
Stoneman full and Borthwick pushes him through cover for a single. Sweeper comes round and cuts it off. Northants now 115 for 2 as Stoneman is in and Bushnell just defends. Yadav doing some stretches down at mid-on. Hardly doubt we'll see him again. Fizzed into the pitch this time and cover makes a good one-handed grab stop on the way down to save a single. Stoneman now comes over the wicket to finish the over. Again fizzed in and Bushnell just pushes up the track to Yadav. 135 for 3. 2 minutes to 5, so should be one more Sam Robson over. Maybe another one from Stoneman, just to be sure as well.
Well, the over rate hasn't changed on the scoreboard. I'm not sure how often it does, though. I thought it was only at the end of a session, but I might be wrong about that. But they said it would take about 10 minutes to get the 2 overs back with the spinners on, and by that point, when we were told that information, Robson had already bowled 1 over and Stillman was bowling an over, so it's going to be in the next few minutes, isn't it, really? Durham are 101 ahead. Borthwick has 32 from 100 balls. Bushnell 19 from 72 as Robson comes in, and that has a bit of tennis ball bounce in it. And the partnership for these two is 46 from 114 balls, so a really good partnership given that Durham were 57 for 3 and then effectively 89 for 4 when Beddingham retired hurt on 7 after damaging his finger. Ball is played across to mid-on for 1 by Borthwick. I've seen a photograph of his finger. I was looking through my binoculars, but
I've seen it as well, up in the press box.
It bends in a peculiar position which suggests it's either dislocated, which you'd hope would be the best outcome, rather than broken. In comes the bowler. This is turned away by Bushnell for 1 to deep square leg.
Much more regular service from Durham to York, so Kev should be fine.
Beddingham did try to bat on, but as soon as he had his finger strapped up and tried to hold the bat, he couldn't, and that was why he decided to go off.
As we mentioned, football season starts this weekend. Some games starting tomorrow.
Borthwick round the wicket. It's gone down the leg side.
I think my beloved Burnley are starting their season tomorrow.
Burnley? I thought you were Man U on Monday.
Burnley is second team, and
the mighty Clarets.
Yeah, well, judging how bad Man United
Championship Clarets now again.
Yeah.
Robson in. It's a full toss, flicked away by Borthwick out through deep mid wicket for 1.
Man United have kind of sucked the love of football out for me with everything that's going on at the club. So
you want to try being a Sunderland fan the previous 7 or 8 years. My daughter never saw them win at home for more than a year, and then my middle daughter
has never seen them lost.
Has hardly ever seen them lose. So she's been quite spoiled.
So yeah,
might be a bit of a reality check this year, though. Back in the Championship, 104 the lead, and the partnership's now 49. Bushnell, the right-hander, on strike.
Is that bouncer?
Swats a bouncer down the leg side from Robson for 4. What a dreadful delivery that was. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is that 53-run partnership from 120 balls. Borthwick and Bushnell see Durham through. They shake hands. It's 5 o'clock. We're there. We've made it. Another 4-day draw. One of many that will shortly be consigned to the history books and the memory banks. Possibly not the memory banks, given the state of my head these days.
What a delivery to finish on. A bouncer from a spinner that is thwacked down the leg side for 4. 53-run partnership between Bushnell and Borthwick to finish the game. And as you say, Martin, definitely one that will not stand out in the memories. But definitely not in your mind. It will always have a place in my mind. First ever 4-day game. But yeah, pretty drab draw. Lee's out for 22.
It had its moments, but you could just see where it was going to towards the end of day 2. So Durham finish on a... Okay. Oh yeah, Kev says he'll see you next Thursday, and we'll see him back here a week on Sunday for the second one-day cup match in this year's group stages. So what was the lead there? I don't know what the lead was.
Taking the scoreboard off as well.
The lead was much. It was about 105, wasn't it? I think there were 34 ahead. And finished on 142 for 3. got to do an update for Radio Newcastle shortly. 108 ahead they were in the end.